everyone, and welcome back to another wonderful day of Valorant Challengers in North America. Day 2 of week 3. Some great games yesterday, and some great games ahead of us today. My name's Sierra Dawn. Joining me on the analyst desk, I have none other than Roy and Ash. Ash, how are we doing today?
Feeling a little bit better. I think some banger Valorant games are incoming, and that'll definitely get me back in the spirit for today's matches.
Yeah, we had some amazing games yesterday. Roy, what we have up ahead. I mean, it's a good time to be a Valorant fan, good time to be caught up on challengers, and I think like really make or break in the season as well when we're looking at a couple of these teams and who's still trying to adapt, these teams trying to mold together, and who's already kind of got it figured out.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see like the philosophy of the game come into play. We're seeing, players getting comfortable within their rosters. The level of competition is getting higher and higher every single day, every single week. So I mean, it's looking great, Sierra.
100%. And pulling up the roster and talking a little bit about yesterday and what we can see today. Going into this week, we had 4 undefeated teams. And after yesterday's match, well, it was ATSM to reign victorious over M80 to be one of the few remaining undefeated teams. Rankers and CUBE Academy, Ash, the other 2, and only one of them will be able to keep that title after today.
Yeah, it's getting really spicy. I think yesterday's match as well, most people had their money on M80. TSM, of course, they are a strong roster too, but the maps yesterday were extremely chaotic. I feel like we saw just a plethora of util kills coming in, but it's starting to get really dangerous as the competition does run tighter as the Swiss stage is going on.
Yeah, when we're looking at this bracket and everything we're playing out for, of course, once we have those teams that are a little further down, that whoever ends up 0-4, that is elimination. So this isn't necessarily the time to be trying out maybe the new stuff. You have to make sure you have that mold. You're able to be comfortable in these matches, and you can try and make sure you can at least end a little bit further up. But first match that we're talking about today, elimination, the last thing on their minds, because it is going to be that rankers going up against CUBE Academy that we're going to have eyes on first. So that one I think is going to be super, super exciting. I know a lot of people have been really excited to see this rankers squad that made that splash in stage 3 going up against the Sentinels CUBE Academy, which is one of the most exciting rosters with, of course, Ash, just a lot of really, really exciting possibilities for these players and the philosophy the team's built around.
Yeah, we haven't I mean, when it comes to the players on this team, every single one of them is recognized within this scene. And I think that's what's so exciting about it is just really seeing how their chemistry is coming together throughout this season. They looked very solid so far on CUBE Academy, but you're talking about that rankers again, that's been undefeated that we're talking about since stage 3. This is a team though that I would be looking towards. I would put my money on being able to put a stop to that hot run that they've had so far.
Yeah, which is why this is such an exciting matchup. When you see the players on this squad, Roy, these are
hmm
some of the players that we are going to be seeing in Tier 1 one day. This is going to be the future here. So to see them kind of coming together now, this being like this training ground here, it is the roster that can keep anyone else out of this potential Ascension run.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at first glance, when you look at this roster from CUBE Academy, it's like they literally won the roster shuffle. They won the roster mania. They got some of the best players in their key roles. They're also working on developing upcoming players. Obviously, Redux being that upcoming player, but I mean, kid's a beast. And but you have a player like Knights who haven't really had a chance on such a massive like public showing, and now he's proving to be one of the players, right, that we kind of talk about when we talk about this roster. But overall, I completely agree. I think this team is very strong, and the fact that they've only played and shown 2 maps so far on going into their 3rd match is just a testament to their power.
100%. And there was 2 key players that you talked about in that, which was Redux and Knight. So talking first about Redux, because of course, when we see this creation of the CUBE Academy, he was the one that brought these players together. He's the captain of the team, but then someone else, Ash, that in the last couple matches has really been able to pop off. To nobody's surprise, might I add.
No, definitely not. I think ever since his debut on Oxygen Academy, he's been a hot prospect that everyone's had their eyes on as far as how he's going to continue to grow within the scene. And to know that this is the player that also managed to put this iteration of CUBE Academy together says a lot about his vision for success here for CUBE. And he's just been popping off. Very consistent duelist player. He's always good for those first engagements and whatnot, but he's also got tough competition on the other side.
He does, and we'll get to that in just a moment, but we have to talk about one of the players that people are still getting familiar with on this team. There's a lot of big names that we have here, but Knights is another player that joined this roster, and if you were paying attention to Ranker Stage 3 run, this name might be familiar from there, and to be able to see him now, Roy, be on this roster, moving into this NT role to be able to show what he's got, there's a lot of people that have been talking about, like, Knights is the wave of Valorant. Like, this is one of the next up-and-coming players. Yeah,
for sure. And I mean, his stats might not be that impressive when you first look at it, but considering how well Redux and Nismo are playing within this roster, the fact that he has these stats left over, as well as holding a 10-4 first kill, first death ratio, shows the fact that he's a very strong player. And you kind of need players like Knights in the current meta that is just so utility heavy and just so wombo combo-y. And so having players that are strong, that can defend, whole anchor down sites and get theirs and sort of find openings on the lurks as well is very important. And the fact that they have such a cracked player in that role is honestly a really good step forward.
And then you've also got the whole, friends to foes storyline there going up against his previous team. And
Dun, dun,
it's,
dun.
I think, no better opportunity for him as well. You were talking about it a little bit early on, Sierra, to be playing with some of these players who have had so much experience, like Nismo, like Scuba, on this side of CUBE Academy, to give a really good foundation for Knights to actually build up those skills and have a great learning opportunity as he is fragging out too.
Especially with the two different goals of these two teams. Of course, with CUBE Academy not able to ascend, it's about these individual players being able to get that development and showcase they have what it takes. Whereas on the other side, Rankers is a team that very well can be going for this ascension run. And of course, different goals of the players across the team. This was a team that came together, stage 3, ran through the competition. Roy, they're back to do it again. You're having names like Inspire, who this is the redemption arc, but then other players like Exer and Kane Zera, where this is like, all right, let's just show everyone what we got.
Yeah, I mean, this team must be so annoying to play against because they play such a different version of this game than what most teams are practicing against and what kind of, the sort of reps that they're getting in practice and in matches, right? They play very off meta. They have very different compositions. The pace that they play at, they're very confidence based. So they're not really relying on a strategy book or some sort of set plays. They're kind of they're just masters of their roles. They have players in the perfect positions and they just run people over like it's a rank game. That's why they're called rankers. They're just running it down. And the only way to beat them is to stop them. You have to be able to shoot back and you have to be able to match them on different levels for you to kind of take them down. And it's probably the reason why they're so successful.
I mean, the confidence across the squad is it is 100% there, which is something that got to see when talking to Kane Zera last week. We'll talk about him for today, because when we're looking at this team and one of those kind of identities, we see a lot of double duelists, and we get to see Kane Zera normally go on to that second duelist role, of course, complementing this Yoru coming out from Exer. And I mean, Ash, Kane Zera is someone that will put up those numbers, will put up that impact in the server no matter what.
Yeah, I think what's crazy is just the fragging potential on this server as a whole, or in this roster as a whole, but Kane Zera takes it to another level. He's such a big part of, I think, the win conditions here for Rankers. Not to say that, I mean, anybody could step up to the plate, but when you pit him up against Redux, who has been a consistent star duelist on the side of CUBE Academy, but you look at the numbers here for Kane Zera, he's the best player right now within stage 1, and he's been unkillable when it comes down to first engagements. I think it's 22-7 over the last 4 maps as far as that first blood to first death ratio, as opposed to that kind of more of a 50-50 coming out from Redux. It's crazy how much value you're seeing from him in that primary duelist role, and then even slotting into the Clove there as well. Really just giving him every opportunity to frag out possible, because he's so consistent in being able to give those numbers advantages in those early rounds.
Yeah, now I want to emphasize something that you said too, Ash, is he is one of the youngest players in this league, and he's the highest statted player by far. I mean, I don't usually put that much stock on stats, but this guy cannot be denied. He's been a very key part in the team's success, and the fact that he can fill so many roles and play sort of these random, agent roulette, basically, and the fact that he's putting up numbers that he is honestly just insane.
And that's a big thing with this team as well, because this team has a lot of young players that are super capable. Definitely. And this was someone, Kane Zera was someone that Inspire had called out specifically, being like, yo, if this kid is comfortable, like, he's going to pop off. He is going to open up the map. And we've really gotten to see that throughout the series. And talking about Inspire, talking about that redemption arc, this is the more legacy voice on the team, the person that's able to kind of, not IGLing, but is able to kind of lead the others, lead these young kids, Roy. And that's someone with the experience too that is super valuable to this roster to make sure everyone too is grounded.
Yeah, I mean, try to name me another player that has been such a consistent performer and most consistently denied respect in the industry. Like, I literally can't think of anyone. This player is a beast. He's an absolute demon. He's an innovator in the role. He's a very massive specialist. He's very vocal, and he backs it up with firepower. I mean, this guy's arguably the most impactful player on the team. Obviously, Kane Zera's stats are hard to deny as well, but in terms of overall impact, I have to say that Inspire, in my opinion, is the key part of this roster.
I love how you're talking about impact there, because I think that when we look back at the Burgers Boys matchup that Rankers had last week, it was so many opportunities that Inspire was able to take to thread the needle on those lurk positions to catch Burger Boys off guard. That's something that CUBE Academy are going to have to look towards in this match today, is those moments where Inspire is taking those chances and finding those opportunities when Kane Zera and Eggster are creating these openings with so much chaos.
I love this next head-to-head that we have going on too, when you are looking at the Senti for each team, but such a dramatic difference in that experience too. Knights going on to this new roster and still so young, so much potential, Roy, in this player, going up against someone who is that grounded player for the team.
Yeah, I mean, you have like sort of the narrative of like fresh player coming in, right? It's sort of hard to you don't really know what to expect from Knightsy. But you have Inspire, who's constantly innovating. He's constantly creating new setups that people and teams are stealing. I mean, dude's a true bred Sentinel player, right? So it's kind of an interesting narrative, because now you have this cracked, player on the come up versus somebody who's been has a little bit more veterancy in the scene. And it's a pretty interesting dynamic, especially when it comes to those lurk fights and trying to find openers and just like trying to bring the team up and open up the rounds for the team.
Especially going back to the point too that Knights was one of the players on Rankers before, someone who was on the same team as Inspire and everything else, and now having to go up against his old squad. I feel like Ash, there definitely has to be a little bit of pride on the line. Like, I can take my old team down.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, a little bit of beef that we saw in last week's interview too, coming out from Kane Zera there. So I think that this is a really good litmus test here for Knights as well, to see how deep he can really dig with his own micro, considering the fact that he does have experience playing with those Rankers players, and they will have a little bit of an idea of, okay, we know his playstyle a bit from a behind the scenes point of view. So I'll be looking towards him to seeing how he can adapt on the fly here in today's matches.
I mean, when we're talking about knowing what a team has prepared, both teams are kind of wild cards, I think, in their own rights. Rankers being, their identity is, we're a bunch of ranked players. We can do any situation, and it literally does not matter. Whereas CUBE Academy, we haven't really gotten to see too much of the squad yet.
2 maps.
Even though we know that they're talented players, haven't really dived into their map pool. So going into our map picks and bans for the series, I feel like this is a fun opportunity to kind of test that a little bit on CUBE Academy's side, and Rankers are going to take them to Bind to start here, Ash.
Pretty spicy. Bind a map that we haven't seen from either side. Sure, Rankers, we did get to see an iteration of them during stage 3. You can expect those Yoru shenanigans to come out on Bind.
Always.
It's been really difficult for a lot of teams to play up against that Yoru one trick, because he has such a high skill ceiling, maybe not just being used to the pacing that he's going to take that in towards. But then at the same time, CUBE Academy, they're also going to be going in completely fresh, where you don't have a look towards them, so no prep that can really be done.
And I think Bind makes complete sense from the Rankers perspective when you consider the fact that Bind is one of the only maps that you can comfortably run double duelist on and still get a lot of value. So it kind of allows Kane Zera and Eggster to get their value out on this map as well. But now we have questions, right, of like, okay, we don't really know what to expect from either team, but what meta is CUBE leaning into? Are they leaning into the Tejo? Because they're very capable of using it. They've shown it on other maps. Are they leaning into a double initiator? Like, what meta are we really going to be expecting from these teams? And that clash of meta is going to play such a massive factor in the results and the map flow overall.
I'd be super down if we did get to see the Tejo coming out from CUBE Academy, especially there's so many people on the team that we have not gotten to talk about whatsoever, but Nismo has been someone who we've gotten to see a lot of here in Tier 2, and seen him. It was Pearl that we got to see the Tejo on coming out from Nismo, and it was fantastic, first off. And second, Tejo obviously just strong across the board. So I'd be intrigued if they could bring that out and what Rankers has for an answer for that. But Ash, when we are looking at this Rankers squad, we do have that little bit of information from Stage 3 with what we can expect. We last saw the ISO. We always see that Yoru and, you know, any aggressive other picks. I feel like it should be pretty much the same kind of going into this.
Yeah, it'll be pretty interesting. I think that honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if we see Ion 2X also even just like slotting back into the Clove that they were running there on Bind as well, that Knights was actually playing last time around. Just because Ion 2X, sure, on a controller right now, but he was previously known for his flashy duelist plays. He's an insane fragger. I think it just fits very well with the play style that you can expect coming out from Rankers to just be able to kind of reprise that kind of a role for him. And then on the other side, though, Knight's previously playing the Clove. It'll be a big role shift for him swapping over to the side of CUBE Academy, where he's been mainly just being on that mainstay Sentinel, which I'm curious to see which direction they're going to kind of take that in, all things considered.
Right. Well, talking about how we think this series is going to be stacking up before we head into our first map here. Of course, we have to get into our official predictions. So for myself, seeing this team, how they're able to just run through Stage 3, I had to pick Rankers. Wyatt and Nuber are with me on this one. No, you two, though, you guys are going for CUBE and Academy.
Ash. Let's go.
Okay.
Enjoyers.
Listen, I just want to rationalize my decision, okay? I just want CUBE to win because they're an organized team and I support their philosophy on the game. And I don't want to live in a world where I believe that the Rankers are the best team in the league, even though they deserve it. I'm not saying they don't deserve it, okay? They're a very good team, but I don't want to propagate that. I don't want the nonchalant warriors to defeat the people that actually care and are trying their hardest. So purely on a philosophical reason, I'm going for CUBE.
On the flip side of the coin, I love the chaos, first off.
Agreed.
But I also do feel like there's an organized chaos to it. I mean, you're saying that you don't want the nonchalant, but talking to Inspire after winning Stage 3, talking about how much he needed the win and how he was like a mentor to these kids. Even if there's a lot of things that on the server with their play style, etc., that seem like a chaos, I do think that there is a lot of carrying behind the scenes. So I still like, I'm not going to be like, oh no, like I think that there is care here. Even if they're just running it down with these Euros, these double duelists, they care.
Yeah, I think that when you look towards Rankers, their playstyle's really fun. It's really fresh to watch, and you got to give them the respect that they've deserved.
Definitely.
The fact that they're completely undefeated since this roster has come together. But I also am just such a huge fan of the players on CUBE Academy. I'm huffing. It's not even copium. It's not even copium. Because I do genuinely actually, I was going to say I'm huffing the copium, but it's not even cope. I genuinely really believe in the roster that CUBE has founded. And I do think that despite my prediction, I think it's going to be a really, really close matchup regardless. Me personally, I'm always going to put my stonks in Nismo. Fellow Canadian. I might not be French Canadian, but still fellow Canadian there. I think he's one of the best initiator players within the tier 2 scene. It's been a surprise, I think, to many people that we haven't seen him even be picked up for tier 1 yet. And I just want to see him winning.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. We, again, today, all Canadian desks, so we do have to root for our fellow Canadian out on the server, regardless of what TV's on for this one. But time to start getting into our map and get into our agent select, especially to, again, so intrigued with what CUBE Academy could be bringing out, since this is the unknown quantity. So Roy, heading into this, we talked about what we thought, and all right, we do get the Tejo from Nismo. All right, let's go.
We've been seeing so much Clove on this map, and it's honestly a little confusing because I feel like the longer duration smokes are so helpful, but maybe these teams have cooked up something. But I mean, Sentinels are sort of running it. I mean, give or take a couple agents in line with what we were thinking. Double controller. They're going into the Tejo. They're going for the Sky as a second initiator. But on the other side, we have the ISO. We have the Yoru, just like you guys predicted, and as well as the Deadlock coming out from Inspire. That is not surprising whatsoever. And I think overall we should have a pretty good match.
Yeah, I'm eating my words as well. Like, I expected maybe they were going to run a Senti comp with how popular, like, the Deadlock and Vice have been here on Bind, but instead, Knight's reprising that Clove role that he had played previously. And I do agree. I think Clove single smokes is rough on this map because of the short duration. But when you're pairing it with the Viper, I think for a doubles controller composition, I really like that out of Cubert Academy. It gives you that opportunity to have those refreshes, even if Knights goes down in some sort of early engagement during the round, it kind of just bolstering the rest of the coverage that the Viper is going to be able to provide.
I mean, Knights on a comfortable agent going up against his old team. It's time to see Rankers if they can take the first map in our highly anticipated series, both undefeated teams, or if Cubert Academy can go ahead and get the upset to kick things off. Now time to head over to our casters. Uber and Wyatt, take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Sierra and co. This is quite the matchup. Two of the three last remaining teams who are undefeated in Challengers, Rankers and Cubert Academy. Only one can advance from this matchup unscathed. Now, Wyatt, I guess the question everyone's been asking, are you a nonchalant gamer fan? Because it kind of seems like your style. When I first met you, I thought you didn't care about anything, really.
I would definitely, actually, honestly, these days, not very nonchalant. I'm raging like crazy when I'm playing in ranked with Mimi. Yeah. It's driving me mad. But so no, I think I'm more in my Cubert Academy tryhard era, to be honest. Okay. But I respect the nonchalant approach from the Rankers, who I'm fully expecting to just walk at them on defense. And here we go. They're walking at them on defense.
They absolutely have zero respect. This is wild. Okay. Clone triggered. Exeter, though, not fully committing on this push with the standard Viper wall. Kane has walked up it on every part of the map. There is no way you can be prepared for this. This is not normal Valorant.
I mean, I'm going to be totally honest. I'm not completely surprised to see this right off the jump because Cubert Academy don't have the Sentinel. And if there were any team that were going to try to take advantage of that by 24/7, 365 flanking, it's going to be the Rankers.
Yep, absolutely punished for that lack of trip or any early detection of the walk up of A, and also their Viper wall allowed Kane 0 to go. Now, loosely held side here for Rankers. Ion Ho's going to bust back into Lamps, and all of a sudden, T-Dog's feeling a lot less comfortable about trying to plant under these conditions. Ion steps out to challenge Knights, takes down his replacement, an opposite number. And we'll be topped back up here now in a 2v3.
Definitely a ranked type play, but now it's time for some match type play. Just swing together, try and flash out of the smoke, double up, face lamps.
Often comes across nicely done. T-Dog trying to get involved, and it ends up being a 1-for-1. That does leave T-Dog on his own to try and defend this, and Inspire has a ghost to work with. Right click, inexplicably connecting at long range, but Exeter will be the last one standing to give Rankers that crucial pistol.
There's some good trades coming out. Exeter, the known Yoru one trick who has been so good. And what a meta to be a Yoru one trick in, to be honest. I mean, we've literally just seen both of the top teams in Americas running Yoru on effectively every single map. And Bind has always been a good map for the Yoru anyhow. So definitely expecting to see him get some value here. And I do love that on the first round, they're going mega aggro as well like that. Just instill the early fear for Cubert Academy that they're going to have to be watching every single extremity at all points. Someone could be running it down on them.
It's such effective conditioning because it's going to make the attackers slow the game down so much. And it is. Look where Cubert are playing straight away. Of course, given that weaponry's seen better days, they are holding for these pushes up. Rankers probably can sniff this out. Redux, though, I don't know if they expect him to have brought an outlaw into a round. Excuse me, Mark.
At least if we're going to take some early notes from these couple rounds, Rankers are just starting off with this 3-man death ball push. They did it out of Hookah round 1. They tried to do it out of Showers round 2. Now they slow down the game and put some extra on the angle, get some damage.
That's an outlaw. Why not in round 2? Okay, bro. Justin here put Redux in a position to try and do damage. Knights is nothing to work with. The sacrificial lamb, economically speaking. Cubert here now, of course, have the ability to make use of this.
I want to say Oxygen actually did that a lot for Redux last year, and it's not too uncommon. See MIBR do that sometimes with Osphos, just try and turn the game around early with the Outlaw round 2.
It's the evolution of the Raid boss strat out of this round, in fairness.
30 seconds left.
That Viper Wall has been activated yet. This is going to be awkward, though. Redux gets up there, but Ion caught out not only by the guided salvo, but also the paint shell give him basically nowhere to go. Kane's forced back here, able to catch Knights, though. They thought they had the drop on them there and challenges the front of the site pretty comfortably. Finally, the Outlaw rings out. Finds a connection.
10 seconds left.
Undercut did come through, connect on the last two Cubert players. They're running out of time to get a planted. Kane 0 steps up. Finds 3 with the Spectre, no less. And that's a CUBE investment in the Outlaw that falls flat.
It was a good kill with the synced up explosive util to open that up. I mean, ultimately, way too many players had classics, and Knights tried to get really aggressive to find some of that forward space backside, but gets completely caught out, and pretty much easy from there to clean up, play off of a simple Sky Flash. I want to see what Rankers are going to do now on the bonus against an actual buy, though, early round. If they're going to continue to try and go for this triple push aggression style, or they have something else in store.
You see the coverage of that utility. It is literally set up so you have nowhere to run if you're the player that's pushed out of lamps.
Yeah, those are the kind of positions that you just cannot be caught in against Potato. Yeah, it's just too good. I mean, even without the breach, playing positions like that, absolute nightmare.
All right, we have CUBE players in at the TP. We'll see what the play is going to be. Again, it is a slow start to the round. There's always this expectation that Rankers are going to try and push up on you. Though much more typical setup for them this round. It's first, we'll call it a gun round. It's being generous for CUBE. We are playing pretty default defensive positions here.
Yeah, a bit slower around the Outlaw, which is in the hands of Kenzera, over towards Heaven. He's posted up on that short angle, which is not cut off. Might have an opportunity to get an opening kill.
Yeah, Redux just walks straight into that. And Exeter's able to play inside layers because he has the gate crash active. That's now expired, so he's committed, but none of that util. He's actually hitting that part of the map this time. So the Yoru, straight chilling. Exeter with the Bucky, just stuck in there. Nismo has other plans, apparently, for those salvos. Kane under the double tap, wants to try and take a fight. Dirty right click, but still will be shut down by Nismo. How does the dad strength go for you this round, buddy? 2 health and a dream. Exeter accounts for the rest of it with the Bucky.
These guys are so fun to watch. They're just simply fearless. They just throw caution to the wind at any given moment, are going to all swing for each other. They're very well coordinated in those moments because they're all on the same page heading into the server, which is just fight them. They have the just fight them comp. And unfortunately, there wasn't enough in the energy for the Viper to have the wall up there, so they just get open face. They're more concerned about cutting off the angle lamps. That is their immediate undoing. Right back onto an eco.
Maybe it might have been worth waiting a little bit longer to get that wall. Either way, look at the double setup here over towards the top of B long. Kane Zero is able to take yet another one, getting a lot of mileage out of the Outlaw, by the way. As CUBE, of course, now into more of a sheriff buy with no armor to speak of. It's another very good round for it. T-Dog here, playing back on this right side of the map and just hoping again that Rankers can be tempted into pushing up, but outside of the first couple of rounds, they're really not doing that. They are fighting aggressively on the site, messing up sort of conditioning and timing, but early in the round, they're not giving up any free kills.
Over there.
They do it, Wyatt. They have a wall.
They have the wall. They're contacting forward, but it drops. And sadly, so does T-Dog. You hate to see that.
You've got to get moving. You know what I'm saying? You've got your Viper player telling you, hey, boys, that ball's about to come down. You've got to respect that position. Yeah, well, CUBE just got cooked.
Yeah, they've gotten a little bit cooked, and now into the next round. Ion has the ult, so I'm fully expecting to see him run it down, take a fight, maybe get a kill, die, come back to life, get another kill, all good. Kane just sends someone to the gulag, win a duel because these players don't miss. The game is just relatively simple when you don't miss your shots. Is what I'm discovering from this game so far.
That pistol round, I love the push up defensively, but good protocols there, to cover. Redux covering this mode there, even though he got hit in the grab net. This is how the round ended. Ended up being quite close. It was a one-on-one. And then in that second round, we didn't have nearly that level of push-up. All this util, pretty effective, right? This is round 2, so free kill there for Redux, but I mean, Kane is just aggressively fighting front of sight with the Spectre, swinging off these timings behind these undercuts. And then what? We walk up short here against a bloody Outlaw, prioritizing the poison orb over the toxic screen for whatever reason. And it doesn't go any better from there, folks. This is your match in 60 seconds after 4 rounds. Brutal for CUBE Academy.
All right, heading into this one, T-Dog does have the Seekers to maybe get some valuable mid-round info or just follow up for the straight execute, and if they can get Redux a killer and orb, he'll have that showstopper. They know now that, at least on the prior round, Inspire had been setting up that deadlock wall towards Hookah. They didn't, I believe, know where it was placed beforehand. They definitely know now. They get that audio cue. And anytime you see the deadlock when you're crossing a corner, you have to be worried that the grab net is going to be thrown down and the deadlock is just jiggle peeking it for info. It's like super common for that to happen, especially towards B long.
Scout destroyed.
It's arbitrarily early, in fairness, potentially to shut down like a fast push, so that will expire. And speaking of which, Inspire opts to swing into a fight there, but there are multiple Cubit players hoping they can draw the deadlock out of position. So all that util on the B side, now that's shut down. Push up, though, from the long. This one is a bit more prescribed and read into to some degree by Cube, but they just don't shoot the same way as these Rankers guys. I'll tell you what. Seekers come out here. Cube doesn't really need to learn the Rosetta Stone to know that his team are in deep caca this round.
You know, just fires off the Seekers. Guys, they're towards B. I can promise you that, given they just walked up at you. They're trying to slow the round down with 40 seconds left.
We've just been worn like a sock by 3 players at B. Let me hit those Seekers and just check to see if someone's not pushing up. It's almost like quasi-sentinel, coverage to a degree. It's like, are we on a timer? Are we getting pushed on?
So this noise cut does draw one Rankers player over towards A, so they're split 2 and 2. If Redux can get an opening here, they've got a chance. It's a good nade for a pocket.
Just Kane out of it. Nicely done. Redux ends up getting a kill with the secondary explosion of those paint shells. Time though is of the essence. We have a dimensional
10 seconds left.
Extra gets away from the showstopper, in theory. Flash in the position of Redux trying to frustrate him, and that is a rocket eventually fired off towards elbow. So, later flank there, coming for a Hookah, I would say. Ion's back in the fight though. Redux won't be getting that kill quite yet. Scuba though, nice little swing. Poppin has been dealt with. Yoru has to get busy. Extra needs to find his targets. Drops out of Hookah, making a ton of sound, and gets picked off. Nice Redux round there, 4 kills.
A good adjustment in the mid round there from CUBE Academy to slow things down. And then the perfect nade from Redux to find that opening. That was really their win con. They just needed Redux to find the first kill so they could get into the site. They were going to have so much to deal with afterwards. I mean, again, this is just the most Rankers response to that situation. Inspire hears someone shooting at his wall. Okay, bet. Let me just take a timing in a fight. Dies. How do we recover the situation? All right, double push. Walk down long. Take more fights. Okay, cool. We've even
That literally put them ahead.
It's crazy.
What am I watching here, Exter? What do you call this one, buddy? Oh, man. Scuba there, ready for the contact push up A short with the operator. You heard that right.
I mean, CUBE Academy should be able to start punishing Rankers in these early rounds. They've done it 2 in a row now. This style is counterable by slowing the pace and winning your duels on the push out. The winning the duels part is the struggle against Rankers.
Pretty clean by Inspire. Still confident enough under a
going
barrage
for
of utility.
more.
Yeah, why does he swing back into that? These guys are wild. Okay, Kane Zero. Just the solo player on the site here, and obviously the Deadlock having fed herself to Krakatoa as a sacrifice to get good yields of your crops this year means that none of that util is going to be effective. So it is just Kane Zero. Double tap active, tries to throw out that undercut. There are 3 players. 3 players ready to take the fight. I respect it. Look, there's not a ton of info for Rankers about just how many people are on the A side of the map. There are at least 2. So, no need for a plant here, as CUBE have finally been able to goad Rankers, frothing at the mouth, to take these fights.
This team is the Valorant analyst's worst nightmare. If you are a tactical Valorant nerd, you're preying on the Cubert win right now. Preying on it, man. For me personally, I'm going along for the ride. I'm enjoying this.
You are a Valorant analyst. You're aware of that, right?
Well, I mean, yes, in a way. But I appreciate different game styles due to that. You know what I mean? It can't all be tactical and utility-based. Sometimes you just have to show up to the server and run around.
You know what? I'm here for a good time, Wyatt. That's, I don't care how long we're here. Just want to see some fireworks. So Poppin, against his every primal urge, is slapping his left hand to keep it off the WASD keys for now.
Saving?
Saving.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
That's not the Poppin I know.
The Rankers save. Doesn't quite hit right. There's something a little discordant about it. That's the second round here for CUBE Academy, though. Again, more methodical play yields results.
I mean, Rankers are obviously starting out really hot, winning a lot of the aim fights early. But when you look down the roster of this CUBE team, they've got shooters. We know they do. This is a cool matchup in terms of the CUBE Academy team being the guys that are still in Challengers, and you're questioning how they haven't been on a tier 1 team yet. I mean, I've been asking that about Scuba for like 4 years straight now.
Yeah.
Versus Rankers, who are just the straight up demons of the modern age.
Oh, okay. I think it was actually a special delivery getting hit there from Nismo. I think he banks that concussive grenade. Catches out Rankers, who are there as 4.
Oh no, please win the
man.
duel. All right. We've stabilized. All is right. All is right in the world.
Again, just some pretty good util. CUBE starting to read the tendencies of Rankers already. These push-ups here on short got completely ruined by that Teho, salvo, and grenade combination. So Inspire, with a stinger, is going to have to try and dig something out of this situation. Still 4 up. Comfortable. Scuba puts this one to bed. We almost have an even game here, as Rankers might consider a change of tack.
It is possible. They did try to bring out the operator, switch things up, but they did immediately push up with it. So that didn't entirely work out. Almost an ode in there. That would have been pretty frustrating if you're playing towards the lamps with that. Can just spam through short, but I don't think they actually opt for it.
That is the end of that round, of course. Inspire left there. Yeah, it was definitely that Teho util that boomed him. Nismo there. Years of experience paying off. Here we go. Gun round now for Rankers.
I'm going to tell you what I want to see. Oh, that. Well.
You want to see that?
He did get someone.
Yep.
Has the shield.
It's Scuba, though. Okay. Managed to pick him up. Double tap. Refreshed
And
and
that's the
defended by teammates. So easy pick from that kill contract here for Rankers to give the player advantage. And hey, Inspire might not die first, so some of this deadlock util may actually be able to be played off of. Plus, there is an annihilation here too.
I think that was
No escape.
that ISO ult was popped off the sound of a sky flash, which is pretty cool. Okay, extra. Oh my lord! All right, is able to capitalize on Nice just
Is
walking
Knife
in.
trying to do the Durka? I can't tell. Wrong character for that, honestly, but walks up on the site and unfortunately just isn't aware of the natural crossfire waiting there. So, a very comfortable, flawless win here for Rankers as they do tweak the approach a little.
Yeah, I want to see the beginning again. I think that was popping. They just sent out a guiding light, gets the audio cue when he pops the flash, and then off that Kane Zero rips the ult. I was thinking maybe in that round there was potential of Poppin using the Seekers, and then Kane uses the ult off that. But hey, Sky Flash
I don't know
works
if it was a
even
guiding
better.
light. No, I don't even know what this is based off because it was only Scuba as the Viper over on the A side of the map there, Wyatt.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like Poppin sent his guiding light, and it got a
Oh,
flash.
right. Sorry.
And then got the audio cue. Yeah.
That was really nasty. And a very clean round here for Rankers. So just a little speed bump. Inspire, though, still a similar approach. You're definitely trying to tease some activity out of CUBE Academy. Trailblazer now through the TP. Oh, followed up by the rest of the team. Kane had the double tap, but great little blast pack can knock him off kilter. Now where things are a little bit awkward. Ion is inside the teleporter. Extra might look to try and bail him out here with a flash, and yet he's going to push the smoke off that timing. That's pretty clean. Make it a 1-for-1. Oh, buddy, it's carnage. I don't blame them for thinking that clone was an actual player because it pushed up just like Rankers would. However, player advantage now for CUBE. Popping a little bit low, stuck on that corner. Can't heal himself, of course, and that salvo is going to force Exeter to move, but he's happy to fight on his feet. Poppin eventually falls now. Exeter is low in a 1 versus 3. Knights, of course, looking for a chance to stay alive here. Exeter's going to be lit by the stealth drone. They're out of there. CUBE don't want to take any risks.
The amount of flashes that were going off, bro. What is happening outside of Uka? It's like triple Yoru flash, double guiding light, and the clone got shot to try and just get Ion out of the teleporter where he was stuck.
I mean,
Look at the minimap, man. Look at where everyone's dead. It's just all in the teleporter.
Okay. X is in a 1 versus 2 and with a Viper's pit to fight through. I appreciate Scuba offering such an amount of respect, but it doesn't matter if Exter was 20 or 100 walking into this pit, then does it? All the same, yeah, around the corner, he is spotted. Scuba takes him out. CUBE get around back here after Rank has found their flawless, so still plenty of money for the defenders to continue their signature brand of Valorant.
Listen, I don't want to be biased, but it would be pretty fun to see these guys in VCT Americas. I mean, their style of play is it's just so fun. I would love to see this. Can you imagine them running it down against FNS? I'd pay good money to see this team
right, like, pit them
in
against like a
Americas,
big
bro.
brain IGL, right? See if they could possibly be unraveled. I think that would be a ton of fun. Put them against like a genre
I need
of
to see
Valorant.
this against the tactical Valorant that we've got.
Put them against Valen. See how they go. Tech pause here, of course. CUBE getting some Rogaine after tearing their hair out for the last few rounds. Gives them a moment for that. Rank is also, like, I've got to say, giving us examples of like game states you never see in Valorant, right? There are teams that when they play, like,
very true.
It breaks your conditioning as an opponent as well. Like there's almost like an assumption about how you expect your opponents to push up and how you expect them to trade and like what standard protocols are. But you're often caught off guard. Like you are not expecting necessarily like a Trailblazer ping on towards like, you know, slope and then 2 players push straight in to the teleporter. And there's a great reaction. Like Redux with a blast pack knocks Kane Zero off. He comes out there, even with the double tap, he still gets taken down. Eventually, like, CUBE create these ways of syncopating and staggering rankers pushing into these fights such that they're not able to use a numbers advantage locally. I think it's pretty impressive considering it's like the muddiest Valorant that you could imagine that rankers are trying to pull CUBE into this absolute maelstrom of nonsense.
CUBE have been beginning to do a better job, though, for really dealing with the nonsense maelstrom. I would like to see them on one of these rounds exploit Inspire playing so close up in hookah. That is really punishable. Like, you have the Tejo and you have a Raze nade. You can crush him in there by just launching all the explosive utility at him. If you find out that he is in there, like if you catch him throwing down the wall, he's always trying to fight that tight angle. But that's a player that should be able to be exploited in that position to find an opening pick at some point here.
And we have a Discord issue for Sentinel's CUBE Academy, so that's being ironed out.
A Discord issue.
Yeah.
Time to get into get the squad in vent.
Get him in TS. They got them in Mumble, bro. That was our last resort. Mumble, yeah, because in Australia we had like a mega ping, so like you're playing with players like from Sydney to Perth, and it's like literally like 100 ping plus. Like it's crazy. So Mumble was like the best way to you have to
Listen, I spent a lot of time in Mumble for the IRC pickup game channel from ESEA.
Of course.
Nothing like being old.
Yep. Goes pretty hard, folks. Recommend it. You're all gonna have to try it anyway, so don't take my word for it. Trust and Plug, obviously off screen, struggling there a little bit against SAD Esports as a 6-0 round deficit. So we'll check in with that game a little bit later on to see what comes of it. Back here, though, we've seen, again, I think if you're a Rankers fan, you like to follow them. I know a lot of fans really, back in stage 3, they really wanted us to get them on camera. And it wasn't until I watched them for the first time that I realized why. These guys like to buck the trends and play with absolutely zero respect as if it were a lifestyle. Maybe they pick up Verdo next, who knows?
Yeah. I mean, listen, we're in a tech pause. Do you want to do a podcast? We can react to the latest Valorant news.
Okay, sure.
we could react. I mean, we could. Me personally, I'm waiting to see the honest Chet reaction to the latest NRG news.
Is he unbanned? Is he unbanned from the game yet?
Burno and
Is he still banned?
I don't know.
I think he's actually banned until
that's a good
March.
question.
Yeah. I don't know if he.
So he probably won't be the. They probably won't be re-adding him.
I mean, couldn't he just like? He could still coach, right? If someone just screen shared the game for him, maybe the assistant coach is in game screen sharing for him.
You're trying to get him. You're trying to get him permabanned from.
I mean,
VCT, bro.
is he banned from coaching?
Trying to find ways to get him out of here
like,
forever.
what do you like? Can I not like literally just tell players share my opinion on how they should play the game? Like, is he not allowed to coach or just not allowed to be in the client? Because like, I'm just saying, there's a lot of coaches. A lot of coaching styles, you know what I mean? Maybe that was the issue with the 100 Thieves application. Why? We'll never know. You should have offered to do that. We're going to be back, of course, after a break. We are 9 rounds down. 5-4 is the score. And the rankers have showed us a very interesting brand of Valorant. Don't go too far. We're waiting on these Discord issues for CUBE. We'll be back. All right, folks, we are back. The issues plaguing Sentinel's CUBE Academy have been resolved. We're going to be into bind once more. Round 10, just around the corner. A full buy for both sides here. But Ion, obviously, not dead yet, available and ready to be used should it be required.
I'm going to tell you something, which is that it'll probably be required here on round 10. I can't imagine Ion saving this for a round. He's taking a fight and he's popping it.
He is leading the charge. Scooby here was positioned for a push-up. That one caught Exeter. You're never ready for this. You are never ready for the free player push-up. Rankers just have a sense about this. Like, they're punishing CUBE every time they leave themselves short-handed on any part of the map. That is absurd.
You just can't leave a gap like that. And Inspired punished by Nice, though. That's a good kill from Octagon. They can't really accelerate the pace, though, right now. So CUBE gonna slow things down. Some rotates are being drawn. Consider their options.
That's again. Waiting on this. Still have that ultimate up. Extra gate crashes out over towards the A side of the map, but it is at B. The CUBE have a spike, and they're really selling it here. Trying to convince Rankers they've made the right choice in redirecting Exeter back to that part of the map. T-Dog barely alive here. Poppin has been down. That now I think is going to have the rotation come back here for the defenders. They know well enough they need to be at the B side. They're all cut off the site itself, though. I wonder if we can have Ion push up. Yep, I should have known. He'll be back on his feet in just a moment, but Nismo with some shooting. Exeter, though, again, is a third wave. Won't be able to stand up to Redux, who plows into them over the top of the container.
Yeah, when it comes to individual skill, Nismo, definitely no joke. He has always been a really strong aimer for many, many years in Valorant now. That was a really good mid-round. Again, this is where CUBE Academy are finding success in the rounds that single TP from T-Dog, and then they double drone. They have the boom bot, and I mean, not exactly a drone, but you know, the guiding light still gets info over towards showers, and that flash pop makes it seem like CUBE are about to go split into A, but no, they're actually just slowly creeping into B. Nismo picks up the rotate angle. It was a really good round, forces Rankers onto the eco. They came out swinging, but CUBE have adjusted nicely to their playstyle.
Eventually, like when it is time to walk up and take a fight, they do so with confidence. So it's not as if they've been too rattled by Ranker's aggressive pushing up on that first half. I think a team with any less experience than CUBE Academy is probably going to be out at sea right now. That's why they're both undefeated so far in challenges.
This time the setup from Scuba
Throwing
is
net.
ensuring that they have eyes on showers as well, by the way. Scuba trying to not get flanked over there again.
The masculine urge to swing it when he hears the sound. I get it. Inspire, though, stays back around the corner. Now the wall is down and Spire has crossed. In Pop and hoping to generate something there. Elsewhere, Exeter inside the smoke sees T-Dog. It's an easy pickup. Oh my goodness, okay. Redux able to trade it out though. It looked like he was trying to get out with the gate crash, not to be. Nismo again. Cool, calm, and collected. Waits it out over towards that hookah side, and it's now open. Rankers had to push up, had to maybe look to employ those sheriffs as well as possible. Great timing there for Kane. Nismo standing in the open with a stealth range. Not sure about that one, but
No.
I'm just saying, Wyatt. Double tap active. Still no decent weapon outside of that stinger, and eventually Knight's able to bring him down. Closer than I would have thought. That was, of course, the anti-eco there from CUBE. Snatched up.
Oh my god. After he got the second vulnerable off, connected that, even with the classic, that's an easy one-click kill with the right click. That was hella dangerous for a second, but all good. Same story as the last several rounds, man. Just CUBE Academy slowing the game down, waiting out these pushes. Nismo over, I mean, that was a great trade, but Nismo over at Hookah just fully knows that as soon as that wall expires, that Inspired is going to walk at him. And that's exactly what happened. They are picking apart their style at this point.
I guess have the opportunity here with the buy and kill contract in hand to make it an even game heading onto that attack side. In which it'll be much harder for them to disrupt being aggressive, because of course that's what's expected of them. All right, Kane Zero v Redux inside the kill contract. The former still has his double tap up, so it's a fight comfortably won. And Rankers, of course, flatten CUBE. Look where everyone dies, by the way. We just push out of showers in this economy.
That was a really cool showers crunch, actually, using that dimensional drift, running it all the way down the other side of the map. Draws all of the attention by actually getting out of the ult, trying to fight Scuba, and then when they're distracted with that flank pressure from Exeter, they pop out of the teleport, crunch. That was a cool round to finish things up.
Nicely done here to even things up heading into the half. It's a fun time to remind everyone. Many people probably already noticed, but Redux is listed on the Sentinels BCT roster. So is a sub there, a 6th player, effectively. That team, of course, is headed off to Bangkok after qualifying, so maybe not so much room there right now, but I mean, this guy is so talented. Was obviously unfortunate with Oxygen sort of falling short on one of the Scuba last challenges, but it was TSM going on a bit of a run. That story went. Still, real quality players on this roster. There's a good reason why both these teams are undefeated. Nismo's about to get busy. Okay, I like that. That is a clone, confirmed. The double tap a problem in these pistol rounds here as Nismo has to get off the angle now. Vulnerable, excuse me. That'll be the double tap refreshed over at that A side. Poppin', love this timing here. Just as CUBE try to wrap up short straight through showers, they are sniffed out and snuffed out.
Nice able to get one more. It does have a little bit of the overheal, but no, not quite enough. Kenzera spams him down while the rest of the team get that plant over towards the B site. Scuba frustratingly walled off. This is an enjoyable Valorant experience here for the Viper.
Absolutely. I love that. Kenzera at 20 health. More than happy to fight. Yeah, again, no different. Taking the challenge, Scuba knocked it down a little bit. It wouldn't be Rankers if they just sat on the side and waited for the push-up for Scuba. They absolutely want to test themselves here. Double swing towards Halls. Scuba low enough that Inspire can finish him off. And there it is. Pistol run one here by Rankers. That's both in the map. Time to springboard off that and build a lead.
That's why I appreciate Rankers. They're going to accelerate the end of the round there in the 3v1. They're not going to drag things out. Not going to force us to yap any longer than we need to. They're just going to go swing at them and get that round done. And I do appreciate that from them. I really do. Unfortunately, early round over on the A site, CUBE tried to do their own Rankers type beat by walking down short and flanking them through shower, but then it just completely hung Nismo out to dry on site, trying to retreat.
No
So
escape.
unfortunate timing.
Grabbing it in hookah. Nobody home though. Scuba playing from outside of it now. It's going to be a pretty hard push up the long. Knight's already down. This thing's starting to go to work. And Poppin gets there with the Odin. Rather, the Ares was seeing that. Okay, fair enough. Hey, quick round's a good round. I'm here for it, boys.
But
8 to 6.
Not the Ares of all weapons. I think Rankers might be the only team in 2025 to have purchased an Ares. I can't think of anyone else buying
Exactly
Ares.
why I
It is just-
stumbled on that. Like, what am I
What gun
seeing
is that?
here?
That's
Bloody Ares.
not particularly common. And after that, if you take a look at CUBE Academy, they're buying all region end shields, interestingly, going into this round.
Interesting because
No one
I'm
going
pretty
for the
sure.
heavy armor.
I'm pretty sure when Rankers try and fight, they're full committing. Let's
And
see how this plays out.
Insta in the showers trying to get that valuable dimensional drift.
There it is. That's why we're seeing this weapon through the corner. Of course, at high penetration for the Ares. Accounts comfortably for Knights. Would have been a rifle upgrade were it so desired, but I don't think Rankers wanted to push any further in. Nicely done by Redux there. Falls off that line as Inspire is trying to dig something out over towards A short. But Scuba is about to get very busy.
your trail.
He's got to get at least one right now.
Saw Ion cross there. Well, Extra looking to take a fight. They're swinging into the snake bite. Contingency here to cover actually up this distance. Kane able to get around the corner with a double tap. Kept him alive, but this is a lot of pressure he's suffering now. And Redux doesn't miss those. CUBE are ready to throw down. Play that fast-paced Valorant. They'll get their first round of the second half.
That was really well done between Scuba and Nismo. He's in that octagon position where he knows that if the hit comes in, he's going to get crunched by both Hookah and Long, so he calls for Nismo to send the guiding salvos over towards the Hookah entrance so he doesn't have to actually worry about his flank and can just focus on taking the duels towards octagon. It was a nice little micro play that allowed him to win this out. You know, if those missiles hadn't been there, he might have just gotten insta-flanked, ran down, sights taken, and then Hubert in an uncomfortable 3-on-3.
Like it's going to be a Showers play once more. Nismo wants to time these salvos to give control of it back to his team, but it's just Knights here. His two teammates were caught in the grab net. They do extricate themselves quickly, but we're drifting over towards the B side of the map now with Ion leading the charge. Poison Orb, though, is going to slow Rankers down again. Hubert in a better position to slow the pace of the game as defenders here. T-Dog, though they're not sure about Hookah. Yeah, they have no coverage of that. They've got to be careful. Scuba's going to have to play through the smoke in some way, shape, or form. Bit of damage being taken there on the back foot as Redux is getting overwhelmed. Able to take Kane down either way. Scuba there from elbow chooses his time to emerge pretty well. And now we're down to a 3-on-3. We've got that deadlock wall set up now. So hard to make this retake happen as Nismo is in a difficult spot. If he tries to cross the wrap from elbow, he'll be spotted. He's got no one to play off right now. But there has to be an answer here for CUBE Academy.
Nismo has a fair bit of util, could get extra out of this corner, but isn't realistically in danger with the dimensional drift, and doesn't really matter, just catches a lovely timing.
Knights is out of there. Absolutely does not like what he's seen over on towards that B side. Money situation, not the end of the world. There's 4 rifles likely that can be purchased for CUBE Academy next round.
Yeah, should be all good here with the save. And in a rare moment, Rankers slowed down during that hit, and they were able to win things out. And after they got the wall down from Inspire, I believe there was a brief little moment of pause where Poppin was still towards Octagon, and then they swung in together to fight. I believe that was Scuba and Elbow, who went down as the last anchor on that site. Dynamic.
Got dimensional drift and kill contract up here for Rankers. Yeah, look at the anchoring here. You see that CUBE Academy pretty adamant about trying to fight for this site. Unfortunately, it's just an overwhelm in terms of the numbers, and then you still have to deal with this, you know, the retake wall thrown up by Inspire that makes it very hard for you. So I can see why CUBE want to anchor, play forward as much as they can, but there's a lot of danger in doing that against this double duelist comp. It's almost damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Extra running through. Clears out all of Hookah, clears out all of Octagon. Easy for the rest of the team to push up now for free into the site. It is vacant. There's for the taking.
Sees everything. T-Dog tries to find a timing here. Extra very low, but it's traded out. Ion is there. Popping out in the open now, and I like this from Kane Zero. Just goes for it, and he knows! He knows there's multiple players posted up inside that smoke. Ion gets involved there as well. pushing the doorway. CUBE and Academy have a Redux on 1 health, folks. 3 for Ion in the round. Ultimate achieved. And Rank is here threatening to run away with it.
Definitely seemed like there was some kind of disconnection in the plan from T-Dog calling to get back into the site and the rest of the team actually being in position to be able to do so yet. He ran out there first alone from that CT spawn. And then you can see everyone else, they're just too far back. They're not actually really able to get out and help him. And any kind of little fundamental positioning error like that is just going to get punished by rankers because they're all hitting the gas at the same time all the time. Like, you're just going to get caught out in the open. Pretty tough.
Again, that same grab net look here. It's going to catch on the Scuba. He doesn't have time to get out, so there it is. Kill contract now to deal with. Scuba's been in this position far too many times for his liking and will be dealt with. The weapons aren't great here for CUBE and Academy. Rankers know it, and so bring with confidence they push onto the site. And Nismo's able to find 2 there with a ghost. Knights is back in the fight, rather. Ion, excuse me. Drops that spike away and gets over the wall. He's made down though. They've heard this. He's got to go. Got to go real quick. And there's Kane0 from the other end. Finds 2. Dirty stuff here from Rankers.
I love that. Have the spike, play to the win con of go kill them with your clove mid-ultimate. I love that for them. Kane0's 24 and 11 right now. Also, there's no better feeling in the world than ripping that ISO ultimate on an anti-eco and you know you're about to collect the freest kill in the world. That's a nice feeling. And that's how they open it up. Also, additionally, with the GravNet comboing into that. So even if by some very slim chance Kane0 loses that duel, whoever he caught is about to immediately die when they reappear on the map. That was a good effort from CUBE. They got in hella fast on the flood, but with the weak weaponry, not enough.
Yeah, this is a few rounds ago. This is the Ares round, famously. We saw it play out, of course. There was a gun round win for CUBE and Academy. This one here when they were able to slow the pace down. Dicey, though, as it was. Nismo's handled these situations quite well. Not that one, though, as he didn't really have much choice. There's that spray down through the smoke. And then the next round, of course, was our anti-eco with the kill contract off this grab net. Oh, man. Scuba already low enough as he popped out here. And Kane0 denying Ion the revival opportunity by just working CUBE in the neutral.
Getting back into this, it is the must-win situation for the CUBE and Academy. They've got the ultimates to do so. Perhaps we'll see if Scuba just wants to try and get down that pit straight away, cover short. Pretty typical. Yeah, that is going to be the case. So nullify that position entirely.
As a result, Rank is obviously looking elsewhere at the moment. Some Showers presence. Maybe Inspire might have the unenviable duty of walking up through the Viper's pit. Rank is on a default, albeit a pretty aggressively postured one. Trying to see what they can possibly dig out here. Notice they got that Sentinel util to catch anyone that might flank them, so they may eventually rotate over towards that B side of the map and apply some more pressure. Exit. With that gate crash out towards spawn to give him a contingency option.
Zero making hell of a lot of noise there. He pops the double tap, so that audio's heard. Okay,
oh,
cool.
God.
I mean, you're just not beating them in duels. You just can't beat them.
That's so good. I want to see these guys play all nights now. I'm ready. Take these guys to Ascension.
These guys are just all nights Ascension finals.
Yep, that would be nuts.
Each map 30 minutes long.
You know what? I'm good with it. I'm getting old Wyatt. Nicely done. Redux deals with Kane0, although he planted his feet and tried to fight. Now we're in a 3 versus 3. Redux has helped even the odds here in a big way. A site now is where Ion is thinking about being. A very cheeky little Viper orb there. And just give this guy the keys to the city. Redux pushes up, has worked through the entirety of Ranker's solo. Now with time very short, we're going to look to a plant pop and position outside of this kit.
It's just going to come down to the duels and Hubert trying to find a good timing to swing out of the ultimate together. Waiting for the Nismo rotate as well, who has an Armageddon. Could be useful for getting a kill towards Shower, maybe triple.
Some of the spray popping is down. Redux, 4 kills on the round.
And
we are in a post plant.
With the spike planted here, you have to imagine he's playing Shower. I wouldn't be surprised if Nismo just rips the Armageddon on him right now.
They pick me up here with the overheal. Redux with the ace. Absolutely stunning stuff. Appreciating, of course, the sacrificial lamb. of Scuba, I think it was, to step up. What a way to make a statement here to Rankers just when we thought this game was functionally over after that opening. It is salvaged by one Scuba.
Redux looking about as good as you remember if you're just tuning in and remember seeing him with Oxygen in years prior. This position from him was really lovely. That is the perfect counterplay to Rankers going for a teleport to shower where they want to circumvent the pit entirely, just play around it, and then Redux completely cuts them off in that unlikely position on top of the box. That was a really nice little decision from him. Keeps them in the game.
It's interesting, isn't it? Rankers overthink that a little bit. They find those 2 first kills over at B and instead opt to, TP over towards the A side of the map, really hoping to have drawn them away, and it worked. Were it not Redux sat in that A site solo, up to 25 kills now. Pretty insane stuff.
Yeah, two of the best duelist stars and challengers for sure. Redux has been that, though. I said it earlier, but this CUBE Academy team really is just the why aren't these guys on a tier 1 team yet team. It's just like,
I mean, for some of them, it is this guy is on a tier 1 team, but there is no room in the starting roster.
Yeah, that is the case for Redux. I mean, Nismo and Scuba, I've been viewing from that lens for back when the main circuit was called Challengers, before Challengers was this circuit. It was ages ago. Legit been so good for so long.
We saw some pretty insane, especially Sova games from T-Dog last year on Core. I remember we had a lot of Ascent last year.
Rankers, they don't really, they don't give you a lot of time to reflect and harken back to the past. I'll tell you that, because Extra's just gonna run it down.
I guess that's why I gave us the timeout,
Yeah,
Thanks,
I appreciate that. Give us 20 seconds allotted for narrative discussion.
Still going to go for this, though. Seeker's up for T-Dog, so I'll be able to sniff out anything cheeky in terms of rotations. Up on the container we go. Scuba gets flattened. T-Dog now thinks about the Seekers, maybe look to play off them to some degree, but he's essentially alone at this side.
It's you and me.
Oh, buddy. In we go to the Shadow Realm. T-Dog here only with 25 armor to work with. And jeez, the double tap obviously makes it a pretty one-sided affair. Knights here. Tough round to have that ultimate up in, I'll be honest with you. They're in a 1 versus 3.
And if Rankers really want to, Popping could just send out the Seekers right now. Just guarantee even further that this is going to be a round win so they get to match point. Well, not necessary now. They do know where he is on account of the wall.
It's going to be Knights. How are we going out? Okay, like that I say. Kane 0 with 4 on the round, getting close to dropping that fat 3-0. And Rank is here on map point.
He really hit him with the walk around and don't miss. It's just, what are you supposed to do when you're trying to double swing into the ISO, who is then regenerating his double tap, and he's not going to miss? Tough to play against. This all was also just perfect. I mean, they know that T-Dog had prior been routed into elbow. Free pickup. And again, if the 3% chance Kane loses a duel at this point in the game, he's immediately going to get traded out anyway when T-Dog appears. It's just perfect.
Now, though, to finish the job for Rankers. Scuba here with a judge. Bulldog for T-Dog. So weaponry not exactly premium. And T-Dog's out in the open. Flashed out entirely. Contingency makes this one tough. Knights almost gets compacted against the wall. Brought back into the fight, of course, but what is there really to do here? Body sprayed, bullets emptied. I think he was still twitching corpse. And now it's up to Scuba and Redux to save the game. Redux has been incredible, but unfortunately, it's very much been a solo affair trying to shut these guys down. He'll exit with a kill. Scuba gets himself the Phantom. At least deals with Kane now, 1 versus 3. Heading up towards that heaven side now, or at least tries to imply that. Oh, buddy! What a way to go! Straight into Shelov's jaws. GG.
Misery. Tragedy. And there it is. The paper Rex of NA Challengers. They run it down and they win again. They don't stop winning. They're currently on a 15-game match win streak, trying to make it number 16 by defeating a team that many may consider their top competition in all of Challengers in the CUBE Academy. They really just ran it down on them. They continue to not miss their shots. The talent on this team is so sick, and the playstyle is just really fun.
It's just absurd. The gameplay's been great. A lot of fun to watch these teams go head to head, and more interestingly, contrast the two styles. Rankers, of course, are pretty unique in this sense. There aren't many teams that quite play like them, and it's going to take even more, apparently, than the veterancy of this Sentinels CUBE Academy roster to keep them away. Now, I think Pearl is next, which is definitely a CUBE Academy map. We've seen from them a few times. I don't think we've actually seen that from Rankers yet, or maybe we've seen one outing on that map. If there's any map that maybe you have a way to shut this playstyle down a little bit, it might be Wired, a map that it might be one that CUBE Academy a bit more experienced on. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, folks. As it stands, a very fun game where Rankers have shown us why they are held by many to be the best in Tier 2 in NA. So stick around for more of that after this.
I think the biggest factor that makes our team different is every single player on our team just has passion. We're all playing the game every single day. We're not playing TFT, we're not playing League of Legends, we're only playing VALORANT, putting all our time into the one game. And it's like what I brought up earlier for my my wisdom of the year is the more time you put in, the more it will yield. Even if you don't feel it, even if it's like you're playing bad, putting in time matters. Like, and not many people just like grind rank. Not many people just put as many hours in the game as us, and I think that's what gives us an edge. No, it didn't really change anything. They're both very similar players, and that's kind of what we were looking for in our fifth player, is a player that kind of just fills Knights' role, which is just a player that can shoot, a player, like I said, that has passion, and that has chemistry with us. We all have played with Ion before in ranked, or most of us at least, and he just filled the spot perfectly. Maybe a little bit. I think that going in the last time, it was like, we have nothing to lose. We're all just like a random team, we got together, like a pug team, right? And if you lose with that team, it's like, whatever, who cares? We were randomly thrown together. But now that we've won something, I think there is a little bit more pressure on us to keep up like the good results. But I don't think it's anything that will stop us. What can we expect? I mean, absolute domination.
A 15-game win streak by Rankers and one map away from continuing that on as they're going to dominate on Bind. One up in the series against CUBE Academy. Roy, I mean, the other two are saying that this is an analyst's worst dream to be talking about this match, talk about this Rankers play style, but boy, is it a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say there was rounds where there was literal 5v5s happening in certain parts of the map. One's outside of hookah, one's outside showers. I mean, we're seeing a level of Valorant we're not used to, and it throws us off. It's chaos, but I love it. It's entertaining. It's really fun to watch, and there's a special, like, unique charm to it.
Yeah, it's entertaining. That is 100%. I'd blinked a couple times, Ash, and I'm missing around, but Rankers, you cannot deny that they have the confidence, they have that fragging capability, and even as soon as CUBE Academy started adjusting their playstyle, Rankers were able to still one-up them in the end.
Yeah, I think that's also kind of what plays well. I know you can't really get like too analytical about it, but when you're gonna look towards, you know, CUBE Academy running this double controller composition, you need to be able to disrespect the control that double smurf does provide, and I think that's exactly what Rankers did, both on defense, you know, denying that ability for Scuba to have any lurk capability, and then on attack as well. Just, you see that even running through and disrespecting those Viper's mollies and just taking these crazy timings you could never anticipate.
Yeah, there is a couple of different timings that's just like, really? Like, that's how it's going to be happening? And something, too, that CUBE Academy, where they weren't always ready for.
Yeah, I think there's this thing where rankers, they have complete tempo control, right? And people don't talk enough about tempo control, but it's a very real thing. Once you're playing against a certain pace and a certain level of like relentless aggression, you get tempted to start to play that game, right? And when you're a structured team like CUBE Academy, you don't really want to have a breakdown in your fundamentals and in the way that you want to approach the game, right? But they tempt you. It's like a constant looming presence of like, oh, they're doing it to us, so I want to do it back to them. And that's where you see a lot of mistakes happening, specifically from site anchors overextending themselves when there's not enough pressure. And you get these sort of errors that are almost like uncategorized, like they're just uncategorized for these teams.
Especially, too, even if CUBE Academy is getting back in their face and they're not willing to back down, Rankers are a team that have definitely shown they have the capability to shoot. And if they're a little bit more used to taking that pressure, most of the times they're going to come out on top. There's a couple of rounds, of course, Ash, where that all went a little haywire, and Rankers, you know, they got humbled a little bit. But when even when CUBE Academy got in their face, Rankers, they didn't ever really feel too uncomfortable with that.
No, I mean, I think, you know, the hookah play that I feel like anyone who watched this map is going to remember, where you get the TP through and there's the deadlock already playing behind the wall and you have like, what, like 7 bodies sitting around hookah, and then the rotation comes through. But at the end of the day, it was just lights out from Rankers. It felt like every single player was stepping up to the plate. Of course, KaneZera going to be the MVP by far with that 31 and 13, and 432 ACS is crazy. But you have to also give credit over towards players like Ion2X as well, where if KaneZera wasn't popping off with those first bloods, he was usually the player to even take those engagements.
And one thing that's not really mentioned on the screen is the fact that KaneZera has 271 damage per round, and his openers is he has 8 first kills and only 2 first deaths. So in terms of like opening up the rounds, disrupting a structured team like CUBE Academy, I think KaneZera is an absolute nightmare when it comes to people like T-Dog and Dapper that like to, you know, plan their prep and kind of figure out how they want to play.
And he was someone that last week was able to be popping off as well. So this was a very highly anticipated duelist head-to-head, and want to reflect a little bit more on that, because on the opposing end, I mean, Redux, he did do a good job here, but that pressure that KaneZera was able to provide here, especially when you're looking at something like the ISO, being able to all of a sudden go for these ults, Roy, and be able to get those opening picks, like, it was just too much for CUBE Academy to handle in the end.
Yeah, the kill contract is such an amazing counter to the Viper lurk.
Yeah, it is. And I also think, like, you were talking about the shields that KaneZera was able to pop up. I felt like it was, you know, you see the first blood happen, KaneZera pops that shield, goes for a second engagement. Redux doesn't have that same kind of capability to play with him for himself with that kit as far as just raw fragging potential. And we just saw how often KaneZera took advantage of his kit in that kind of sense. And that was kind of also what we alluded to before this match even started, that difference in those first engagements. And where it's going to get really important on Pearl on our second map is going to be watching for CUBE Academy trying to shut KaneZera down early on and not allow him to find that initial advantage for his team.
And honestly, moving kind of away from a player-specific performance, I also do feel like a part of Rankers that is almost undiscussed is the fact that their macro is actually pretty on point majority of the time. Like, yes, they're chaotic. Yes, they're a very high-powered, high-octane gameplay team, yes, but they do have a very good read in the mid-rounds. They're very dynamic on their defense. They're like, they get pressured hookah, they push down long. Like, they're constantly in this sort of mindset that they don't want you to execute what you think you want to run. They're constantly pressuring you. They're not afraid of you, and they're going to challenge you. And if you can't shoot back, which CUBE Academy just frankly did not shoot back, you're just going to struggle.
Yeah, that's what makes this team absolutely so dangerous to go up against. And CUBE Academy finding that out firsthand is now down 1 in the series. But hope is not lost, because they are going to be going onto a map that is a lot more comfortable for them. Talking about the map picks and bans and stuff going into this series, we haven't necessarily gotten to see too much from CUBE Academy. We got a little peek into the bind, but Pearl, Roy, we've seen this the last 2 weeks from CUBE Academy, so this is a lot more of a known quantity we're heading into.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Because, I mean, we're going from Bind, that is Ranker's map pick, a map that is suitable for their playstyle, right? The double dualies. But now we're going into Pearl, a map that sort of requires a little bit more structure, especially in terms of how you want to approach mid, how you want to push and pull the pressure. And you're going up against a very util-heavy comp that CUBE is going to pull out right here. And I think overall, their game plan has improved from their first to their second showing on Pearl. And I think that trend is going to continue here.
Especially, too, when we are looking at a map score that wasn't the most far off of all things, and we did get to see some good ideas and stuff like this Deho, which we will be able to see again coming out on Pearl, piloted by Nismo and etc. And of course, if Redux is already having a good performance, then Ash, I feel like this should be a lot better poised for them. But we'll pull up the agent select. How are you feeling going into the second match?
I think that this is the best option for CUBE to turn it back over in this match, in this series, because I'm going to be really having my eyes, I think, on any trap play potential coming out from CUBE Academy, expecting that.
Oh,
okay, actually a different comp out from
that?
Rankers. I was like, okay, maybe they might run it back with the Neon that Kane0 was playing previously, but that's not going to be the case here. It's just going to be back on that ISO. I mean, Roy, I feel like Kane0 is probably just really confident on that pick, considering how it's been going for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing a phenomenal job. But I do have some concerns, right? Because I feel like the ISO almost doesn't pair very well into the Breach and Tejo, right?
Yeah.
There's just so many layers of things that can stop you whenever you pop your shield. You're giving audio cues to sort of, there's windows where you can counter util and sort of fight back. So I think overall, they're going to have to get a lot more creative with how they want to approach this map, and they can't just hold W into victory this time.
I think that's a really good shout, because a big thing with the Neon that they previously ran was the timings that you could catch, especially with Exeter, with his TPs there and whatnot as well. But again, I think it all falls down on CUBE Academy, especially starting out on the defense first, to make these trap plays work, to be able to divide rankers up and isolate those initial fights to find that success.
Well, time to see now, heading to Pearl, CUBE Academy's pick. If they can dismantle this aggressive playstyle from Rankers, or if Rankers are going to be undefeated and keep that streak going. It's time to head into the map and back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, gang. Okay, both these teams, Wyatt, with an interesting tweak on their comps. I guess we have the Breach instead of the Fade for CUBE Academy. Rankers also bring this over. There's very little flash util, space creation util. They want a double duelist here. I'm very curious to see how they do things like fight for a main, for example, with this kind of comp.
Yeah, I'm curious to see as well if it's going to be far more difficult, surely at least somewhat more difficult, for them to run it down into the sites now that they're going up against an actual Sentinel on defense. And the point that Roy made is super valid about the double tap, having that audio cue. The counter defensive util will come through, right?
There had to be a gate crash out there. I think Extra realized he maybe overstayed his welcome. Some of that util started to come in, and they might just pump fake this and end up re-hitting it. It's just Kane0 here, who again, the contingency to get you onto the site really lets you get up close.
They're all being drawn off because of the Sova Yoru presence over towards B, and now it's just Nismo alone. What is the minimap right now, man? All right,
my
Nismo's
goodness.
trying to get the hell out of there, but he can't.
What?
Oh, brother. No.
Okay, so Nismo gets caught out. Yeah, CUBE really, I mean, we did see some bizarre ping pongs back from Rankers, right? They rotated into the site with the Viper's Pit after getting 2 kills at B on Bind, right? So maybe this seems a little bit hard to preempt, but that was a very early rotate from CUBE. Now they're forced into this post-plant scenario. Inspire is clean with it. Scuba is sent to the depths. Extra, of course, doesn't need to really commit on this angle. Wait for the push-up here. Knights falls. Extra once again deals with him. And it's up to T-Dog, who in a different timeline would fit right alongside this Rankers roster, I feel, but has to do the dirty work here to clear them out. Inspire will put him to bed, and Rankers win their 3rd pistol of this best of 3.
This will definitely be a map as well for Inspire, already highlighted by map 1. But he's going to have the opportunity to lurk a lot more. He's a very, very proactive lurker. He's going to try to take as many timings as he can. You can't do all that much as far as aggressive lurking on Bind, Pearl, though, on the other hand, there are a lot of potential routes that he can try to expose, as he did just there. So that's something that you have to keep your eye on. Like CUBE Academy are going to have to be very ready for now.
Kane Zero with a casual 432 ACS on bind. Can he have that same level of impact this map? We creep here. We are not checking to the right, apparently. Same, a really similar setup, honestly, for CUBE that we saw the previous round. Everyone's sort of grouped here over towards this dugout area. Eventually, they begin to get cut down, but significant casualties sustained here by rankers. Redux pushes up to look for a better weapon. He'll have it. Okay. Very back and forth stuff here, and rankers just can't. They just can't turn down a good chance to fight, can they?
No, they really can't. That is just the Sharks getting a little bit of blood in the water, and they're going for it. They lock in. We are not waiting for a Sova drone. We are not waiting to clear anything. There's someone back sight, time to int at him. And they just get so punished for the bloodthirst. Like, they just don't clear anything. They can wait for popping the drone, but we run it down. And they're punished for it. Those are the moments that CUBE Academy need to find a lot more of to actually convert the map, though. They need to expose those mistakes.
Nismo fights for the AWP here. It feels like it's his prerogative, given that they've got the better weapons here. Gonna back away. Kane Zero stunned up, though. I think he put that special delivery. Still wants to go for the site, though, so here's the contingency that gets him there. Nismo concerned as to turn his head and deal with the recon. Oh, buddy! Oh, it's carnage! How are Rankers doing this? Oh, excellent! Are you kidding me?
What is happening?
He walks through the razor wire and just dies. Doesn't matter. Kane Zero is still get another in this round, and it's up to Redux and Knight. Please add some reason to this absolute chaos. Nice here. Set up in the corner. It is pushed by Inspire. Redux is going to be comfortably able to take that kill. And now we're pushing onto the side. No armor to deal with. Obviously, one shot will be a kill here. Kane Zero is just wrapped around, and here we are, folks. I don't know what the heck is happening. It's a thrifty here for rankers. Kane with 4. That one Sova dart forcing CUBE to turn those heads on A. That really hurt them.
Yep. Kane already. Nice little 4K to just eco them right back. What on earth happened with the CUBE anchors in this situation?
Look at Bumper just walking through the bro. Oh man, that is crazy.
I would just need to listen. I would need to go back and see what prompted both of them to be stuck backside in the same position. Neither of them watching main, and just chaos, man, chaos. Redux has the hero rifle.
All right, next to does fall. Redux wants to hold his ground here, but we'll have the vulnerable restored. Came not able to win that out by having a double tap. Eventually, we do trade evenly, despite our opponents having just the one hero rifle. If you're rankers, Inspire is on one of those signature lurks here. Timing favors him as he's able to cross past that link area without being spotted out by Scuba. Now it's time to land at the side. Here is Inspire, opens things up beautifully. Poppin sprays through the wall and deals with Nismo. And Scuba, who would, in another world, have had a chance to see Inspire cross mid, now has to come from the most obvious angle and just get the round over with. Rankers get their third.
That was the perfect little timing from them at the end. Inspire just syncing up that swing as soon as the drone rounds the corner, gets a ping, draws the attention. 3-1 for him on the lurk. You know, not long ago, I started to have this feeling of, yeah, Pearl, CUBE, they win that eco round. Seems like they're going to have a pretty competent half. Yep. That was my early impression. Spiraled a bit out of control so far, but I'm not writing them off yet. But I'm nervous. I'm nervous for them.
This is a strong team individually, CUBE, but they've had to come together. I mean, we've got like parts of M80, parts of Oxygen, parts of Core. I think they really crumbled under the pressure in that crucial A round, right, where they just got run into.
Absolutely. Oh my God, that just does not catch anyone. Kill contract completely whiffed. All good though. Rankers are on the cusp of getting 4 other ults of 1 orb away from any of them except the Cosmic Divide.
Yep. I mean, T-Dog forced back by that flash. Kane though eats him up. We are wrapped. Kane now wants to push water in the timing. Oh, the timing for Redux is so unfortunate for him. Not though if you're a fan of Rankers. Kane just chows down on him. Popping those wrapped all the way around, eventually brought down by Nismo, and here is Exeter. Thinks about tower, it's a shoulder peek though. Knows that Knights is lingering elsewhere.
Not ready yet.
Is on the site itself. There's Knights from tower, eventually emerges, now down to 3 are all Rankers. They are going to converge upon this B site though, and you know that Knights is without any help. Scuba's going to get there. Again, far too late in the day, coming from a very clear angle. Love that wallbang though to interrupt the plant. It's still too early in the round though to take a win off that. So now, have to try something different. Scooby smokes and gets into holes. There is still no plant. Rankers might not be ready for this. Kane checks again, sees Scoober just as he swings it.
Spike
Now we got
planted.
plant. He just stuck that, bro. Like there's just no fear for this team. He just straight up stuck that, knowing Inspire would have him. 2 Rankers players here on that B long, playing the post plant. Scuba can only smoke this so many times. Trying to take the fight, Inspire, making sure he refreshes his information perpetually. As soon as the smoke goes up, as soon as the smoke goes up, Inspire goes to swing it. It is only a recall of a star, so it's short-lived. And Kane ends around.
You can just see from Scuba's point of view that entire time, he knows that he is going to get double swung. He is scared to move forward because he knows the swings are coming. Also, Kane just walks through Art for free, flanks into Link, walks through Sewer, gets another kill, flanking again. It's madness. This team, they haunt the dreams of anyone who's ever done a VOD review before. Anyone who's ever considered analyzing a game of Valorant.
I want to
give up after
TMZ
seeing
mold
this.
to this. I want to watch TMZ mold to this. I know it would make me very happy. Okay, next the gate crashes out here now over towards the side. In-dimensional drift is going to be able to spot much of this out, but Knights is ready to hold his ground now, fighting on the side. Kane Zero under double tap should be able to spray down, and it's a stun up on Knights. Makes it an easy enough pick off. Cosmic Divide, of course, in plays, you should allow a safe plant for Rankers, and they are planting right in the same corner once more.
There is
wallbang now.
beauty in the simplicity, if I'm going to be honest. Just Cosmic Divide, run it down B together, get the free plant, perfect. Inspire on the mega late lurk, because of course he is, perfect.
Redux constantly checking his 6. He has the right idea for it, but it's really a matter of timing. He's got other work to do. He needs to be the one to crack open this side. Blade Storm in hand. He's going to go for that corner. Tailwind into the smoke. Nismo going to be affected there by the pulse there, but he's still able to get the salvo out, and there is the Armageddon that claims Exeter. Inspire, though, has wrapped around. Really took his time to find the kill that really undoes CUBE. That pick off on the jet was everything for Rankers.
He's always going to be flanking. He's always behind you. He gets a free kill, closes out the round. Kane gets, I don't know, 3 more in that round, something like that. Already has another kill contract after he whiffed it like 2 rounds ago, by the way. It's just mental. Retake is coming in. Bet. We're just all holding every angle together and fighting. Again, it's simple, but it really is gorgeous in a way. You have to appreciate it.
It is very effective. I don't know how many people are, on first glance are going to call the Rankers playstyle like anything approaching aesthetically pleasing, Wyatt, but it isn't particularly convoluted what they're trying to do. And again, like, they have a great Cosmic Divide that round that really just lets them get the plant in a location that virtually is, undefusable if there are any players over at B long there. Knights as well is taking that flank angle quite a few times, right? Appearing from tower and just nailing a jet. This is not even that most recent round. This one is now, of course. This is the Armageddon, which I did like. It does flatten Exeter, who basically knows he has nowhere to go. But again, Inspire, he is here in tower. He keeps lurking up mid and wrapping to tower. It's giving bruh,
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. CUBE in that timeout just wishing they had come into this game with the G2 comp and had more trips. That's what they're praying on right now. Because they're getting cooked over towards Art, man. They're getting exposed.
And they're looking like a kicked anthill over at B. Really trying to give themselves like a good gamble, but I think this gets sniffed out.
I mean, they are already scrambling. There was a modicum of presence towards A. And they are on the run. They might actually beat the timing, get to the site before Rankers. Got a lot of sheriffs.
So A main coverage is good for Kane Zero. And again, kill contract for the post plant should it even be required. Here is a steel garden. Just to pave the way, so to speak. Inspire lets that one go. None of CUBE and Academy want to deal with this. Also, why are you still guarding a team that has pistols? Anyway, brother! Brutal stuff here. Okay, still guarding, no coming the other way. This one affecting Rankers. Nice. Was able to get himself a rifle to
30
hand
seconds
here at the
left.
very least.
Taking
Scuba
that back.
extremely low. Just have to give up the site entirely and maybe look for some exits here.
One enemy remaining.
Just using the plant as a bait to take a duel. It's just, you love to see it. You really do.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, this is really why I think a
I
great
mean, what is the
example
win con they're playing to there?
The win con is, listen,
Like,
it's,
just
it's
kill
not
it.
about the
It's
destination.
crazy.
It is only about the journey.
It's not about the
frag.
spike either.
Nope.
It's not about
I mean,
planting
why,
the spike.
there is more than one way to win a round in Valorant, brother.
And I agree. And I love it. And one of the ways that they tried to win the round was also just swinging through the smoke in secret. No flash coming through as far as I saw. Maybe in the replay, I'll notice some sort of intricate utility micro setup that allows him to get the push through the smoke. But as far as I saw in real time, he just activated his shield and sprinted through the smoke. And Extra was like a couple seconds behind him. And they just take the fight to them. All 4 players with the pistols standing there. And I respect it. I really do.
Oh, man. You know,
this is a testament as well, Mitch, to as long as you do everything together, it's better than, trying to play smart, but things being a little disconnected. It's better to be silly as a unit. You know what I mean?
I mean, again, like, you get shot, you die in this game. I want people to savor this, generally, because we might not really see this very often, if again, right? Especially if this Rankers teams gets looked at by, because of the quality of their players by franchise teams. And
I hope they don't. I hope they stay together. I hope someone signs this team.
I hope they go full G2 on this team. I really do. But if they do get picked apart, it might be a little bit hard for them to play this way in the future. So enjoy it while we can, folks. Because it is quite something. It's spectacular. Redux here. Oh, buddy. Okay, actually avoids the... No. Okay, so this one that gets caught. I honestly
Has he lost a kill contract yet?
No, he has won all of them.
I mean, it's insane. It is insane.
It is... Well, Kane is that much better in the server, first of all. It is pretty... hard to lose that when you, of course, have a double tap active when you go in there. But yeah, it's been an incredibly efficient way of getting a free kill for your team at the start of a round.
C-Dog does read into that Inspire lurk, the eventuality that he would be coming through the link doors, so he finds one. Oh no, okay, at least there's an instant trade. I mean, it's just a game of timings. It's a game of timings. Rankers have slowed down the mid-round to go for individual plays.
I mean, you would say that, again, with timings, but that would imply that there's actually some variance here. Yeah, Rankers have only lost a full eco round to CUBE and Academy, so I don't know. This is nice though from Knights able to push up, does have to trade themselves out, so it's down to Exter and T-Dog. They both know one another is hiding on the other side. Exter, he'll chalk up another one for Rankers, a 6-round lead. And a bit of limbering up needs to be done there. Fair enough, Exter.
He's just so ready on the angle. Watching Rankers against a lot of the teams in Challengers, it's like if you're a poker player who understands the fundamentals, it's way easier to beat that kind of player than the chaotic guy that's just doing whatever he feels like, calls every raise with every hand, and is just hitting every gut shot straight draw that comes out. You know what I mean? It's easier to dismantle the guy who has some fundamental sense of the game.
I heard that Bren is like that at Poker Nights. Can you confirm?
Back in the day, yes. Back in the day, Bren was the I'm chasing every straight guy. I don't know about recently.
Okay. It's hard to play against that, admittedly. Here goes Kane, walks straight on up, T-Dog. Unsurprisingly, no idea. Knight is revealed, vulnerable, and handled. not with care, folks. Sorry, this ain't FedEx. This is Rankers just unloading on CUBE Academy. Another gun round is going to fly by us if we're not careful.
How long do you think this game has been going for? Like 15 minutes?
Honestly,
maybe 17 minutes?
Yeah, I reckon 18 minutes. I sat down. We were in the in the pre-game. It's been extremely short. Each round has gone for like a minute, I reckon.
This is going to be the longest round, I believe, just by virtue of CUBE Academy saving and the clock expiring on the spike. Because typically, this is where rankers would be running at them even with the spike planted.
Right, so full save here for CUBE. Well, there's 3 guns.
I need someone to sign this team, I'm gonna be honest. I need this team to not split up and make it to Ascension.
Yeah, I want to see them in Ascension. I want us to unleash our own brand of utter disrespect and disregard upon the rest of the Americas region, you know?
Yeah, we didn't have enough disrespect and disregard at the last Ascension tournament. Too much regard, in fact.
Yeah, no, and honestly, like, too much of, you know, the other regions yapping and American teams just sort of, you know, keeping it quiet. I need some absolute ish talkers, you know what I'm saying?
I agree, and these guys, they talk that. Redux he got a lot going on Vine, to be fair. He was playing very well, but at the moment, he just cannot get the ball rolling at all.
Also, a huge amount of damage taken by that Razor Vine. Because when you tailwind, you are still moving through it, albeit just faster. That hurts. God damn.
The
What's the exchange they made?
Pretty good ability the Valorant community has discovered. It's a good stun.
Like this push up, another one on Inspire. Does that hit? It does, but Poppin's there. Oh my goodness, they can actually play pivot positions when they need to. Rankers. Beautifully done, and again, completely messing with the conditioning of CUBE Academy, playing back towards Plaza, netting themselves those kills, and then change the pace again. T-Dog trying to walk up on them, assuming they've gone to a empty A site, but there was a player left in it in reserve.
There's no way, man. There's no way. There's just no way we're doing that. But it's fine. We're in the 3v1.
I mean, K01 ult orb away from another kill contract here. We'll see that next round. CUBE trying to, does at least connect with the Arc Rose, but okay, I mean, you've got another player on the site there, but we just take the swing. We just take the swing.
I just want to, again, throw out the sort of narrative reminder that this CUBE Academy team has prospects for Tier 1 that have been very highly regarded. Ascension finalists Nismo, Scuba, and Redux, sort of aforementioned. 2 of the top players from Challengers last year on Oxygen, who a ton of people had written in as the winner for Ascension. And this is what is happening to them in 2025. These are the new demons that have ascended up the ladder into Challengers.
And now they are putting the hurting on one of the most frightening teams. Honestly, I would say almost a super team of Challengers players.
Definitely, yeah. Including one of the old Rankers players. They brought Knights over. And that's why, I suppose, because he can hit a nice little one-tap, shut someone down.
That is taking down not anyone. K0 out of the round here. One with full contract, the one with 18 frags. Rounds.
Oh!
There it is, the lurk.
I'm gonna scream.
It's happening again.
I can't believe it.
Okay, well, Steel Garden active now, so CUBE have a window here where they are very favored in terms of weaponry, but they're not really... Okay, now they're trying to challenge long. Jonas could probably tell Poppin that he can't use that gun that he has out right now. Never ends up being relevant. Steel Garden now expired. Ends up being a 1-4. One Knight is going to be the savior here against his old team. Upgraded weapon. Still needs to deal with Ion and Poppin playing that long angle here with this util, of course, a Hunter's Fury in the hands for Poppin. Ion's going to be forced out of position, though, so has to trade off him. That is absurd. Ion goes. Yep, and now we have a Hunter's Fury. We have so much to work with here. Can't quite see Knights, though. Poppin not willing to use that ultimate. It just gets him off the spike. It's over. It's just over.
How does Ion get both alone? I'm assuming one of them was definitely stunned up, and he used the concuss. I couldn't really see, but I mean, What the hell, man? And how does Inspire get the kill walking through sewer? What is the timing when Scuba's in astral form there? And it all starts out with that nice little shot. That right there, that Inspire kill, that is your Jesse Pinkman, he can't keep getting away with it moment of the match. How does it, he shouldn't be allowed to do that.
No part of this map is safe remotely. Not at all. There's just not enough time there at all for Scuba to respond to that. Okay, a bit of a util dump here. Poppin walks away without taking any damage crucially. And in the meantime, no util really expended on the A main push, so in they go. Razorvine, of course, all over this A side. What's the plan going to be here for Cuba? They really give a lot of this space. Here's kill contract. It is Scuba once more. Okay. Can this be broken? Nicely done. The first time we've seen Kane lose it.
Even with the shield, can that get Cubert their second round on the board before the half swap? We're going to the next half already.
Okay, here's that Armageddon. Extra though. Cool, calm, collected. Nobody to be affected by that one. Hunter's Fury now for the attack side team, and Nismo's the one that gets caught. Fault line comes through. Extra sat back on that corner as T-Dog's going to swing it. He wins out against the stunned player, but Inspire is on the bloody flank. He's behind them again. Oh, man. Ion and Inspire v Redux, and it's 11-1 half against what one would suggest is one of CUBE and Academy's best maps. The one they selected. Brother, please.
We may need to ask for a moment of silence here for Cubert today. Survived Kaplan the other day, only to meet his fate against the rankers.
I mean, I was ready. I don't know what Cubert identifies as, but I was ready to call Peter after watching Kaplan just throttle it for 3 hours straight.
That was, and all for this. All to just run into the rankers in the Swiss stage.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, second half starting now, folks. Pistol sees rankers up 11-1 after the most disrespectful half of Pearl I have ever seen. And I've seen PRX in this map. Tuba does not want any of that smoke, and for a good reason. Angster with the big iron is pushed all the way up this B side now. We have a push out of Art. We're starting to take over Plaza now. Rankers are pushing into this. Tuba's going to be multi-faced here and just sat down. T-Dog's going to flash himself out into this. There's 3 players looking at him. Man, you don't win those.
Blinding.
You really do not. Even right now, look, you have Poppin watching for the flank through A. He's covering that in Art.
Extra also aware that he gave up that belong position, so can even call for an Arc Rose activation to play off of here, which will be dirty. Here we come.
Flashing.
Is that flash?
That's
Yep, they get confirmation.
Just on the run from Redux as well. They're just not giving him any time of day. They've seen him twice, and they are not fighting him. Well, maybe Ion will. Has other ideas, but Redux should clear this.
I mean, he's checking this. He has the crosshair placement and a little shoulder pick as well. Nicely done by Redux. I mean, his game, all things considered, he's had a good game. Not going to take anything away from him. Just completely bodied in the neutral by this team. Inspire finds just the one. He's very low. 10 health, to be exact. Arcros flash activated. Scuba pushing up on it will win it out. And a pistol won by Cubert as rankers audaciously push up once more.
And it looked like it was going to work out. They traded out effectively in mid. But it was nicely handled in the post plant by Scuba. And Redux did get a pretty solid amount done just by being that presence on the flank. Rankers tried their best to ignore him, but ultimately he is able to find that kill, cause some delay. So well done from him. They're back in the game. I don't believe yet, but they're back in the game.
Something at least to work with. Kane ended that first half with the 19, so pretty incredible showing there. Cubert with a Guardian Bulldog Phantom look. And rankers, of course. Not that this will stop them, folks, but just on pistols.
Cubert themselves, they have 2 pistols in this round, and they're about to walk into 3 players. They're getting flanked right now, by the way. This is dangerous.
Yeah, they're on a timer. There is a shield wall there, though.
Wow. So they did actually trigger the wall. I thought they didn't, and then Eggster was just going to teleport over to stack the site. But they did actually trigger the wall, which is causing CUBE to turn around, try and go for this re-clear. Best decision for them, for sure.
Absolutely. I think it might be a one and done position for Inspire. He's going to hit all... Oh, you're kidding me. Get out. You're kidding me. No. He just sees all this go past him.
He can't keep getting away with it.
I mean, he's going to get one wire, but how much more is the question? They're all going to line up for him.
He can't keep getting away with it.
Oh, no! Inspire! Gets the spike loose and just gets off the angle. Okay.
30 seconds
Not
left.
done yet.
No more thorns.
Razorvine throw down. The spike was recovered now, and you've got to play very long range with a classic
Spike
tough for
planted.
Inspire. He will fall to a Guardian. Man, he see everything from that position. Nicely done by Kane. Double tap active now as well. Pretty deadly with the Sheriff in hand. Scuba, low. There is a wrap coming, though, from Nismo.
Last player standing.
And here it comes. Connects with Ion. It leaves Kane solo now with that double tap expiring. And that'll be that. Oh, man. Never a dull moment with these rankers, boys. Another round for CUBE Academy.
He still gets another one at the end. Why not? Why not deal a little extra economic damage? Why not get closer to another kill contract? Why not stat pad as well? Just get
It's not
the
reasonable.
extra kill. It really isn't reasonable. This is why we need the replay system in VALORANT. We can't let these games be lost to time. This is too obscene to be just a memory, a distant memory in the future, Mitch. We need to be able to replay this tape from Kane Zero's point of view.
It's going to be a hidden gem, honestly. It's going to be the dusty tome in the back of the blockbuster.
A dome in the blockbuster.
That's it. He loses out pretty badly there. He's out of...
Spike down.
Inspire at least able to take one, but that's going to be the trade. So the Vice down on the B side. This is going to be drawing everyone back. Extra, of course, gate crashed out, so has to walk back over to B once more. Important mid connection here, and that encounter won out by Knights. Opens the map up a lot more here for CUBE Academy.
Risky, bold, not mad at it though. Not mad at it.
11 health for
One enemy
Extra. Veritable firing squad waiting for him to emerge,
Yeah, I
as of
think-
course he does.
Hubert had some sense as to how rankers were going to play that situation. So they decided to counterplay by standing still.
The old noise cut gets him every
like
time.
that. I like that.
Doesn't really help that the only agent that you have that gathers information remotely, reliably is the Sova.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does feel like the attack side is where, at least in the case of Hubert, and probably most teams we're going to see, will be able to get an advantage against rankers, because I don't want to be too general, but their playstyle definitely offers up a lot of exploitable moments for the attacking side to kill defenders that are pushing out aggressively and going for timing swings. And then you can play off the back of that. It's a bit tougher to deal with the death ball running into your sight. I mean, it's essentially what we saw on Bind in entirety, right? It's just Hubert slow down the game. They expose rankers players going for individual plays, trying to make picks happen off timings, and then the side swap, and the wrecking ball hits them when they're on defense. And this one is just looking like it's going to be in reverse order. We may be in store for an epic fake comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I think you might be right, because again, with this composition of the rankers, it's a matter of time before you build up to that critical mass of ultimates. And some of these are pretty important. You know, especially the dimensional drift and the kill contract, respectively, are massive. Kane Zero with a... Okay, so might even be a force up for him in this round. We'll see. Ends up going that way for a Sheriff. But a hero rifle for Ion is all that they are working with for now. And then the defense side, they're being teased out of position. It's a similar situation, I think, to Wyatt, what we saw on Bind. It's a little bit tougher for rankers to like aggressively push this really long straightaway up on B main. They end up sort of getting caught out in the open there, maybe fighting for A main, but again, there's just so many parts of the map, and something that was exploited over and over by Inspire in that first half is that if you leave a gap, one gap, there is 5 different ways to cross the map here. If you leave a single gap,
Right there.
it can get punished.
Recovering it.
All the while, I'm also just checking out what's going on with Trust in Plug versus Sad on the other stream. I trusted in Plug, but it seems like you're doing me wrong today, Mitch. You're struggling against Sad Esports.
I'm a little surprised, I think, at that result. Sad probably, I wouldn't say, came into this Challenger stage as one of the hot favorites. After Trust in Plug did the unthinkable in the offseason. Okay, we've seen enough. Apparently, rankers are going to leave Exeter here, though, embedded. Of course, someone who can escape with a gate crash should be required. He just can't help himself. Gets out of there eventually.
I know, thinking that he teleported. Yeah, CUBE, now they're feeling like, oh, we can just re-clear this and get the Space 8 main again. Bet. And they have Scuba with the Outlaw over towards B, just making sure that rankers are not pushing up, but they are. It's just in mid.
This does at least allow CUBE to settle on this A site here. They're going to smoke it out entirely. Spend a fair bit of util doing so, mind you.
Please.
And there's Inspire waiting for Scuba to push up into him. So, that is an Outlaw picked up now by rankers. A long way away on this map, though. And again, a shield wall that may have been triggered, I think. There were Kane Zera. He's close on his corner, has to find a way to win this out. It's a tough ask indeed. But elsewhere, T-Dog has gone down. So, rankers are playing at an advantage now in this post plant. And here's the Steel Guard and getting thrown out. Nismo, though, just sidesteps it deftly. Redux not close enough to be affected by it. Nismo ends up trading with that rifle. How does this Outlaw come into play, I wonder? Redux is all over the site. Ion there, flattened. That is classy stuff from Redux.
Damn. That was a lovely shot at the end. Was getting really worried there for a second. Not only does Inspire obviously find that kill on Scuba, who's trying to watch an extremity with a scoped weapon. Not a bad idea. It's very akin to what we saw Leaf doing for all of Americas, right, on this map. But it was this moment where that duel kind of determined the fate of the round, to be honest.
Yeah.
The Kane Zero used some great util there, getting the vulnerable onto Knight and then swinging with a shield, but loses out the duel. So a very crucial kill for the ex-Rankers members to find to keep them in this game.
Still a gun round here, and one in which some of these ultimates are bound to be important. Inspire gets off the line there over towards Link, but Redux gets pretty deep now. This is going to draw Kane Zero back from Art a little bit to watch the push from mid. And there's a rolling thunder to get them out onto the B side. It's going to be a fast hit here for CUBE at Academy. Tower smoked out. There should be 3 to go, but Inspire just pushes the smoke because of course he does. Scuba's now down, so that post-plant util not an option. The Astra's off the field here. And a kill contract reveals Knights flattened by Kane Zera. Rankers fighting back with that ultimate now, reducing the numbers by a further 1, and a wild swing there into a bunch of players by Redux, ends up working against him. It's Nismo and T-Dog against the world. I like that annihilation, might force Kane forward. He takes a big hit, and even with the double tap, can't withstand Nismo's pressure. But another Rankers round comes up. They have the numbers. They get good value from their ultimates. And they're 1 away from taking the series.
At some point, it was just inevitable that we get to a round where they begin to win some of those duels. I like the effort from Nismo. Armageddon was pretty great as well, but caught in such an awkward position when he's far forward like that. Rankers in pretty good position to close out the game now. And it just once again comes down to Kane has he's got the kill contract. All right. Free kill. Free kill. 5v4 round. 95% chance we have a 5v4 round.
Redux taking into the operator here.
You just shouldn't be able to be 24-12 after dropping 29 on the prior map against a team with the quality of players as CUBE and Academy.
Yep.
That is just stunning gameplay. Genuinely. This shouldn't be doable.
Reckless abandoned. It's a lack of self-preservation instinct there from Kane Zera. They keep it, get their A main clear. They pull back. They might leave Knights there, however. Save them sort of fully re-clearing it in the case that they opt to head that way. And they're definitely expecting Rankers, like we've seen in the past, who don't want to fight so much for A main, but push up Art, push up Link, and, you know, threaten to flood into this plaza area.
Going to get broken, popping, baiting for Kane on the angle, but he just wants to play a bit safer, get the double tap off.
Okay. Those undercuts being avoided, but as Kane just takes the fight, Redux is not in a position to take advantage. There's a flash in play as well. And here they come once again. CUBE are more ready than they were. Exeter doubling back over towards this A side now, has a feeling that Knights might get activated. He was sitting, of course, for so long inside main. And has an arc row set up to flash himself in should it be required.
30 seconds
A little
left.
bit annoying for Extra as that Razorvine comes down, forces him off the side, but he's still ready. It ultimately ends up being a walk up by the Vice. And this leaves Cube short-handed. They've got to go for a plant here at some point. Oh, I knew it was going to be a double. Inspire
Defenders
ends the
win.
map. After absolutely using Cube as a ragdoll for so much of Pearl. And Rankers have done it again, folks. Another 2-0 remaining undefeated. The only other team with a clean sheet being TSM. These guys, say what you want about their style, Wyatt. They are the real deal.
What I'm going to say about their style is that it's really fun to watch. I'm a big fan. They're giving a lot of dream matchups, if I'm going to be totally honest. Like, it's one thing to watch them against the Challengers teams, but I would love to see them against some of the Americas teams that we've got. I really would. They're just giving me fantasy booking opportunities for my tournament that I'm going to create. They're just hella entertaining. I mean, Kane drops like 55 kills, something like that, damn near over the 2 maps. Inspire, once he gets off-bind and onto a map where he can just be crazy active with the lurks, he goes for every timing, catches all of them somehow. No one kills him, but he's just walking through the sewer door like multiple times. It's so ridiculous, man. But it's fun, and I love it.
It's got me wondering who they're coming up against next, like who their opponents are going to be in Challenges. Because, you know, if you look at the quality of teams in Challenges, in which, you know, it is quite impressive, I don't know how many teams are supposed to be able to topple this team. And if I look through it, we've got M80 in there, we've got TSM in there. Obviously, M80 you know, drop a game. I've seen Nightblood versus Rankers before. It wasn't pretty at all. I don't know who else is supposed to handle this team.
I'm excited to see them against TSM because I think even in play style, TSM, or at least pace, not necessarily play style, but the pace of the game TSM play has looked the closest to Rankers. So we'd be in store for a 24-round, 30-minute map type game if they when they match up, not even if. So that'll be an exciting one.
I mean, back on the Rankers topic here, definitely got to give them their flowers for what we've seen from them so far in Challenges. And one can only hope they take it all the way, because they're not a team that gets rattled under pressure, under match conditions. They seem as confident and comfortable as ever. They're I don't know. I mean, they're the everyman's Valorant team, I feel like. It's just a great time, great to watch. Hope we see more from them. We're going to hear from them, I think, after the break. So stick around, because I'm quite sure the interview is going to be enlightening. Don't go too far. We'll be back with more right after this.
So sincere.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know the exact reason. If I had to actually guess, it just comes down to the idea of not keeping Redux on a bench. So he gets to play in the league. He kind of gets to, not that he like runs the team or anything like that, but you know, he's like making content. He's still like, you know, definitely like a leadership role like on the team. But it just seems like a good opportunity for him, a win-win situation where he gets to play, keep getting better, you know, stay kind of like fit per se, like playing the game, and then 4 other people that he thinks are, you know, are on like a VCT level, maybe close to a VCT level. You know, we get to kind of like train, band together, and you know, who knows, come towards the end of the season, you know, we might go all of our separate ways to different teams. Maybe we'll join a team. You know, it's really like up in the air, but you know, shout out Sentinels to making it happen, because you know, without them, the tier 2 scene is, you know, in big trouble. And there's like a couple other orgs like, you know, Shopify, M80, you know, that are dope, that, you know, have teams and stuff like that. TSM, obviously, shout out TSM. But it's just good to see that people still care about, you know, players who aren't in the VCT scene, because, you know, without that, you're not going to be able to get, you know, any new people. It's just going to be a really random system. We're definitely looking to just like make our wins like cleaner. So, you know, where we had like a couple like close maps there. and it's mainly just through, might just be, us making mistakes as individuals, maybe forgetting about like the bigger picture, not relying on the things that we normally rely on, giving the opponent too much respect. So again, just defining that stuff and working on it over the coming weeks will be the main thing. But I think that we're in a good form this season. The main thing that I want us to make sure that we do is just like take care of ourselves. So don't like, have some like freak episode where you're trying to play the game for 14 hours a day every day. It's like, it's one of the worst things that you can do. Like when you're in the season, in the off season, it can be like different. If you want to like grind and get better, you can, but like in the season, you gotta like pace yourself. You can't be sitting there playing as much as humanly possible. I definitely want to be understood that we are the best team in the league. If we want to, we can go up and play in VCT. We can sub out for one of those teams there. And again, I want everybody to really understand that the top level of tier 2, they're ready to do that. We already saw it with the YFP team. Shout out them. They went up, they played under Furia when the visas weren't there, and they kicked the shit out of 2G Esports. And you know what I mean? Like, we could do the same thing. Other teams can do the same thing. It's just about time now, right? So just like putting our money where our mouth is. But we're gonna come out swinging really strong.
The win streak stays alive for Rankers. A 2-0 victory over CUBE Academy and a very strong showing on CUBE Academy's map pick of choice. I mean, Ash, it was questions going into this. Hey, on the second map, CUBE have been so strong. Will they be able to punish back? And simple no. Rankers, it's unstoppable.
I felt like there wasn't even an opportunity that CUBE was really even able to set up to try and punish the likes of Rankers. They continued forward with their very aggressive play style, unable to shut them down. And a big part of that, I think, is also, kind of the counter pick coming out from KaneZera, swapping over to that ISO, which brings a bit of questions on Pearl as far as being able to close that gap compared to the Neon he was running in before. But I think it was kind of expected looking at how much utility CUBE Academy also had to actually slow down those pushes.
I was curious going into this, Roy. Once we got in that side swap, CUBE Academy, they definitely know how to play from a deficit. We've got to see it versus Ambrosia in week 1 there, but I mean, it just wasn't their day today. Like this aggressive play style, they just didn't really have any answer to it.
I mean, frankly speaking, they just weren't shooting back. There's really no other way to sugarcoat it, honestly. It really did feel like Rankers came in guns blazing. They knew exactly how they wanted to play, and they just exposed every single weakness that CUBE had on their defense. Historically, a side that they've not really been that comfortable playing. But that being said, I still think, I completely agree with Wyatt when he mentioned the beauty and the simplicity. Rankers are totally good with just imperfect play as long as their odds are good. They're okay with non-picture perfect things, and they understand the pressure they apply over these teams, and they push and pull perfectly with it, allowing KaneZera to like wedge himself into the gaps, exposing all of CUBE Academy's weaknesses and sort of like openings, and it really did feel like a relentless one-sided affair the entire time.
And it was a weakness too that seemed really prominent as we got later and later into the game, because CUBE Academy has been this team that we've praised these players for. Well, they can do so much. These are such talented players, Ash. They should be higher up, but later on in the matches, it seemed like all that confidence was just zapped from them, which is not a look I expected from this squad.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the problem too, is Rankers, they come out guns blazing, right? And then as the match kind of continues to go on, you see CUBE giving them more respect with time. And that is something that where Rankers is going to take complete advantage of that through and through. We even saw both timeouts being used back to back in both rounds 7 and 8, neither of them netting in a round win out from CUBE. And I feel like when that happens as well, that's going to just kind of continue to deflate your mentality in this game.
And I'm at least going up against his old squad here, Roy. Knight's being able to put up a decent performance, but yeah, it just wasn't enough in this case. I mean, Rankers across the board just...
Yeah.
I
think Knights honestly did a pretty good job, though. We talked a lot about the fact that the one strength he brings is finding those gaps, right? It really did feel like on defense, he was anchoring it down, behind, playing around the smokes, finding his value. And even though they were getting absolutely pummeled, he really was doing his best to try to help CUBE accomplish something on either side. But again, after all, they're just guns blazing. They're hitting their shots. But I do want to reiterate the one topic that we've had, right, is the fact that, yeah, they're called rankers, but they're still playing a very good macro game. They understand how to manipulate and push and pull and sort of like get their lurks activated and how to set KaneZera up for his 1v1s. They're doing a phenomenal job at that.
And it definitely goes without saying, but we do not have another team like this whatsoever in Challengers. So I'm sad they closed that map out so fast because I would have loved to see a little bit more, but we'll have to save that for them going up against TSM for the rights of who's going to remain that one undefeated team here in Challengers. But enough from us. Inspire is here and on the line. So let's head over to our post-match interview, get a little bit more insight. Congratulations. Last time we had spoken was right after stage 3. Now the team's in Challengers, kicking butt, by the way, undefeated. How has that all been?
I think this time around we, added Ion and decided, hey, maybe we should start practicing a little bit. So we did trials with him, and honestly, practice has been really good. But we have only played franchise teams, so I didn't really know what to expect against these challenger teams because I think this time around versus when we won and last spoke. I think YFP were one of the only notable teams that we're kind of not scared of, but knew it would be a tough match. And now this time around, you have M80, TSM, and CUBE that we just 2-0'd. So this match was a really good indicator on are we this good? Because we've never really known how far we can take this. And after winning it, I think it puts us at a 16 win streak, and that's pretty insane in itself.
I mean, then you say the question was for yourselves, are you that good? Are you feeling like this team is that good now, seeing how you have stacked up against these teams and these players that have been talked about so highly?
Yeah, no, I mean, this match just totally gave me individually so much confidence in this team. I'd already known everyone was, there, especially after that win. I just know maybe ascending is actually a real possibility, and I'm getting really excited. I'm glad that we're all performing well and we're preparing for each match, and that preparation is obviously showing. I thought it was going to be a lot closer, and in a way, I am sad, like you said, that it wasn't, that close. But they're a good team. We just had really good prep, and we read them on the map very well. I think their Pearl pick, we did a lot of homework on. And as soon as they showed us exactly the things that we had maybe talked about before the match, we pretty much already knew this was over, that, if we close out that bind and they're doing what we talked about on Pearl, we're just going to 2-0 them.
It's cool to hear you talk about the prep and all of that that's going into it, considering before it was kind of just just really strong ranked players and they're all able for them. But seeing that extra layer, there's so much more depth to this team that I feel like some people give credit for.
Yeah, I mean, people can underestimate us all they want. We're just going to keep winning, keep doing our thing. I think the most important thing behind prepping is not necessarily anti-stratting them too much, but continuing to play our game and looking for the tendencies that these teams show. And one of those rounds being they have breach ult, they're going to come down street and breach ult us. I immediately called it out, and it was a little scrappy, but that's what we're best at, right? They burned their dash, and I knew he wouldn't updraft heaven, I think he maybe did before. So as soon as they breach ulted and hit us heaven, I immediately came out of smoke, killed him, and then Kane popped his shield. Just our fast flood kind of playstyle worked perfectly as soon as we got that read.
I mean, you're talking about punishing tendencies from other teams. I want to talk about kind of a core identity of rankers and a tendency too, which is you guys are the most fighting, scrappiest team out there. You guys don't back down. Saw a couple punishes on that on bind.
Yeah.
You think that's sometimes a flaw, or is it just so baked into the play style that you got to take that little bit of bad with the good, which is all the other rounds and games you're winning?
I think with my experience, especially, and me being able to communicate to my team, I have to let them know, we set the tone, the pace of this game. We get aggressive, play our game. You think, you're maybe nervous, but they're way more nervous playing us because, I mean, no team can really prepare for us, right? So as long as we get warmed up before they do and set that tone, it's going to be impossible for them to catch up. And, shake those nerves off, to the younger guys or Ion who we just picked up. And just, as soon as we did that bind hookah peek with the fake wall, and they were kind of oh my God, they're in our face already. I told Ion, I'm like, hey, these guys are nervous. Just peek, play your game. It's okay to make a mistake. We're going to pick it up. But as long as we come out in these matches setting the tone, like, as you just saw, we're going to destroy them.
100%. And you're talking about the young players on this team. Ion doing fantastic, but I want to talk about Kane Zarek, because this is someone that the entire Challenger season so far has been popping off. So has there been something behind this, like the scenes? Is just the play style? Because it seems like a couple steps up from stage 3, where he also looked great there.
Yeah, I mean, he's young. He's moldable. We're teaching him things, but one really like strong like attribute that he has to himself is that no matter how much we tell him things, he's not going to overthink. He's still going to play his game. And so for us, it's really important not to micro him. Like we have these like maybe not set strats, but tendencies. And if we see him doing his thing, we're going to adapt, let him do it. We're not going to like, hey, don't keep peeking. We're going to let him keep peeking. We're just going to peek with him instead. We don't ever want to like let his foot off the gas pedal.
It's working out, which is fantastic. And last question before I let you go. Sorry for so many questions. Just a great insight here from you. So I appreciate that. But undefeated, TSM up next. Thoughts?
Oh, I can't wait. Gimon's one of my better friends. I can't wait to play them. They looked really strong. And I thought that M80 game was going to be closer too. But they're really like a team-oriented squad. They got a good structure. But they also have some flaws in them, and Gimon kind of leaked it. We might have to pull out the op against them. They have to look out for it.
Oh no, we got the started already. I cannot wait for that match. It'll be a good one. Congrats on this win. Have a good rest of your night. Thanks for chatting.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you, thank you. All right, well, definitely a lot to be hyped for with that TSM versus Rankers match. Cannot wait, but that is for another time, and we still have some great Valorant up next. It's going to be Ambrosia going up against Hakikimori after a short break.
One enemy remaining.
You and me.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everyone, as we get ready for the next series here for Valorant Challengers North America. Hakikimori going up against Ambrosia. Roy, when we're looking at all this Valorant ahead of us, all of these weeks, of course, it's about the journey going on up. Not everyone had a hot start to their season, to their split, but for these teams, still time to turn it around, looking at who can do it today.
Listen, as long as you don't have 4 losses, there's still a chance you can turn things around, okay? Until you're eliminated, I still believe in you. And I'm believing in Hakikimori turnaround right here. Of course, Ambrosia with a little bit more veterancy. They're also a good roster on the come up. So I'm pretty excited for this matchup.
Let's talk about Ambrosia first, because this is the team that week 1, we actually thought that there was about to be this upset map 1 on that Pearl going up against CUBE Academy. It was so close, and that's when CUBE Academy they managed to flip the script. But for Ambrosia, I mean, Ash, this was a team that almost got to match point before that happened. So they definitely have the capability to pop off and show up when needed.
Yeah, and it does bring that question of, okay, maybe it's just like warming up into this first stage with how close every single series has been between them and Cubert, them and Winthrop last week as well. So this is also a squad where you kind of look towards their leader in Screwface. You know he's going to want that kind of taste of revenge going into week 3 to be able to really prove this squad is worth its medal.
Yeah, Screwface has been someone that we've seen in Challengers and definitely been trying to prove not just his worth, but the worth of his squad here. So when we talk about it not necessarily being too late for your team to turn it around, that's definitely what I'm looking at with this squad coming out for today. And definitely some players and people we want to keep an eye on. And Roy, first person that we wanted to talk about here was Satellite.
Of course, of course. This is another come-up duelist player. He has insane stats. He's very flexible. He can play a lot of the different duelists, and he's honestly a master at opening up rounds. His first kill, first death ratios are some of the best in the league. He's doing a phenomenal job at opening up things and kind of having impact in the duelist role.
Yeah, and I'm looking too for that impact and just what you'd be able to do today. We definitely have a lot of strong duelists in challengers, so I feel like when we see some of the skill that the others are displaying, that sometimes that name just gets left behind just a little bit, Ash, but a good chance to be able to pop off today and show us what he's got.
No, absolutely. And I know we're highlighting Satellite here, but you also have to look towards Glyph in particular, the initiator on the side of Ambrosia. He's a big reason why Satellite is having so much success. If you look at his consistency with being able to provide those assists, provide that setup so Satellite can have the comfort to go for those initial duels. That's the dynamic duo that we really got to keep our eyes on here in this matchup.
And someone else that we are keeping an eye on for this match, we talked before about super subs and people who are definitely able to show up in the server. So next up, gotta talk about Adder. And Roy, this is definitely someone who can be a huge difference maker out in the server today.
Guys, what is it with teams and having their super subs being part of like one of the Turtle Choose player? It's like having one. It's like having the main cast of the Avengers as a substitute. It must be so easy to take a day off when you have these players coming in. Like you have just a casual 140 damage per round. Players not integrated into the system whatsoever, still popping off, having insane impact. I mean, it makes complete sense. Obviously, we're all excited to see Adder showing up in the servers once again. It's always a pleasure to watch him and sort of be in that star player, sentinel, high fragging role that he finds himself in often. So I'm kind of excited for it.
It'll be fun. It's nice having it's like the little cameo appearances. But when we're looking at an Ambrosia that's been close to being able to close out some of these matches, Ash, I feel like Adder being able to slot it, he's so good.
Yeah, and the fact that he also played with them during week 1, that brings on that comfort of the fact that he has, worked himself into the system previously, so making it a little bit easier to continue to slot in for this team, and a name that's been around for such a long time within the tier 2 Valorant scene as well. I'm really excited to see him show his stuff because he's been performing really nicely alongside of Ambrosia.
Just casual Adder stuff. No big deal. No big deal. So definitely on the opposing end of things, MORI has their work cut out for them. And time to talk a little bit about this squad. So there is a couple of different ways to get qualified into Challengers. MORI was the second premier team that we had that made their way up into the squad, Roy. So definitely a little bit of a change of pace for them. But I'm hoping now that we have week 3, definitely since there is potential with these players, that we can see things click a little bit more and a little bit more integrated into this Challenger system.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's an adjustment period, right? Because you're a ranked player, you're playing Premier, you're not really playing to the same level of structure and consistency that they're in now. So I think I completely agree. I think there's a layer of, okay, we need to adjust. They're playing this way. But the one thing I really would like to see from this team is kind of go in the rankers approach. Don't try to fit into the mold. Don't try to match teams on a perfect macro and perfect micro and wombo combos, right? I want to see this team just unleash chaos, allow themselves opportunities to just fight into unchartable territory and just flip the script on these teams and just don't play their game whatsoever.
I love that point that you just made there. And I think it also lends into the fact that we're talking a bit about the veteranship on the side of Ambrosia. You could say that across most of the teams right now within VCL. And then when you look towards MORI, it's the only team where, yeah, there are a couple of rookie players, new up and comers on teams here and there. But this is a brand new iteration for the most part where they don't have that competitive experience and coming straight from ranked. It's that big learning curve that you were talking about. And it's just all about getting that experience early on. And I feel like what's really important for them too is to maintain some sort of confidence going into these matches.
100%. I love that. If we can get, a little bit of that surprise factor, and if this team just has that confidence, hey, we qualified here just like anyone else did. I'd love to be able to see what they're made of for today. So when we're talking about the confidence, we normally talk about the duelists. So let's talk about duelists for this team and talk about Bowie, because when we look at where this confidence is starts, I mean, it's a trickle-down effect, Roy, and it has to start here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, his stats are not completely insane, but we have to keep something in mind, right? Like, even with Hikikomori's shortcomings, he's still putting up pretty respectable numbers. I mean, it's kind of impressive, right? Because you can only rise so much higher than the sum of the parts of a team. And although we're not doing him justice, he is still doing well in other tournaments outside of VCL. His stats look much better in those environments. So that just goes to show that he has the potential. Again, they just need to find their groove. They need to find their style. Like, where do you fit into this meta? How do you play around the utility combinations? Like, what version of the game can you put Brain in or Bowie in so that he can succeed?
Yeah, especially when, I mean, these clips are coming out from M80 game and being able to get some great kills against some really respectable players and up against such a good team definitely shows that, hey, this is there. Just have to have confidence and push on through. And last person that we wanted to bring up, talking about Ghost, because back when we watched that match going up against M80, Ghost was someone, Ash, that I had written down in my notes, like, oh, okay, because like some of these shots and like plays just like ice in the veins. So I'm definitely keeping an eye out on Ghost today.
Yeah, he's a really solid player to be able to have, you know, as your anchor on every single map, right? He flexes between that controller and that sentinel role, map dependent on the composition that we're running here. And I think it does make it a little bit easier when you are kind of that anchor player to try and get your couple of kills, be in some of those clutch positions as well, which is why you see some of those stats just maybe not reflecting the same way as compared to what we saw for Brain, because they're very different roles on the team as far as, you know, going for those first engagements, being the player that's sitting back a little bit. And he's doing really well to be that kind of good old reliable. But now this newcomer has to go up against the super sub today that we had talked about previously in Adder, where there is that really big difference in experience that they have under their belts. And I feel like we just gotta keep like tempering our expectations here for Hikikomori and knowing that, okay, slowly they're gonna, you know, start to improve with experience because it's a very young team. Their coach is also really young in Donkey Kong as well. So just keeping that all in mind.
I mean, even then, looking at this head-to-head then, if you're already talking about the expectations and that difference in experience, I mean, Roy, I feel like when you put this side by side, like, yes, Adder on paper is stronger, but this isn't, it's not that far apart, all things considered.
No, I completely agree. I think that's valid, right? It's, okay, look, their first match was not beautiful. They got absolutely destroyed by M80, and that completely tanked all of their stats. But if you look at their second match, it really wasn't that bad. It was actually a somewhat decent competitive match versus Blue Otter, where they actually put up much more respectable numbers. Abo dropping 26 kills on Clove. Like I said, the potential is there. In terms of mechanics, the gap has been closed for many years now. Like, people that play a lot of ranked, if you participate in the game in any capacity, your skill is there. It's just a matter about translating it into like a more like high tempo team play and sort of like just like more cohesion happening on a macro level as well as a micro level. So I think overall there is potential. Are they favored? It's up in question, but I think there is a world where they just say, you know what, screw it. Let's play our own game. We're not worried about matching these teams and trying to big brain them and trying to like play this like perfect level of strategy and just unleash hell on their enemies, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like there is favored in this match, but the potential is there. And if they've been able to make it this far, so if they can up the dial and show what they're able to show in Premier, especially being some of the top ranked players in that Premier act, well, this definitely can be a lot better of a showing. So I'm excited for that. But narrowing in on today's series and the roadmap that they have ahead of them, heading over to our map picks and bans. We only got to see a 2-map series last series. I'm hoping this one we get to see 3. And my favorite, Ash, we're starting off on Fracture.
I love that Fracture is back in the map pool. I feel like what's going to be nice here, having this being Hikikomori's pick as well, is the fact that it is a very dynamic map where they are going to be able to, you know, look to try and play their own game. It does become difficult because, you know, when they are going to be on that attacking side, Ambrosia will have like really quick rotations down through respawn. So for Hikikomori, they have to be very aware of the proactivity that we can expect from Ambrosia looking to thread the needle.
And I actually love their composition on, at least they played it recently. It was about like a week and a half ago. They played in a different tournament. They were running the Breach on that map, and they're running the Tejo Breach and Chamber as well. So it was actually a pretty interesting spin to the meta, because Chamber is low-key. He's kind of like in the Yoru position right now, where it's like you need agents on the roster that can play in between the utility. Like you need to try to force a lot of that utility early. And if this is their style to play these one and done characters to get value from their Sentinel player or get value from their duelist who's on the jet instead of the kind of more on the ground Raze, I think overall it could be what they need. And this is a good map for them to combat on, because you can always choose your aggression on both attack and on defense.
Yeah, I'm definitely hoping we're not going to see a pivot. They're going to stick to what they know, what they brought out, and lean more into their own style and what they like. But talking about our predictions and everything that we have ahead of us, I mean, I definitely have the best in my heart for Hikimori. I want to see a close match, but looking at it on paper and what we've seen, I have to say Ambrosia. But Roy, mad respect.
Listen, someone on here needs to root for the underdog, okay? One of us needs to be a believer. We can't all just be realists out here. We need to have idealists. That'll be me, Hikimori. I believe in you. I want to see what's up.
I respect it. I respect it. See, when Ambrosia was that underdog and going up against Hubert and was so close, Ash, that's the game that always rings in my memory, that I think that they also have the potential and they should be able to take this.
Hey, there's a world where it could happen, where Hikimori are able to, stun us. But I feel like looking at the history of all of these players, of all of these teams, even though I do believe Hikimori do have that potential, I do feel like it is still like very early within their competitive careers. So I'll start leaning maybe towards the Roy belief if we start seeing some numbers improving
Yes,
as time goes on. But for now, I gotta lay with my heart. I gotta lay with the history there in Ambrosia's squad.
Right. Well, heading into our agent select, as it is a Hikimori up on their map pick first off. We got to see it recently, as you said, Roy. So I'm hoping we'll get to see a run back of that Chamber and Co. But for Ambrosia, I mean, the last two appearances here, they did take L's.
Yeah, absolutely. It has not been the best map. Again, I do love... Oh, wait, they've actually made a small change. They've swapped out their duelist for the Yoru. I actually love this. I think Yoru and Chamber fit super nicely in the current meta, and I think they're leaning into the quadruple flashes that give them a little bit more explosive power and a little bit more control of the macro on this map as well.
I'm here for it. I am down, especially to Bowie being someone that we had highlighted. So this is the opportunity to make a big splash. Show us what they got. Can they take down the first map of Fracture here? Or is it going to be Ambrosia to be leading off this series? Time to head back over to our casters, Uber and Wyatt. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Sierra and the crew. I appreciate, Roy's, getting behind the underdog team, Wyatt. And Hikimori obviously are one of the rosters that came up through Premier. So very much an unknown quantity as far as we were concerned, and had to play against M80 straight out of the gates. Have they had enough time to cut their teeth against these top rosters? Because whilst Ambrosia did fall to CUBE Academy, there are some pretty known names on this team, and it's a roster, I imagine, still picking Fracture, a map that they've not won yet, have got to feel confident about what they've got prepared here.
Yeah, to be fair to them, they have lost it 4 times in a row, but all of the games have been within, I believe, just a 3-round differential. And those are losses to the likes of Trust and Plug, Blue Otter, CUBE Academy, like all of the, that top crop of Challengers teams that we've got. So it's not like they're losing it to any old team of the 12 that are here. They have still displayed that they are a great team on it, but the, best of the best teams are just one little cut above.
And we will, of course, see Ambrosia on the attack side here to start with. Just pretty tentative steps over towards Arcade for the time being. They even want to check that with a stealth drone as they make their way through. Adder is the loose end here and might be rewarded for his patience here if he doesn't get pinched entirely between two halves of Hikimori's scouting crew.
Yeah, good to see that Adder posted he retired, but he's still playing. I like to see that because I want him to keep
that
playing.
energy up.
Sadly, he died straight away, though.
Not what he's looking for. Adder's had a pretty awesome career so far. Really great to see more from him, as he's not really quite been able to make it to the tip top. Let's see if he can do it with this roster. Nicely done by Screwface. Garpa just gets caught inside that salvo. Glyph ends up getting the better of Demi, but exposes himself a little bit too long. It's an easy one for Bowie to take. And Screwface is already on a pretty long wrap around, but does realize, of course, that Bowie has to head over towards this side itself. It's being checked for, though, and now he's spotted out.
30 seconds left.
Wants to slow the pace, go for the rewrap. Does have 25 seconds to play with. And does Bowie believe that he will be going all the way over
He's
to
just
the A
stone
side?
calling this? Cold
And he's
calling this
right.
rotate.
Wow. And he's right. The time is getting low. Screwface has to run. He's going to be making a
10
whole lot of
seconds
noise
left.
to get over there.
Yeah, I mean, Bowie's definitely going to hear. No, second guess
Does
himself.
he even
The
have
time?
He doesn't even
Oh,
have
just.
time.
I think he just has time, right? Oh, you're kidding me,
Oh,
bro!
he doesn't. He
So
does.
safe to take. Don't make a big deal about it.
Okay. All right. That's cool. No, we're all just gaming out here, really.
America's
You know what I mean?
funniest home videos type of play. That's,
The cue the Benny Hill theme.
that's a tough way to open it up.
Here's some yakety sax, folks.
The Kiki Mori, they'll take any round they can get, Mitch. They're trying to exit the doldrums. Whatever it takes to get one on the board, they'll take it, damn it.
Okay, yeah, that's what we saw the double back there from Bowie. He's like, there's no way it could be going to this side because there's no time to plant it. Either way, Ambrosia, as they wipe the egg off their face, head into the next round now with a stinger for Satellite.
Yeah, I thought Screwface knew something I didn't. He made me unconfident in saying halfway through that, I don't think he has enough time. I'm like, no, surely he calculated this. He knows better than I. Well, that's a nice little play, yeah.
Has to pull a cancel there for the tower presence. Here come the classics going to work. Kaiser falls back through the smoke here, allowing for a fast plant for Ambrosia.
Planted.
I haven't recovered any big weapons yet.
Now, but
Kiki
Satellite
Mori.
is close up. He's got that stinger. Could be pivotal to try and get one kill and then, draw the crosshairs there so everyone else could swing off of him.
Oh, it's checked for. Nice job by Bowie. Knows to look for Satellite there after the fault line came through. Flip on the corner, Ghost in hand, gets a dink. That's all that's going to be taken away from the round, though. Screwface, able to disrupt. Still 3 up here for Hikikomori. Screwface has just got the salvo online here, but never had a chance to use it. There's still a molly to delay this defuse, but eventually Smiley will have to face the music.
Is every single player using the exact same skin? That was my big takeaway
Right,
from
that's
that
what, from the
post-play
ghost
fight.
skins. Yeah.
Yeah, just everybody has the same ghost, and Bowie had the Spectre, so we were just that was throwing me off. All good. And
Like
Berserk
Star
got the
Guardian
plant,
skins?
Yeah. Oh, those are hella cute. What? Yeah, I do like those. I don't have any of them, but I like them. If someone drops them in game, I'm always gonna
I'll
pick
pick
it
them
up 100% of the time. Yeah, 100% of the time. I always feel nice with the Vandal.
Watch your step.
Oh yeah, it gives. I like the almost crystalline sound it has. It reminds me a little bit of the Sentinels of Light skins actually. Anyway, we digress. This time we have Ambrosia looking towards the B side of the map from Tree here, and it's just the loose end of Ada. Exposes himself, forces the rendezvous. Now gives him a bit of space to work with. Demi thinking to pick that line back up. Should see a barrel here, and Ada's going to be forced out of the sunlight. Easily handled by Hikikomori. Elsewhere, Ambrosia at least have got a player here in the tunnel, but nowhere on the B site. They're really still just beginning to stretch their tendrils towards it. Satellite, almost gets away with that.
This is nice from Hikikomori. Good north side control of the map. Good utility to flush players out. Now they just have to clean things up. Trade is there, but Cliff able to get the second. That's unfortunate. They can path through spawn to A, especially with that Stim gets the extra speed for them, but Bowie collecting the orb gets the dimensional drift for Hikiki. So that could be the potential round-winning little ultimate sent out.
Okay.
Spike planted.
Spike out in the open, I
Last
think, to
player
set up here for the
standing.
molly play that Smiley is sitting on, and Bowie would have been the one that round.
Won't be an ult.
And no chance to make use of that. Still, we can cause problems inside halls here. And here's the molly. So that shuts down the use of those salvos here to try and create that space, and eventually Kaiser is going to have to go for it. I wondered if we'd wrap a player from ropes, but no, we have a fault line now to play off of, and time is getting shorter and shorter. Kaiser wants to push up, even if he gets these kills. He likely does not have the time, and Cliff is waiting on the line. Ambrosia break into the game after an unfortunate pistol. Winning that round out, Hikikomori.
Unfortunate what? I do like that Ambrosia were able to push multiple players through Canteen together. That was a nice little.
I mean, you trying to tell me
decision in the
that
mid-round.
pistol wasn't unfortunate? The screw face running out of time?
No, that was very unfortunate. No, that was a tragedy. That was actually worth ensuring that we remove the VOD. That's one of those memories that can keep distant.
Yeah.
we can delete the VOD if necessary.
Yeah, for our mental health. Like, I don't...
Even for Screwface's sake. He's been grinding so hard. You know what I mean? He doesn't want his record tainted by that play. Delete the VOD.
All right, here we go. It's going to be a quick exit from the site there by Ghost as the Rolling Thunder comes through. Ambrosia look to make use of it. They are bottlenecked a little bit over towards tower, potentially from some defensive util, but now they're out onto the site. These Sky Smokes are going to be up for a couple more seconds now, allowing for the plant. And as pings out towards the arcade direction, as this dimensional drift for Bowie is going to allow him to see at least what the setup looks like.
Yeah, could also ping players up for the Armageddon. There it is.
Okay, nicely done. I don't know if you... Okay, Smiley's able to avoid it for the most part. And oh, what a time to emerge. I don't know about that one, Bowie. I'm just not sure, really, if you wanted to be inside that. Either way, Dawn's able to pick that frag up. Smiley does fall in the end. The annihilation from the attack side doesn't really collect anybody. And Debbie looks to take an aggressive fight up in towards tower. That is asking a lot. Kaiser forced back there by that Teho util. And Ada has to stop this. Screwface picks up the other angle, and we're good. No worries. Ambrosia take their second.
Spray transfer there from Screwface. Really good utility as well. All of that Teho delay. That is the Valorant story of 2025. Trying to defuse a spike, and you're getting hit by Breach and Teho utility, and you're simply running out of time. Every single time. It's a tough world out there.
And this is too much. Too much covering this side. Screwface has that arcade line as well. And we saw, like, you know, Demi knew they were going to be forced into that situation, the post plant. They tried to push into tower, but unfortunately they couldn't even find the one.
Mori trying to go for like a 4-1 gamble kind of split setup here on defense, where you can just leave your chamber to take a duel on one side, everyone stacked elsewhere. It's a solid idea to bring out on an eco round here. Might just pay off.
Okay, again, Ghost can get off that breach util. Is 1 time per round exit. And he gets off the side. So Ambrosia loses a play, but still able to come in here for a plant. They hold onto a orbital strike. Should there again need to be a flood of post-plant util. Glyph wasn't born yesterday, so that clone will pass by him. Used to open the door, but Screwface knows exactly what was waiting behind it.
That was a quick reaction from Screwface.
Well, Glyph calls it that it's a clone, right? So he knows there has to be the player waiting up on ropes to receive it. And now, Glyph can turn around. Beautiful flash. That, of course, is the second rendezvous that has to be used. It's a bit of a dangerous line to be on there for Glyph, and eventually the triple face takes him down. Hang about. Now, Mori has the players. Orbital strike is going to delay things a little bit further. The molly off the back of it here just to secure. There is no defusing this spike. Smiley has secured the round.
Happened to the game I love. What happened to honest crossfires and post plants, Mitch? Shooting your guns at people. This isn't an FPS game anymore.
We just walked away from a Rankers game and you're complaining already. That is crazy, actually, how like quickly you forget.
Oh, no, that's a good point. That's a good
You're the
point.
goldfish brain.
Never mind. Honestly, Rankers are turning it back into the game that I used to love. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I have whiplash, in fairness, because I'm seeing 2 very different games. One that I love and one that I'm a bit, ambivalent about. But, hey, we're getting the game.
People always said at the beginning that this game was a mix of CS and Overwatch. It kind of feels like it now. In these moments, now it's beginning to feel like it. Absolutely. It took 5 years, but we've arrived.
We got there. We finally found the formula that we've been fighting for so long. I'm so proud. I came here to get away from that stuff, but that's just me. Here's the Sky Smokes come down. Demi hanging down, have to play from behind them. Okay, yes. Well, smoke is actually just a figment of your imagination. If you just pretend it's not there, it's not. Spray down.
I think Glyph might do that. Doesn't matter.
You'd be right. HP. 2 up here for Ambrosia. This has definitely been pulled apart now. Really just like this intense focus on getting a good post plant set up has made it hard for them to fight after the... Oh my goodness, the tour de force miss. Ada wins these. I have absolutely seen him win these. Okay. Mori able to close the round out. He gets a little dicey there, but in fairness, Ambrosia kind of, I don't know, they just overemphasize on getting that plant. post-plant, they just seem to get, kind of rolled.
Yeah, they get a bit disconnected position-wise. And Bowie gets that really nice flank kill onto Glyph, who was really weak. Might not have been able to if it weren't for the fact that he was only at 28 HP.
Oh, there's just a small gap.
Satellite just kind of running out of position there too with a nade in hand. Trying to get a little bit too much done when they already had the site and punished for it. So far, hey, pretty good for a Mori. Can't be too mad at it. Seeing those improvements here and there as the weeks have gone on, you know?
And I'm sure there's a sense for them they need to fight forward with this like post-plant util, right? That's really quite oppressive. I wonder if they hear this at a crossing to the bottom of the map. They go for a bit of a pop here towards Arcade. It gets sneaked out. So there's some drop presence now for Mori, but it's so easy to smoke this off, and Ghost is going to be forced back. Satellite hits the site very quickly. So once again, we're going to be in that post-plant scenario.
Yeah, Mori have been trying to do a lot towards the north side. On this retake, they have the orbital strike. That could get even a kill on sight, but Satellite in deep.
He knows he is aware. Oh my goodness. Garba has no idea what he just survived. That is ridiculous. Showstopper goes over his right shoulder. Bowie's going to be there for the kill, though. Ends up being a 1-for-1. You take those. Door open by a flash. Needs the first layer of that post-plant util. The molly. Look at it. It's so incandescent. Bowie's found himself free here. DC's attempt now. The Armageddon comes next. It's big and boomy. Look at it come down. It's scary. Ghost gets off the line. Demian is actually getting picked up, and here's the third wave, everybody. Yes, the salvos actually land on top, but they have an area of effect that's like a sphere, so it still catches the diffuser. And Screwface closes the round out. Good job, Ambrosia. Thumbs up.
He has just closed out multiple post plants at this point. 11 for 3. He is putting the pistol round in the distant past. That's not who he is. He's become a stronger player since then. I do have to also say, the desk, they pointed out Bowie as a player from Mori to watch, and that was not an unfounded claim, Mitch. He's looking pretty solid. And despite them struggling as a team, yeah, he's definitely having his moments. Definitely been a standout.
I mean, these situations are pretty chaotic. I like where the gate crash is set up there for Bowie. No one can really see it. It allows him to look straight over towards drop immediately. I mean, you've got to fight forward for this stuff. Again, Mori are exploring 3 players out towards Dish. The south side of the map, though, that Ambrosia are set up in here.
They are loving this north side aggression with the gate crash in spawn. It did just dissipate, but Bowie can teleport over to B if necessary. That's the early round setup, and then they can fight A from there. They have ultimates to get back on the site. That wouldn't really be the case on this round. Doubtful they'd want to expend them, but sort of a typical game plan, what they're doing here.
Okay, ooh, the swing from Ghost. They're not ready for it, but I don't think Ghost expected there to be so many coming out of tunnel. The moles have arrived, folks. And that is going to do away with the chamber. Demi amidst the smoky hearing a lot of footsteps. Okay, wow, check by Satellite, but Mori finds the kill. That is classy stuff. There is a rolling thunder here, though, for Glyph, so Mori has to be careful trying to flood this midway through that. And just a little clean peek there takes Bowie out of the game. He's been the big issue so far for Ambrosia. Time ticking away, Wyatt.
And Screwface alive. This one should be essentially all but over.
I don't.
Well, I don't know.
We need to have a conversation. Oh, nicely done. Smarty finished the job. He stuck on the site with a stinger. It was a bit of an awkward buy for Ambrosia after only one player up at the end of the last round.
My knees are gonna
I get there. Stick the landing.
Screwface, by the way, just used the Armageddon and is already 2 orbs away from having another one. Plus they have the Rolling Thunder. Plus with those kills, Smiley's close to the orbital strike. The snowball is building for the Ambrosia team.
Right here.
Yeah, definitely building that head of steam, Wyatt. We do at least have the dimensional drift up once more for Bowie. I think last time we saw that, it ended up being to the tune of 3 kills. Again, Mori want to be doing something early. This time it's over towards like a fast A-holes player like that too. But again, they're never really pushing out towards tree, which is the default setup here for Ambrosia. They're going to be inching their way over from Canteen side here. It's another 3-player stack towards tunnel, though. What's the contingency for this? none really except the trademark here. So could be some free real estate picked up by Ambrosia.
The Ambrosia team are pivoting into the 4-1 split. They had Adder watching for the south side push, which will come eventually, but now he has the tripwire to watch his back as Stealthburn gets the info on site. Brings up Ghost, here comes the hit.
A fast hit to the side, Rolling Thunder comes out here already out of tower though is Satellite. Adder probably going to be joining forces with the rest of Ambrosia here as it's Mori deciding to play entirely for a retake. They're just not in position for this. They're smoked out over on the side itself, and with these two players towards tree, they're going to have to wait. They're kind of giving it up, though. They're giving away their presence. Demi tries to get ahead of this. The flash, though, just does not affect Adder whatsoever. And that's one arm of the pincer utterly broken. Now Hikikimori have to come out from their spawn side of the map, but geez, they are running into a meat grinder. Flawless round for Ambrosia.
Adder just styling on them in the duels towards the end of that post plant. Ambrosia able to extract ultimates out of Hikikimori on that retake effort as well. You can see Kaiser and Garpo just sitting at a sad 1 orb apiece on account of ripping the ult and then losing out those duels to the Cypher. Yeah, it's a tough situation they found themselves in now.
Retake util. That's brutal.
Yeah, it really just comes down to losing those duels towards B main. Not being able to deal with Adder right here. The rest of the players running into sight, they're then running into the crossfire. It doesn't matter that their ults got them the space when they're getting shot on the side.
At some point, there's an awareness here for Hikikimori that they're struggling with this push-up out of tunnel. Ambrosia, though, we're just more of a straight flood here through B main against his weaker weapon. Upper's fault line set up for Bowie to try and get use out of this stinger, but it's going to be a minute before anyone starts to make their way towards this map. But again, the same thing, right? Split 3 into tunnel. That position, though, the Bowie is in, can be cleared by this salvo. We might have the gate crash out here.
This is a really good position, typically. They're doing a good job trying to clear it out right now. They're paying a lot of attention to it.
Oh, they're convinced he's not there. And here comes that util a little bit later. Bowie's able to find the one. Eventually, though, Kaiser and Bowie are down. Adder sat there on the site. Gets ruined by Garpa. And this would be a thrifty round in the making, folks. It's just Glyph and the Hero rifle.
One enemy remaining.
In a 1 versus 1 now. Healthy enough to honestly take it. Having to walk on away as Ghost's headhunter is searching.
30
By the time
seconds
Glyph gets
left.
over there and actually gets the spike down as well, definitely will have the fault line ready for the 1 versus 1. Can wait to use that on the spike tap. That could definitely be the round-winning utility piece. Hikikimori have done some good work so far, though. That play towards tower and Bowie tucked behind the box. The swing from Demi up top gets the kill, and then Bowie's able to fight off that. That was really nice. Glyph on site here, though, probably won't have a good fault line opportunity.
In comes Ghost. He spotted early. That is clean from Glyph. Great. 1 versus 3 clutch. Again in the anti-eco, but still 4 kills on the round for the Breach and Ambrosia. Get away with that one, but it was a close shave.
Yeah, pretty clinical with the shots from Glyph, sadly, for the Premier team that qualified into this tournament. They had Garpa and Demi both in main to fight him, but it looked like Garpa was tentative to try and swing and go for the insta-trade, but then didn't retreat quick enough to not have to engage in a duel anyhow. So just sort of caught in that awkward gray area middle ground, punished by Glyph with the Vandal because of it. It's a shame. There have been some good moments for Hikikimori so far, but it's just not been enough to convert all that many rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think that the adaptation to the 3-player stacking towards tunnels why it was really apt. The fact that Bowie also just like holds his nerve, set up by a fault line, playing from there, able to come out and get that kill in the end is really good. Again, it's just sometimes the round gets dragged out and you have to play a 1 versus 1 and get to play with a rifle. It's, it's a lot to ask for, so pretty good. They're reacting fairly quickly. I think Ambrosia definitely have the edge on them in experience, but hey, Hikikimori, in my opinion, looking much improved, I think, over even their first outing here in Challengers.
Yeah, definitely. Looking a bit better so far. We'll see if they can try and run it back out of the timeout by getting an operator back into the mix in the hands of Ghost. In addition to that, having a couple ultimates to play with. Love to get 1 or 2 more on the board before the side swap.
Okay.
Ambrosia, all 5 players stacked up towards B. Last time we saw this, they pushed 4 under and then went for the B site split with a 4-1. Not going to be the case here.
Flash out of the smoke. We're doing it. Okay. Satellite gets off the line. Fault line also came in at the same time, but Bowie goes down. The idea, honestly, it's good. Very reasonable for Mori to want to push off. They finally choose the right part of the map to get active early, Wyatt, but they get ruined. Gaming just stands around in the paint shell there. Absolute chaos. Ambrosia have some util to fire back, and this smacks of a 9-3.
Oh, the neural theft now is just brutal for Hikikomori. A cool play for them to attempt out of the timeout. But now it's all in the hands of Kaiser to try and make something happen. Individually spotted out at Dice.
And there it is. It's a matter of time. Satellite gets there. And there's nothing left to do but to spam smokes and wait for Ghost to join up. But trying to play cafeteria with an operator seems horrendous for the chamber. And I think they're just going to save.
There was some cool utility in that fight from Hikikomori. I think the timing might have been slightly off with...
Last player standing.
That's tough for Ghost. Can't even bring the AWP into the next round. No reason to not keep hunting for Garpa as well. Ambrosia have more than enough cash.
And Monkey D. Garpa is spotted. And have that gun wrested out of his hands. A flawless round here for Ambrosia. That was a proper proper buy round for Hikikomori, including an operator. That's tough.
See now, hopefully on the replay, some of that util again, because it was cool that they tried to sync up the guiding salvos with the flashes, with the orbital strike out of the smoke. The intention was that it would pin someone in the corner by B main, but it just didn't end up actually coming to fruition because I think the orbital strike expired before the missiles actually landed. So then Satellite was able to satchel away to where the orbital strike just expired. It was a cool idea. I think the timings were just a little bit off.
All right, folks, let's see it. This time, we're testing the A side. Unfortunately, this time, the Ghost is not holding the contact line with an operator.
He doesn't get suppressed. He can take a shot.
Okay, with the Guardian, that's a disastrous situation to be in. They're able to rendezvous away, though. But you have a good idea about where the chamber would fall back to there. So they at least get back to spawn. They get out alive. That's worth it. They've drawn out that ultimate here at the end of the half. And they've not suffered any casualties as a result of the... Oh, man. Standing on the fault line. Satellite just clear of it. I think the dimensional drift for Bowie get out into the open. Eventually, he's going to have to show himself. In the meantime, Satellite is standing amidst them. Ripping them apart like a razor Beyblade, folks. Not much you can do about that. Garpa down eventually, and Bowie was out in the open after that dimensional drift, only to see a desolate landscape in which he had no teammates alive. 6-round lead to Ambrosia into the half, a 9-3.
Now, Satellite, he was bringing real Valorant back there by taking honest-to-God aim duels in spawn, while the rest of his team cringe post-plant lineups. Did you see the mini-map there, Mitch? There was a breach, there was a brim. Look at that, they're all back in A main. Yep. Right now, they're going further back in A main to play with util. Absolute cringe gameplay. Satellite keeps it honest. I appreciate that.
I mean, they give up so much space. You still have, like, so much of that util up because you've cleared the site with a showstopper, so you have your fault line and everything.
Like rolling thunder, Armageddon, missiles. Pretty good. It's 2025 Valorant. 2025 Valorant.
All right. Hey, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. They got the killing done as well. They got the gunplay. Enough to keep John Ryan happy anyway. He's going to eat this fault line and gate crash out. So no harm, no foul. The exchange of some util here sends the Yoru back over towards the dish direction. And Mori have emerged onto the A site. 3 players getting in towards spawn as well. Like to see that. But he's going to get busy once this smoke comes down. Flash through, turns it quickly. What a nasty shot. That is filth from Bowie. Absolutely stunning work with the Ghost. Tearing Ambrosia to shreds. More of that honest gunplay you're such a big fan of, Wyatt. Nice pistol from Hikikomori.
This was an excellent reaction as well. Turns the flash, instant crosshair. Back, ready for the push out. Bowie is sitting tied top of the board with Glyph right now at 15, which is very impressive given the actual scoreline in the game.
Bro, his crosshair placement is broken. Bam! Oh.
It's the snap to the right as well. Beautiful.
That's awesome correction. Okay, not bad, Maury. You got some shooters, I'll give you that. is around 14, folks. Ambrosia will actually push 3 here. They're going to play off this cam in towards B main. What are they going to make happen here with Wet Friends? Ghost. Loses his nerve there. Again, up against Satellite, just the second shot would have been enough. He's probably worried about dying instantly to the Sheriff, so I respect it.
And Ambrosia now hearing that teleport away and over towards A, given that's the Sentinel, they're going to be more than happy to go stack this B site. Where,
Got a lot of stall util wire.
yeah, at least at the moment, Hikikomori looks pretty intended on ending here on B as they work through tunnel to set up a 2-3 split execute.
How's Ada going to play this? I wouldn't go looking for him. Okay, little shoulder pick. I think he sees more than enough there. Do we ping back over to the dish direction here? Yes, Hikikomori already pulling out their tree side players towards the A side. Man, talk about meticulous approach to the round.
Yeah, good realization, though, that they've certainly dragged the majority of the rotates to B. I mean, they don't necessarily think that they've dragged all of them to B, but that is the case.
30 seconds left.
A site for free, only classics to deal with from their point of view when the retake is on. This should be an easy 5th round for them. They could bring, they could certainly bring all 5 of their guns into this next round as a pure bonus. Actually have a go at things.
Honestly, when you brought 2 Vandals into your second round, I think that's great news for this Mori squad. So it is just going to be Ambrosia. Might even just let this round end by perishing to the spike detonation here. Drop down out of rope here. Maybe better odds of trying to challenge balls, but we'll see. Here's the util to soften the side up. Garpa took a big hit there from one of those salvos. As did Demi, they're not moving. Okay. I respect it. Ghost here is going to make use of the space created by his own Teho player. Clancy going down. Satellite traded. Now it's a matter of getting out without losing any more of these guns. Okay, they have a Vandal at least to work with. That is Ghost trying to walk away. He will get out. 2 Vandals salvaged. Could have been much worse.
Yeah, I mean, it was legitimately just that call you made of the fault line into the guided salvos on site, just dealing all of that damage. Softened everyone up for the classics when they were trying to make the exit through door. Ambrosia will be more than content to leave the round, having dealt significant damage to 3 players. The Hikikomori's
That works.
bonus round bye, not looking particularly thrilling anymore.
Let's see what we've got to work with now. Yeah, no, a couple sheriffs here. A little awkward. But Ada is seeing so much of this. Big Brother knows this push is going to come from arcade direction. I like that aftershock, going to buy a lot of time, and again, more of that Brim util coming down, stalling out Hikikomori further. They got that tower control, excuse me. That's one thing they can hang their hat on. And then they come. Bowie takes a big hit out of just a brief peek. He knows there's a push coming, but Kaiser might try and time this. And so they do. His weapon's going to work here for Hikikomori. Ada just cut down by Kaiser. Okay.
Oh my god.
Got ourselves a game here, Wyatt.
Adder was just not receiving the assistance that man needed on the site. He was caught in that really awkward position. I could feel the pressure that he was feeling in real time, just being on his point of view, crouch, stood essentially out in the open. Like anyone that ran out of B main would have spotted him. And Ambrosia just didn't hit a great timing to flood in together to save him. They get exposed by late pushes out of the smokes. What a round for Hikikomori to win.
All missiles away.
That buy was so much worse than it could have been, and they immediately get another first kill.
Straight off the rip, that's just pressure over towards B main. Beautiful from Demi.
Momentum. Can you feel it building? Do you feel that, or is it just me?
No, I feel it. I mean, assuming it's not the burrito I had for lunch, I feel it.
No, unfortunately, I did have some green curry. I'm praying it's the momentum as well, man.
Yes, no, it's definitely, don't worry, it's definitely momentum, Wyatt.
Praying it's not causing a situation like in the VCT Americas where they had us eat like spicy green curry on the last day before the finals desk. There were behind the scenes production problems after that segment.
Tech pauses, as we call them.
The AD had to take a tech pause.
Ambrosia here. Gonna roll up
Enemy remaining.
with the Sheriffs and be quickly bundled out of the game. It's just Smiley. Honestly, that's not a big room either. I don't even know if it's particularly well ventilated because you can't run the AC. It gets picked up on the mic. So, you know, I missed me with that one. And GB as well. I bet he likes his green curry.
Yeah, he definitely does.
Ah, damn.
Garba. All right, good job. You win it out. You got the Rolling Thunder. The momentum is continuing. Could this possibly be Hikikomori's first map win? They haven't gotten one yet, but this definitely feels the closest that they've been so far. It might be 7 rounds is the most that they've had. I want to say it's either that or 9. Let me double check. I'm on my PC.
Okay.
I can open
You be the iPad baby for a sec. I mean, Hikikomori, their attack side has been really good. They've had a good feeling, of course, in that previous round about Ambrosia likely like grouping up inside a smoke to flash themselves out and take a fight at tree. It's not the most novel approach to playing that anti-eco Valorant, but still it's something that they were prepared for. This was going back a little bit now. This is the end of the last half of Ambrosia's attack side. Sunlight kind of tearing them to shreds from within like an alien parasite with sights for arms. This is the pistol round. Beautifully done by Bowie. And again, just absolutely rinsed Ambrosia. A big part of why they find themselves so far ahead here. I do like the sort of attempt in the next round for Ambrosia to steal some guns away. Only 2 Vandals ended up remaining for Hikikomori. They were able to stabilize. That was the previous round. Nicely done. Good anti-eco protocols here for Hikikomori. Let's see what a gun round, though, has in store for us as Ambrosia called the timeout.
And so, in fact, 7 rounds, the most that Hikikomori have gotten on a map so far. That was Lotus against Blue Otter.
Time to jump.
Okay.
So they may be able to just beat that record and get an 8th right here. Maybe even win their first map. I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but things are looking pretty all right on this attack side.
And look, this is we're playing Swiss here, so you know, Mori, win or lose, I feel like they get. Well, I mean, if they lose here, you feel like they do get closer and closer to that potential first win. They will take on other teams with that same record, and so on and so forth. All right, so they are all set up at drop here, and I tell you what, Bowie did a pretty good job there of keeping them very busy over towards halls. He was selling that. Now onto the site, Hikikomori, Rolling Thunder paves the way. And that's the showstopper being produced by Satellite, who's on the site. Doesn't catch anyone yet. And there's Garpa finds himself too. Oh, buddy. Ooh, we got a game, that is for sure. Glyph's able to find 2 that make his way up 8 walls. This is going to unseat, to some degree, Kaiser, who's going to have to fall to the side itself. The gun skill starting to shine here for Ambrosia. An important round to win to avoid the game being evened up. And it's on Kaiser, who would have had to have sprayed down Glyph and Anna were low. The close is no cigar.
He had a chance. That was going to be his moment. They were lowest, they were so weak, and they were lined up. That was so damn close. Glyph again is coming up really huge for Ambrosia. He was forced all the way out back into like Southside A spawn because he got connected onto by a Rolling Thunder, which luckily for him launched him out of the oncoming orbital strike, but then has to get back into main fighting a 1v2 and wins the 1v2. It's pretty sick from him. He's stepping it up for Ambrosia for sure. Who, surprisingly, when you're looking at this roster, like, what the hell? These guys are 0-2. This is a high quality team. They're great players here.
It's a little surprising, right? I don't know if we expect that. Again, they did have to take on Trust in Plug, pretty quality squad, I'd like to think. Ambrosia are really putting the work in right now, playing I think another Fun Habit tournament alongside of their Challengers stint. But yeah, Winthrop and Trust in Plug. So decent teams, but you feel like Ambrosia can take one of those wins given the name brand on their roster. That's a discussion for another time, though.
Closed.
We have a 3-round lead for Ambrosia. The money build up for Hikikomori, though, means they can keep applying this brand of pressure that's looked really good. And once again, it's getting the players up towards Arcade, out of tunnel.
Working into that 2-3 split setup. Glyph has the fault line ready to try and stop that crunch from coming in at the intended timings by slowing down the game players. He wants to get all the info with the dimensional trip. To do so, calls out for the salvos. They're going back dice.
All right, Bowie emerges on the side. Adder's already gone down. It's been softened up enough for them. They just destroy Glyph. Satellite here. Really not a part of the action so far, and it's just a good line for the attacking player in the post plant. Demi just comfortably operates that box. Screwface Missing the Kooky Koalas days right now, I guarantee you, folks. 1 versus 5. And there ain't much to do at all except walk away and keep your gun. Bro, it was the team that he was on with like Anderson, Ange, Harmon, Koala Noob. You don't remember? That's how
you don't remember. Like, this is a team that they played from February 2021 till June 2021. Bro, you
when
don't
they
remember,
did, they had some huge dude, they had some big upset results though during that time. I remember people were getting kind of excited about them in challenges back then.
Oh yeah, they 2-0'd Chicken Club back in April 2021.
Chicken Club.
That was a big win.
Chicken Club, you know? Come on, bros. Come on, the teams out there. I don't know, man.
Close loss against the Goofy Goobers as well, evidently. Look at the
VLR.GG was actually a mistake. It was actually a mistake. I remember they almost beat Renegades in a nice monthly. I remember that one.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, that was. I mean, that's just a crazy pull. A crazy pull.
It was back when I was very deep in Valorant before the break.
Evidently, yeah. You were really deep in Valorant.
Because of exclusivity clauses in contracts, I just disappeared for a while. You know, I got disapparated. Don't worry, gang. Much to your pleasure, I'm sure, everybody. I'm here to stay. Point is, wasn't a great round for Ambrosia at all. Screwface has the hero rifle. Launching smoke. And they're going to be putting their hopes on it here as Hikiki Mori have gotten their most rounds against any opponent in challenges thus far.
Ambrosia are they're trying to anchor these sites. And that's tough when you're playing against this comp, especially when there's a dimensional drift pinging you out. You have a fair bet of running out of the smoke.
Okay, FNS moment? Yes. Garpa going down, Satellite getting... Oh my goodness, Kaiser! Never mind that. Tell you what, life comes at you awful quick. Or death if you're one of Kaiser's targets there. Now, it does add a walk into the battlefield to pick up a weapon. They can't really. They have no idea where Ghost is playing, although they can assume that he's playing separately from the rest of his team. Ada was not able to get a rifle. Oh.
I have the spike.
But a confirmation on the last player he has.
It does have one cage to try and obscure an angle, or maybe throw it down to get to a weapon upgrade.
There it is, Ada. What an important kill. Ambrosia coming to that round with just the hero rifle. They take a really awkward fight, you know, inside that sky smoke, and despite getting 4K'd by one player, able to turn the round around.
That is a nice adjustment from anchoring into let's do something a bit more proactive. It's unfortunate that they named the Brimstone smoke the Sky Smoke, then introduced Sky to the game. Ultimately, a little confusing.
Yes.
It might need a rename.
Let's see how this went down. Damn. Okay. Whoa. Okay, guys. So that's actually pretty sick.
Some crazy technology here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Look at this zoom, bro. See the beads of sweat on Kaiser's face as he just goes sicko mode on him. Again, I'm sure he had a burrito for lunch, but it don't matter. 3 rounds in at white. We have Ember. That might have been honestly a mistake that cost us Mori this map, unfortunately. See if they can bounce back from it. Satellite with the bomb. Catch Demi. Glyph happen to throw down. They're over towards the tower side, and all these guns starting to be dropped away from Mori now. Satellite ain't missing. It's that little close range op doing some serious work. We're down to Garpa and Kaiser, whose positions are known and noted over towards Arcade.
Trying to slow things down. Maybe hope that someone on Ambrosia will overpeak, go for a little bit too much, try and stat pad, find a free opening kill that way, or at the very least, maybe someone will just rotate off towards A, but that's not going to be the case because there's a trip and a cam, one each for the north and south side, so Ambrosia have no reason to move whatsoever.
Wait this one out. Mori are the ones that have to venture something in order to
30 seconds left.
Advance their game state. And so it will be a late wrap here. From tunnel to arcade. They're going to come up behind Garpa. They just take too long. And there it is. Sunlight waiting on the line. Fights his third of the round. It takes Ambrosia to map point.
That is unfortunate. A very pivotal round. Mori, they have, as you mentioned, they broke their record for most rounds in a Challengers game so far. And heading into this, they were actually 1-0 all-time on Fracture. They famously beats Sloptimus Prime Gaming, in fact, in the Fun Haver.
Do you really have to? Do you have to preface that with the word famously? Is that really necessary? Oh, I mean, like, again,
I'm giving a narrative. I'm trying to give a narrative.
Okay, in fairness, I also never want to let the truth get in the way of a good narrative. This does demonstrate that Hikikomori are improving. I think this has been a pretty solid map. At times, it was really good. A couple of those thrifty rounds, they've strung together nicely, so I really don't want to take too much away from them here. Ambrosia are obviously a team that will outlast you, and frankly, just had a really nice string of rounds on that first half. Put Hikikomori out of the game, and now that Op's in place, so you've got to approach this differently. On the extremity, Satellite is playing contact and honestly asking for even more. You going for this? Not quite. Demi eventually getting taken down by Screwface with the showstopper rocket happening behind him.
Arma gonna get popped off from Kaiser, not able to get all too much value. Ghost is just hoping that would have pushed someone into his crosshair. Not going to be the case.
Last player standing.
And it's up to Ghost now.
Spike down, attackers
Last up here for Hikikomori. And a fractured map that unfortunately was never really theirs to win, especially after that first half. A good comeback after winning the pistol here in the second.
30 seconds
Ghost has to do a 1v3 with 33 health. Okay, that's one way to end the match. Ambrosia take it 13-8 after a little bit of a slow start in the second half. I mean, a 9-3 attack side is definitely something that you're going to be happy with.
There's definitely an opportunity for Hikikomori to kind of go on a run there on their own attack side. It just fell flat after Ambrosia brought out that round where they popped 4 players out of the smoke to counter their hit, which was a good play from them. But listen, overall, genuinely though, Hikikomori, they are making improvements. Bowie is looking like a good player. Most rounds they've gotten in a map so far, so have to give them credit in that regard. And despite, as we mentioned at the top, Ambrosia having lost this map the last several times they played it, they were all really close games. 3-round differential max against the best teams that we have in Challengers, CUBE Academy, etc. So all things considered, still a good performance from Hikikomori so far. See if they can keep it up or do the one better when we get over to the map pick of Ambrosia next.
Yeah, that is going to be Pearl coming up next, by the way. So keep your eyes out for that. I'm hoping for more Bowie, Yoru, and of course to see what Ambrosia has got cooked up on that map. Don't go too far. Hopefully at least, well, obviously at least one more map here in Challenges for today. It's going to be Ambrosia and Hikikomori throwing down on Pearl.
I played on a lot of teams at this point, the majority of which I had to compete on instead of being a practice roster. And it's like, something that's really beneficial about this roster, about Derek and Steven especially, is that everybody's just really happy. Like, everybody like has a lot of trust for each other and a lot of love for each other. And obviously right now we're not like, you know, we don't have the formula making it work consistently, but I truly believe that when we win our first match together and we like experience that feeling of winning together and we like get to have that belief, you know, I think this team can be an Ascension contender. Like, Steven has some of the best mechanics I've ever seen in my life. Pulls rounds out that I've never seen ever, especially with like the Guardian single shotguns. And I think, like, generally speaking, when he's like playing loose and playing with like fun in mind, you know, like he's able to unlock the best version of himself, and like that's something that he's also consistently looking to do more often. And I think same with Derek. I've had messages like from them talking about how like they love the environment, they love practicing together, they love playing together with me, like, and as a team. And like for me, like that's what like playing Valorant competitively is all about. If I don't enjoy my practice every single day, I don't enjoy coming in and like talking and laughing with my teammates, with my boys. Like I came from sports, right? Like I was never meant to be a professional esport player. Like I was meant to go through college and get a job and then like fuck off. You know what I mean? Into corporate America. And like during COVID, I got the opportunity to do this, and like I obviously love it, right? And don't get me wrong, I've been trying to do it forever. I'm still trying to do it forever, right? But it's so huge to have like the personal relationships outside of the game and to be able to like truly enjoy practice and like laugh with your teammates. Because like we'll talk about stuff that has nothing to do with Valorant, you know? And like that's cool. I'm a big fan of that.
One enemy remaining. Last player remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Well, they put up a fight on their map choice, but in the end, Hakikimori unable to take down Ambrosia, who took the series 13-8, starting off this series right. Looking back at the match too, I mean, Roy, from the get-go, Ambrosia had a pretty good stronghold on the game. And then once we got the side swap, like Hakikimori, we got to see these highlights. We got to see a little bit more, but it was just a little too late in the match.
Yeah, it was almost like a Hakikimori sandwich, honestly, because they started off pretty good as well, and then they sort of lost grip on the first half, and then again on this coming into the second half, we definitely saw some. I mean, honestly, we saw many moments of brilliance coming out from Hakikimori. They're definitely showing that they're improving. I completely agree with Wyatt, but ultimately, Ambrosia was it just looked like the better team overall.
Yeah, like looking at this, I mean, once Ambrosia was able to get a little bit more of a stronghold on the map, able to start closing it out. So definitely when you're looking at this Ambrosia team, Ash, that in the past, we have seen some really close games. Definitely getting this map upset to kick things off is going to feel good for them.
No, that is for sure, especially to be able to bring things back in that second half when it seemed like Hakikimori was starting to build up a little bit of that momentum. They picked up both pistol rounds on the side of Hakikimori, and for Ambrosia, I think that, you know, confidence-wise, they want to be able to also take this out in a 2-0, considering they are kind of the favored ones in this matchup, right, overall. And I think that Hakikimori, though, you do have to give them their flowers as far as how well they did play in a couple of those rounds, namely the bonus being one that I think that we were all really surprised with how that one turned around.
100%. And even looking back at Bowie getting the 3K from the pistol and just kind of going on from there. I mean, Roy, your boy, guys are getting that 4K the one round. Like they have some
this
vibes.
clip right here. Yeah. I love it. I love it. The spray. Look at his movement too. Very calm. Like by the way, he's 16 years old, guys. He is 16 years old, putting up pretty solid stats against a pretty veteran roster. I would definitely agree. I think the Hakikimori improvement is happening, but again, it looked like on the flip side, Ambrosia was playing a pretty solid game plan, even though it was looking a little dicey at times. I definitely could see their wombo combos, their utility combinations, and a lot of their general game plans coming into fruition.
Which is definitely good news for Ambrosia and Ambrosia fans out there, because again, the fact that we're on week 3, we're getting to that point of no returns for teams that are continuing to take these losses. So to be able to start this series off, be able to get that 1-0 one step closer to making sure they can put an end to that loss streak is going to be so important. So good confidence, even just a good job there too. Even in first kills, but being able to kind of have that bounce back, being able to really be able to find that room to get a job. And Glyph here, Ash, like honestly, just really, really well done.
Yeah, Glyph had an incredible game here on Fracture. I think he provided really great support to the team as well. I think when you look towards the compositions that we're seeing on Fracture pretty often too, it's those like 1-2 punch like wombo combos with the Teho and the Breach Stun with those missiles and the fault line that comes out, or even using the paint shells that Satellite has to do a lot of that like zoning and a lot of that just general damage as well. So I think that was really well played on the side of Ambrosia.
Agreed. And to add on a little bit as well, I think Glyph brings a lot of things to this team that just will never, you'll never see statistically. There'll be no empirical evidence of it. But overall, I think the level of micro, the level of like control that he exerts with this team, the synergy he has with Satellite is a very big key. It's a massive key piece for this team.
And something that was really on display in that first map. So, and across the board, really being able to step up. And we had talked about Adder in this roster and someone you could rely on, really did be able to make that impact as well. So Ambrosia, they're looking good, they're looking coordinated, and that's definitely something for them to be taking well into the series. Now, looking at the next map, which is their own map pick going into this Pearl. And this Pearl is when Ambrosia started to get a couple of more eyes on them, considering this is the one where they got CUBE Academy. They got 11 rounds on them, Roy. They weren't able to close it out there, but that was definitely when they showed a lot of life and it's like, okay, like there is this capability, there is this promise here.
Yeah, absolutely. Although after the last showing on Pearl, I'm questioning how good of a performance that really was.
We don't talk about that last
but the one thing that I am seeing here that is like a looming concern for me, though, is the fact that Hakiki Mori's opting to start on the defense side on Pearl. A half that is honestly kind of hard to play. I mean, statistically, you look at Pearl stats and you see, yeah, we're close to the 50-50 on defense. But like when you play this map, when you really watch it, it really does feel very attack-sided, just because of how awkward it is to play around the mids, how awkward the length of rotations are. Just like it's just a very hard half, and I feel like Ambrosia's attack is where they really shine, and it's a bit of a concern for me.
I definitely agree with all the points that you're making there, Roy, especially with just like how awkward it can be to defend on that map. But I also wonder that maybe for Hakiki Mori, it might be a question of them trying to play their own game in the sense of, you know, maybe they might feel a little bit more confident kind of being able to sit back and checking out the playstyle of Ambrosia on attack first. Just because when you are a young team that doesn't have that experience, they haven't played it in official yet, that just might be where they feel a little bit more comfortable, even though it isn't the side that you would typically expect most teams to start off on.
But then I look back to like respect if they're going for the, yeah, we're going to do what we're most comfortable with. But when you're going up against an Ambrosia that this is the side that they feel comfortable on too, is evident by how close their one map on Pearl was. That I think is spelling a little bit of potential disaster on the horizon for Hakiki Mori, especially too if they do get down around deficit. We talked about this team that needs to have this confidence and everything else. We saw glimpses of that in that first match. You know it's there, but I'm then curious if all of a sudden they start losing that momentum, Roy, if we're going to start seeing that Hakiki Mori that was able to shoot back, that was putting these plays together, and we might lose that here.
Honestly, I think a breakdown in their fundamentals and their team play might be a blessing in disguise. I feel like once they just are unleashed with this like idea of how they want to play the game, that actually might give them more freedom and more confidence to make errors, because again, I'm just maybe pulling at straws here, but there is a silver lining to what is happening here to Hakiki Mori if they do end up with this like no momentum deficit. But I think overall, just play your game. There's really no expectations of them. No one's expecting them to win the league. There's really, if anything, they're completely free from all of these shackles and pressure.
Which is a pressure that Ambrosia on the other side, especially with some of the veteran talent on this team, is definitely going to be feeling. So let's head into the agent select again. We're headed to Pearl. This is going to be Ambrosia's map pick and something that we've gotten to see from them recently. But in terms of actual competitive play, we haven't seen this look yet from Hakiki Mori. So going into it, all right, Ash, across the board, a Yoru showdown.
Not even just a Yoru, it's just a mirror comp.
A straight mirror. Let's go. Okay.
So that's going to be really interesting because you do maybe wonder if Hakiki Mori maybe look back on some of the VODs of other teams playing similar compositions and are looking to replicate some of that. But then at the same time, Ambrosia, Roy, being the ones to play this initially within VCL, that's also the worry of, okay, they have the experience playing it in the server on paper. They should know best.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of these teams that are running the Fade and Tejo specifically are pulling a lot of their ideas from Sentinel. So there's probably even more layers of strategy available and kind of comp philosophy to how they want to play. So I think there's a lot of like things they can pull inspiration from and sort of have ideas of how they want to approach the map, what sort of style they want to play, and a level of, you know, familiarity with the game.
And honest to goodness mirror, always one of my favorite type of Valorant here. So let's get into it. Pearl for Ambrosia. This is series point. Let's see if Hakiki Mori, if this can be the comeback. Now, Wyatt, take it away.
Thank you, Sierra and the crew. I'm really looking forward to this map because we've kind of talked about this comp a lot, you and I, in the last couple of weeks, and how it really has like a ton of moving parts. There's a lot of stuff that you kind of have to line up here between like the info gathering of the Fade and trying to make sure your Tejo util is hitting, and of course your Vice really trying to lock especially their B site down, how you control A main, yada yada. That's a lot. I'm curious to see how these two teams are when all those pieces had to be brought together.
Yeah, Roy said it. This is the Sentinels comp, the one that you and I, we just cast a couple times last week. So we're definitely familiar with it. I'm curious to see how familiar with their strategies these two teams are as far as trying to maybe one-to-one just directly integrate the Sentinels style of play here. It is a complex comp. It is tough to play, but when it's executed properly, it's more than potent. These agents are fantastic on this map together.
I mean, for the avoidance of doubt, we have also been critical of Sentinels playing this comp, saying there might be too many moving parts for them to be able to focus on the fundamental side of the game as well. So it takes a lot. Curious to see if we can, how close to its full potential we get to see this comp look. But messy times here over towards Link as 3 players off 3 different angles for Mori simply just post up and receive this push through.
They play off of that pressure from Ambrosia with some serious class. They're able to just absorb some of that aggression, reswing together. Garpa shuts down Adder. What a way to start this map off, a map that they haven't actually played in an official yet.
So far, so good. I mean, they're definitely ready for Ambrosia to try and thrust their way over towards the B side via Link.
Blocking vision.
Of course, we have the Smiley here, who's knows he's bound to get spammed at Smoker. And there it is. Bowie takes care of him now. Nice lockdown there by Mori.
Absolutely. Bowie starting off strong already with a 2-piece in the first round after top fragging for the team over on map 1. Standout player highlighted by the desk. But not surprised to see Ambrosia just taking it back a little bit to the map overall to take us to Pearl. They have had success here recently. They were able to beat Trust and Plug, Winthrop University, only lost to Cubert Academy 13-11. So this has just been a good map for them. Good enough that they feel more than confident to pick into it with Mori's play here being an unknown until today.
Is that Teho util from the defenders to gain them some control of A main, but they haven't pushed up to the box yet. Behind this stealth drone, maybe. Demi's able to ping out 2 players with that ability. A lot of value. That's going to force Ambrosia off that part of the map elsewhere. Ghost was ready for Satellite to come calling once more, trying to sneak up mid. Back behind double doors go Ambrosia.
Trying to sneak out mid, but ultimately has to cross that sheer wall. Now Garpa stacked up to absorb the aggression, and with the better rifle, better gun, able to collect 2.
There.
Not it well, in my opinion. Now, straight down Link, we go to the B site. That is the last remaining plan of attack in this round for Ambrosia. They're in Heaven. Astra Star ready to smoke out Heaven on tower. And off we go. Remember, we're still dealing with Bulldog, Spectres, and an Outlaw in this round, so the weaponry is certainly impressive for Mori. But no one wrapping here from long at the moment. They're all going to make their way onto the side here from tower. Here we go. Flash in. Bowie drops on down. Out of spots him out. Tries to get a couple of shots, but goes behind him as well. It's awkward. Bowie has a window to turn around. Some sharp shooting from Smiley. Saves a bit of face for Ambrosia, but that's the anti-eco going the way of Mori.
They play it pretty smooth. Just gathered up and spawn. No one rushing things. I like that position from Adder. That was a cool attempt to play forward in that smoke. Find a kill there. But at the end of the day, situation there. Next to almost 0% chance of winning every single time they run that scenario, right? So all good. Ambrosia will be content with the damage though still, I suppose.
I think it's fine. You know, I don't know what that was clean. Double there. I think that Adder just like a little overcooked there. Yeah, this push out of double door from Ambrosia from the single play we've seen quite a few times. So bonus for Mori, not the most impressive. Horn, okay, Garpa allows that to ping them out. At least it feels that way. Now we're really fighting though for A main. Yeah, we're going for this. Oh, okay. Pui just lingers. Was hoping maybe to get out there with the gate crash, but that was not a possibility. So A main control now gained. Teho util looking to pave the way into the A site for Ambrosia.
Oh, that stealth thrown just a little bit too quick.
No charges.
And save for any mid-round or late-round heroics, Ambrosia should be able to clean the rest of this up with ease. After getting A main control, they remove one of the only 2 good weapons for Mori. They have B contained. The only thing to slow them down here is running into the sheer. That's over placed towards long.
It's a long wall. Yeah, and normally we see the diagonal on the site. But this is actually a much wider sheer wall placed across the wall.
She'll allow a little bit more time for Mori to actually rotate over.
Okay,
Satellite just intends on getting in. Yeah, he does.
Okay, so we got one player to approach on the site. Anyway, Glyph is in here. So 2 players from Ambrosia. And then we're going to play in that standard spot here, one that Hikikomori can't see. We've had a player push up as well. Okay, no, it was just a clone. Minimap betrays you. Satellite still sitting towards halls. We've got the potential to play out from long here, but Ghost is, rather Kaiser, excuse me, only as a sheriff, and it's being watched for most of the time by Smiley. Here comes that defense side, Teho Util. And yeah, Mori are going to walk into the wood chipper here. No 2 ways about it. Just the sheriff's left in play, and it's Kaiser. Took his sweet time trying to get a foothold here at Belong. And we are going to hunt that down. We're going to get that sheriff out of hand here. So it would be a bonus for Hikikomori that goes for a flawless for Ambrosia.
Super clean. Unfortunately, a common theme from the first map was that on the anti-ecos, Mori weren't able to stabilize their economy effectively. Fortunately for them, they were actually able to win one of those really bad bonus rounds. But yeah, the majority of the time, as we just saw, you're not going to if you drop too many guns on the previous. So those shots from Smiley 2 rounds ago, after the round was lost, really paid off. And now they're stabilizing their own economy. They don't drop a single weapon.
Running back now, weapons brought up, and Bowie's already gone for an operator. Half armor. So again, they had an outlaw from this position previously. They do like trying to hold for contact in A main with a scope weapon, apparently. Dimensional drifting now into the gate crash, which puts them at the B site. It's going to be Satellite, who's deep, seeing a lot of this. And obviously unsurprising probably to see Ghost in that position. Pinging that out now as the Razor Vines do spread over the site. Satellite got taken down. That was the Gory that went deep. I think they just took the challenge and the player in Link won it out. Screwface at least is going to have to plant here.
It looked like he wanted to ping that player out so they could go for a C's missiles, but the missiles never came. He goes down, and now it's Ambrosia to disadvantage.
Okay, I like that Teho Util. It really slows up this Link push. They're forced all the way back to give Smiley a foothold here, and they're not ready for the play from the backside. Glyph gets himself 1, but Kaiser fights his way through this. Now it's on Adder. Wyatt's favorite Valorant player ever, I would say. And he's doing all right. In the 1-for-1, Kaiser, though, will clutch, find his 3rd, and get the defuse.
Would have been top 2 if he got the clutch. Nice try, though.
Damn.
Top 3 is still, that's of all time. Top 3 is pretty good. You know, number 1, Tens, number 2, Shroud, number 3, Adder. That's my top 3 Valorant players of all time.
And to that, I say, go Valorant. Good job, Wyatt.
Ambrosia, they had a couple pretty large mistakes, to be honest, on that B execute. I don't know what was going on with that dimensional drift. You could see that Satellite was pinging out the Vice standing there. A C's came over the top, but there were no guiding salvos with it. But Screwface had his missiles, and then they think they kill everyone in Link, but Kaiser is still alive there, gets free kills. A comedy of errors from the Ambrosia side, and it's put their economy in a dire situation if they lose this round.
But we discussed this. These comps are hard to make work. I mean, there's so many moving parts like that. Like trying to put together the util combo in very short notice, excuse me, is, well, clearly hard. Sheer wall is up. Although it was just a clone that's activated, so not much to see there right now for Ghost. It's about art. And that drone's going to come on in. This might prowl on this one. Maybe they try and play off of it. Yes, flash behind it as well. Kaiser just overwhelmed by that util dump. Denny trying to slip away there. He'll at least be joined by Garpa.
Bowie was actually in A main, but decided to teleport to Art, where Mori are going to maybe attempt to re-clear. No, at this point they just have to pivot to spawn. Obviously, there's so much more noise being made in Link. We'll see if Ghost can maybe get one cheeky kill before falling off and playing for a retake. That doesn't even look like he wants to take his chances.
You think he might have heard Satellite. Gate crashed into position there. Nicely done by Demi. Sixth sense about it, apparently. That's the fade out of the game. Satellite here hopes not to go so cheaply as last time. Hoping the clone gets some action there on long. It's not to be. Prowler comes in. Bowie wants to follow it up here. Satellite is past him like a ship in the night and sprays him down. That is ridiculous. They are low, though. But still, Screwface and Ada can cause problems. We're seeing it now. Ada chooses this moment well as the salvo forces Demi off the site. Garpa. 1v3 with an operator? I think not. Not with this amount of money. Off we go to try and save this, and the net will close. Ada's already going to make his way down water. Screwface is lost for this, though, but this should be enough to get the operator out of hand, and it is.
That would have been the hero weapon for assuming in the hands of Bowie this next round, but they are on a tough eco, saving into the next where they're going to have a hell of a lot of ultimates to play with. I mean, if they manage to get some Sheriff kills on this round, which they could, I believe they won a Sheriff eco round on Fracture, or at least it came down to like a 1v1 clutch. If they could do something similar, they have the ults to actually convert a situation like that here. So, not a safe anti-eco for Ambrosia by any means. One little mistake, one lost player could cascade into a situation where they're losing.
It's time for Hikikimori, given the weaponry. No reason to play aggressively towards A main. That'll still be checked, though, by Ambrosia. This comeback has not been completed yet. Smoke there. The Astra, of course, just to try and waylay Ambrosia. Hikikimori are not ready for this. All right, here it comes. Nightfall only catches onto one play here. This should be quite telling. So Satellite gets into the site, flash through the nebula, and off we go. We're going for it. Counter, Nightfall coming on in, though, and Bowie hits the site hard. That is dirty stuff with the Sheriff, mind you. Audacious. At least the space is going to be cleared now as Steel Garden comes in to affect the attackers. Spike recover, but where do you go from here?
Going to the dimensional drift, evidently going to get the spot on both players in main. That's one. Oh, yeah, it does check for the second. Bowie is showing out in this round right now.
Bowie's going to remain over towards Secret for now. Jeez, the momentum completely stunted for Ambrosia. Bowie's getting some irons on them, I think, with these last couple of games.
And with Ambrosia feeling the need to retreat, I mean, I think Garpa could have gone to recover a weapon, may still do so, but they will get the upgrades. And to even just add the cherry on top, Kaiser could pop the Cosmic Divide in this retake to try and set up a safe defuse opportunity.
Okay, we get the plan. And over towards Halls. Looked like Ada was considering going, yes. Screwface steps ahead of this Razor Vine. Swing! Beautifully done. Okay. And here it is. Steel Garden comes out. Garpa, despite not having access to the primary, still able to find a kill. Ada needs to make use of this now. They're going to be crept up on, though, and they've given themselves away. Cosmic Divide means you just swing this over and over again and hope to win it out with the gun, but it's not to be. Hikikimori keep themselves up by 2.
And it was the snowball ultimate after ultimate from Mori in that round that wins it out for them. Respect to just sending out the Nightfall before you've even found a pick or an advantage, though. They just rip that. During the site execute, Bowie scales in off the back of it and gets 3 kills, essentially alone on site, just being supported by the Nightfall that came through.
Yeah, exactly. Like the rest of his team, I think, is smoked off. He pushed the Nebula to take that fight. That is ridiculous. We love to see that. So we actually have a rifle brought into the round here for Satellite. Okay. Cutting through. Again, Util will slow Ambrosia down, but Satellite gets ahead of it by gate crashing forwards. So they'll tuck in A main here.
Slowing things down. Adder wants to find the timing.
Very good ping from Demi. That's interesting that they just backed up into Art while revealed. Okay, well, not getting that one back, I'm afraid. Garpa, it'll be flashed away from this. Cosmic Divide, of course, laid down by Ambrosia. And Adder has a good sense for this, but the aim doesn't quite match up. Kaiser gets the drop on him. Now, at least, this post-plant for Ambrosia, they got the stick. Can fall back to A main should they so choose, but Screwface is playing awfully deep here in Flowers. Stinger,
Garpa has to be concerned. Can't just really eagle the smoke.
Well, but we eventually gets cut down by Shield by the players. Overwhelming. Awkward! Awkward! A right click! Oh my goodness, Smiley with the acrobatics. Leaves Kaiser with it all to do. Smiley's able to pick up the operator. Healthy after that exchange, taking no damage. That one is going to go wayward. Still, Kaiser has no idea where to find Cliff and will eventually be shot in the back of the head.
Ambrosia just eco them right back to the dismay of Mori. Unfortunate.
Scrappy game.
Garpa was under so much pressure there in Flowers. That was a really tough situation to play. And if, honestly, he had been able to find that kill on, who's that jumping around backside with the classic? Whichever player that was. Oh, yeah, and the Prowler going through the smoke, not actually spotting Screwface because he's tucked in the corner. A couple little unfortunate situations add up. It's resulted in their economy being broken.
So, like, once again, plays forward. Gotta be happy after that last round for Ambrosia. Oh, and the flash, is it enough? Not remotely, but, yeah, that Teho util is gonna hit hard. Demi's forced to play that line, and while stunned, is still
Down A.
Stun's a cosmetic, like you say, Wyatt.
It really is. That's crazy that he was able to find that kill. That was a good sync of utility, though, from Ambrosia getting the C's into the missiles, cleaning up those timings, and it results in a win for the A main fight.
Ghost and Kaiser hear all of this. What do you do about it? I mean, the shield wall, yeah, they've just realized that no matter what they do, they're going to be revealed. They're going to have to take a fight here. But they're walking together at least. Ambrosia being slowed up. Ada now, of course, will be watching the flank, and they've ascertained that there's no one on the side itself. So, unfortunately, what could have been a fun backstab opportunity is going to be snuffed out by that Sentinel util, leaving Kaiser again, who has to clutch another round. Seen it already this game. Stack up, though, is too much. Ambrosia have the numbers and the guns, and not even the game.
Good effort, but yeah, Ambrosia just make it clean with a double setup. For the first time, actually staving off an anti-eco, so finally maybe able to put their economy in a bit of a more decent spot as they're growing close to even more ultimates than the two that they've already got as well. An opportunity to try and get in the lead, extend the lead.
You can see the risk, like,
Planted.
as defenders trying to push up in the A main against this Teho comp. It's, I don't know, like, you are probably going to, if you win that fight, you probably die after it unless you have, like, your Yori who can get crashed out. But if you're committed to that and you get caught in a grab well, then, like, Teho, you could die.
Yeah, and that is just why a team like G2 love having that chamber and the Yoru, regardless of satellite and deep with the judge. All right, cool. Fun agent, fun gameplay.
Okay. And it's able to deal with Kaiser there pretty comfortably. Satellite takes up the position just vacated by the Armageddon very quickly. So this buy round here for Hakikimori, unfortunately, does not have much longevity. It represents an opportunity for Ambrosia to finally stabilize this economy.
Unfortunately, yeah, Bowie just never got the opportunity to do something of significance with the op, so obviously wants to carry that over to try and find an opening in round 10 to keep his team in this. You know, this still is the closest we've seen Hakikimori to getting a map win. Early days, but they're keeping it close. Oh, this is going to be tough for Bowie. Surely he doesn't get out of this.
Stuck in that corner, essentially, but yeah, nobody close enough for Ambrosia yet to punish it. I think, oh, okay. Oh my goodness. Well, should have known, honestly. Based on what we've seen so far this game, should have bloody known. Bowie gets out with the operator. Round for Ambrosia. Lost 2 guns in that one as well, just so we was talking about them stabilizing this economy properly. There's a couple more guns than they would have liked to have given up otherwise. Bam.
Classic vintage Yoru activity right there.
Enemy remaining.
How do we make this work? Glyph is molding after that.
Certainly lost at least a dozen follicles of hair after that moment. Perhaps a dozen and a half. Bowie's pushed up with this off, man. Huh?
Half a follicle of hair?
No, a dozen and a half.
Oh, I see it. One and a
No,
half
not half, not a dozen and 1/2 follicle. Not 12.5 follicles.
Good to know.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Yeah, Bowie's dishing it out now. Cutting through. Okay. Little unnatural, little otherworldly. You got to respect it, though. You do need to have protocols to play in the operator. I mean, Ambrosia should know better because Bowie is buying that whenever they possibly can on this map.
Glyph, after all that chaos, just wants to find a moment to get a forward position that the rest of his team could play off of, chooses Art to be that location. Doesn't have to worry about a trip, can silently walk through here. Spotted out by Demi, has to break the Razor Vine.
All right, Ghost hold. Oh, okay, a little early. Honestly, there's a kill that is to be had there. Ghost though just pulls a shot a little early, happens to the best of his.
30 seconds left.
And Glyph is, this is a control spot to be, but I love that little rotation out. Gui cleans him up.
Spike planted.
Steel guard and active.
My ult's ready.
That's for the defenders, but Hakikimori are in no hurry. The spike just got planted.
Right
And you
there.
can't really flash yourself out of this. Is there an Arc Rose in play? Okay, not too shabby. Adam pushed it. He pushed it, damn it! Oh my goodness, Smiley realizes and gets the memo. He's going to go forward too. Now it's just 2 Sheriffs left. Mori don't have the weapons to work with. Just Jiggle peek in that corner. Garper and Ghost both go low, and talk about salvaging a round white. They could have gone either way.
That's a 2 versus 5 win. So you have to give massive credit to Ambrosia for playing that together in the smoke, finding all the kills. On the opposite side, though, for Hakikimori, they are going to regret deeply that they did not just instantly rip the Dimensional Drift to guarantee that 5v2 round win. On a round where they could have saved all the guns, turned the economy on its head, they thought just having the numbers was going to be enough. But 4 of them still just had Sheriffs. It wasn't. They needed to use the ult there. I know they're regretting that seriously right now. You just have to do everything you can to win that round from that situation. Like, you cannot give Ambrosia an inch back into that. It was too crucial of a moment.
At least it wasn't worth 2 rounds, is the upside. Ghost will wait on this push. Okay, it's going to be cleared by the drone. He gets all the way down Link, even sees Kaiser for a moment. Okay, so we're seeing so much of the map just being given up now because Ambrosia are moving in numbers. Straight down through Link. An open B side, essentially, as well.
Open B site, Nightfall. Going to confirm that fact that we know from the minimap, and the Cosmic Divide will surely stop any attempt from Mori to flood back into the site, though we know that wouldn't have really happened anyway. They're not in position to do it yet. It's going to be a full set retake. They have a Cosmic Divide of their own to cut off that angle at B long. Should be using the Dimensional Drift to get all the info close towards Halls, Link, etc. They could even Nightfall long after the fact as well. Mori have a great chance of winning this.
I do like the Dimensional Drift for Bui, though. They're not going to waste their salvo on Halls at all. Instead, they're going to use it out on the site, which makes Adder a little bit uncomfortable. Bui does spot the player over towards Link, but Screwface wants to get in the game very quickly. Looks like a special delivery did catch on as a counter Nightfall comes from the defenders. Smiley on the other side of that wall. Going to pop that util to slow the defuse down, and there's no chance for it. Nicely done. Hakikimori get the defuse.
Last round before the
Yeah, easy to just stick the spike with the safety of the Cosmic Divide. Plus, I mean, you're in the Nightfall, you can't hear a damn thing anyway, but also there's the Cosmic Divide, so you really can't hear what's going on the opposite side of that wall. So they don't even know that the spike got tapped.
Yeah, Smiley had some Astra's util on the spike, but I think they use it. It's just too late by the time like the grab wall actually would have pulled you off. It was already halved.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You just don't even know the timing. You don't know when they tapped. You just have to try and go off your own intuition.
It feels better to fight through the wall, but that's just me, I guess. Ambrosia at least have another buy run. These 2 teams are just breaking each other's economy. We've never, not at all on this half, actually see either team build a bank.
No, not. I mean, yeah, you're right. Not even in the slightest. This has been the most back and forth game for Hakikimori so far in all of this Challenger stage. Bui, lovely first kill.
God, they're good. They are very good. Fighting doggedly here for this A main again. This time without the Teho here. Late round util is going to be a factor. Bui wants to fight everybody. And you know what?
Oh my god.
I'm here for it. Honestly, fight them all.
I mean, was that just a 3-piece of kills? Every single player in A main he took down?
Yes.
Not bad from the Challengers rookie.
And by the way, in between them, there's a ton of util to shake him out of that position. Screwface dies early. I think that's what really hurts them. Satellite flashed that position. Absolutely dominated them. All right.
30 seconds left.
Here's the ping. Going to see a clone as well. Glyph is on the move there, unfortunately for them. And a very good Hikikomori round. That is impressive stuff. Bui exits with 4 kills, but overall they look very solid here on Pearl, a map that we've not seen from them at all.
Yeah, I have to imagine they'll be trying to get this in the mix in their series a little bit more from here on out. Kaiser even on top of that gets the kill, and then round not even done yet, starts spraying the body. That's the get the confidence up move. That's the get the boys in the call feeling good type move, because you're acting a goddamn fool on the site, Mitch. That's what that play is. And I'm not mad at it. I'm really not.
It was really nice. Now, of course, I think, you know, you've got to be a little bit scared in this next half of exactly what Bui can do to you on this attack side. How deep they can get over towards that B side, fight in halls. Very solid first half, and yet 4 of those rounds strung together by Hikikomori. Let's jump into round 13, folks. Sees Ambrosia on defense now. They themselves will look to take that early control, and yeah, they want an AWP for Screwface, apparently. Geez, that is deep.
That is tough for Garpa. Off the back of seeing all that, though, Mori say, let's go into B ASAP. They're cut off by the wall. Bui gets deep into the site, is alone, but will claim the space at the very least.
Unfortunately, though, Ambrosia doesn't lose anyone on this exchange of space. Still able to play with 5. Left just a moment later, and that might have interrupted this plant.
Spike planted.
So they're not quite sure yet where the spike is, Ambrosia. Now we're in the post plant. Mori down to 4 players. Have good long control here, and they're ready to step forward. Satellite tries to forge their way out onto the site. Shut down instantly. Glyph gonna have a crack at it here, but it's just such a crossfire setup now for these attack side players. It's gonna take heroics from Ambrosia to get through. As we've seen this week gone, and heroics won't get you all the way.
Mori set up a great post plant there. The crossfires were really good. And again, it's Bui, though, who is at the front line, not only drawing the attention, but still being able to find more kills. Entered the round with 16, leaves with 18. Is facing in the front all the way deep halls. He is on fire right now. Determined to get Hikikomori their first map win.
So far, not so bad. After that deep push on the A side here by Ambrosia. Just dominating that whole position.
One enemy remaining.
And that's the trouble here when you know, are in a post plant on that B side. You can only come from Link and from Tower, respectively. It's really hard to get in. Garpa's learned his lesson.
Yeah, that was
Very
all
much
after, by the way,
respecting the
Garpa just gets owned 2 seconds into the round by the Ambrosia death ball running at him. And they still recovered that.
I guess Ambrosia are playing, especially for like the lurk player over towards this A side and wanting Screwface to control that orb. And maybe win a duel. It's going to be a really difficult process in a round like this. Hero rifle brought up for Bui. He is flush with the cash. Here they come. A-main control now for Hikikomori. This has been bought enough time there for Ambrosia to set up, so we are going to have the audible call to get every defender player on this side of the map, and there it is. There is the pull out. Nicely done. And how long will it take Ambrosia to figure this out?
At least another 10 seconds, I think.
30 seconds left.
Give it maybe 6 more, and then they're going to realize,
they've got to know now.
Yeah, let's get to the B site.
Okay. Well, unlucky for Ambrosia. They finally realized, yes, with 15 seconds left in the round, the spike's not headed for him. You were right. It was about 10 seconds, Wyatt.
10 seconds left.
Spike being planted down for default. Missiles not going to get there in time due to Screwface just too far away. Oh my god. All right, goes back up. Throw that Guardian to someone else at a pistol. Yep. Gives it to Demi.
Satellite here with a big hit. However, you now have all of this post-plant utility you have to fight through. Teho's stunned. Ghost is low, so they're obviously going to give them their namesake weapon and let them just try and do whatever they can here to interrupt the defuse. Ambrosia is looking for exits here. I don't think there's a genuine interest in defusing this spike whatsoever.
Not at all. They may be able to find him because Garpa, well, he's close up, but he gets another kill.
Silence.
Some of these weapons getting dropped away. And piercing to the spike is on the menu. That works out for Ambrosia.
Me?
It's only the one. I think this is fine. I mean, the most expensive weapons they brought into the round, they did say.
Yeah, it's not terrible, but this buy would be in a much better place if Demi had that third rifle. It's putting them in a position now where they don't want to risk as much on the bonus round. They are going to have seemingly 2 pistols again.
Yep.
A Stinger, an Ares, a Stinger, a Bulldog. they're trying to figure this out, and I'm trying to keep up with them.
Yeah, I'm ready for the pop and Ares again. Run that back.
Yeah, they just end up with a Stinger. Unfortunately, I mentioned this after the first pistol. Mori, they're getting these pistol round wins, but their anti-ecos have not been clean enough for them to ever really build an advantage. It was all that back and forth bad economy talk we had in the first half where neither team was able to really get ahead. Mori are the team rather, that have had more of an opportunity to do that, but haven't been able to capitalize.
They won 4 rounds back-to-back, I think, on that defense side, and they still didn't really have a solid economy after that. So, they were really close rounds. It's been an unbelievably scrappy game. Again, you are watching 2 teams with a very, with intricate compositions. A lot of bells and whistles on them. Smiley, I think, seen all they need to. Now, though, the Prowler gets to push down towards Connector, and there's a real threat of some actually coming from water side. So Glyph has moved in to reinforce that position. And then we'll drift back over to A. I'm not convinced that it's not like an arc-sided push. I think if there are eyes on arc here, Ambrosia would be able to send an extra player over towards this B side, but the way it goes, Bluey clapped though, and it's nice timing there for Ada to emerge from this back little corner here. It screens. Loses the fight out against Kaiser. But as the smoke clears, it's an Ambrosia 3v1.
Satellite cleans things up. Unfortunately, Kaiser just didn't really have an opportunity to do much as that solo player from Long due to a Razor Vine being thrown on the ground in front of him. He couldn't get on an angle to actually fight anybody. So the crossfire just set up uninterrupted, looking at the tiny little link door. You're just cooked with 4 of your players trying to get through there. Bit unfortunate for Hikikomori. Again, though, not the best buy for them anyhow.
Yeah, that was the bonus.
The real one is up next.
Ambrosia will keep 3 rifles out of the round, so they are well bought. Once again, fight for A main. Hikikomori really, they're treating it like a low A side on the attack. Many of these rounds just leaving Garpa back.
I have the spike.
Spotting them out, confirming again that it was the Yoru who snuck into main.
Now, do they want to do something active with Bui before that gate crash expires? It's only going to send him back into spawn. Not really set up for some kind of big wrap play where he gets to the team elsewhere and then they're hitting a different site. It's just back to safety, and it is gone now. As the team are feigning some presence in
Bring
link.
them down.
And you can see on the minimap how that's drawn Glyph to being forced to pick up sewers all the way at the top of the map. I like how Ambrosia are actually working the map control here. They're getting A main right now. This is nice.
Yep. It's another round where they have given up art in order to do this, but Glyph has not put themselves in a position where they get punished by a push into a water side straight away. And also there's like a gate crash there for Satellite to double back to should they need to.
30 seconds left.
Well, pushed a little bit too far. Patience really paying off there for Ghost, who just never leaves that spot the whole round. Screwface has to get this kill. Okay, all is right in the world. Now has a nice little pincer spot, but time's of the essence here, and Screwface had no backup. Glyph couldn't see because of that smoke. I like the spot though. There's one. Drop down, get the defuser, the planter, excuse me, yes.
10 seconds left.
Smiley, oh, don't realize that someone crossed into a dugout. I think they maybe thought it was a clone. All right, Ada?
Yeah, it's trying to go up silently. Knows one is still hanging around the site.
Has to have shown the barrel there.
One
Stuff.
enemy remaining.
Okay, now we're in a bona fide 1 versus 1. Both players low, and Ada wins out a crucial round. That was Hikikomori's gun round. Now, Ambrosia have managed to even this game up. Yeah, it's been expensive and costly for them, but they can keep some pressure on with some rifles in the next.
I know Kaiser is at home hitting us with the Kaplan and Kubert Sentinels match cosplay. Just the frustration is there at the swinging and missing on Adder before there was any real necessity to do so yet in that moment. Just felt like this is when he's going to wrap, this is when I can get the kill, and just comes up short. at least with the spike down, they get a decent economy going in terms of buying here. But they're risking it all now on this round. It's on account of having all of the ultimates.
This is taking everything that Ambrosia have to stay in this game, though. Let's be fair on that point. Clone cleared. Who wants to flash himself into this? There's the sheer wall getting drawn out. Much more of an A focus here this round is look at, again, the space being taken this side, this time on the B side of the map.
There.
Big push up here for Satellite.
Portal closed.
Yeah, sends the gate crash back just now, that Satellite, and meanwhile, Bowie with the gate crash forward. He wants to get in a little bit further off this arc control. Mori want to set up for the A split, execute, maybe Dimensional Drift to get in.
There.
Use that Steel Garden as well.
If opposite back off at that timing. It's like the Haunt was going into the art direction. Here comes that Armageddon, rather.
Spike
And Ambrosia,
down A.
comfortable enough to receive this. The weapons just aren't great, frankly, for her. But Kikimori, that was the Stinger player down. Kaiser with nothing but a Sheriff. Spike loose, and they are 10 HP in main. And I think somehow Ambrosia know they're there.
It's a tough situation to win out.
Yes. I mean, Aragorn's gone and gotten the army of the dead to join him here at A site and run over the Soul Defender.
I thought there was a chance that Hikikimori, given how they like to play around their ults prior, getting that close up to the site, might have just ripped the Steel Garden on the anchors and tried to win out the round straight up. We saw them do that on the first half, where even on an eco, they just sent the ults in a situation that felt right. But they're going to save them for the actual buy round. The safer, more sensible play. So can't be too upset with that. Oh, and speaking of safe and sensible, Bowie is going to be jumping out of a Dimensional Drift with a judge.
I think that's extremely, I mean, based on the percentages of Dory's winning those situations, safer than you would think, folks. Sometimes you want to keep your friends closer and your enemies even closer.
Do you have the percentage on that?
Yeah, let me just
because
get it out here. Yeah,
being
it's
honest.
About 70%, honestly.
There's no way it's 70%.
Oh, sorry, didn't you hear the paper? It's on here.
I mean, I heard the paper, but I was seeing a whole lot of Yoru with a Bucky jump. Well, let's see if it goes up to 71%.
All right, Nightfall played off of. Bowie just wants this position. They have really just shut the defenders in here, and Bowie's in a very advantageous spot. Doesn't have to go over-aggressive to get a really nice position here. And it can be sort of, helped out here by Hikikimori. Steel Garden comes out. Ada's going to walk up with a pistol. Oh, buddy, this could be ugly. Jump around the corner. Screwface, though, was outside of the garden, and he punishes. 2 kills, the spray down, and goes 69% is a nicer number anyway.
I'm not sure if that actually counted toward the statistic, because he did play that a bit safe, a bit more safe, you know? Like, I was expecting the jump out of the Dimensional Drift, flash pops, you're out right in someone's face. That was a more reasonable approach. I think we just scratched that from the statistics entirely. Not an example.
I mean, feel pretty bad if I'm Mori in that round there, because they had extreme control of that B side, so much so they had a player embedded here in Ling. So they want to play off the Steel Garden, I guess? No, they push Bowie in fairness. This one here is a bit more, how's your father? Yeah. And then they send another player in to try and support that. So
the judge with the Steel Garden was nice, and then unfortunately it just falls apart when Screwface gets the dual win against the player trying to trade onto him. And in the meanwhile, Satellite popped his own Dimensional Drift, was behind them at B long, pinging out player infos. A great retake.
Screwface one of the old orb here, but they got pinged out by the Haunt, and then because they were alone, they were lit. Had to destroy themselves and had to fall back. So just sheer weight of numbers giving Hikikimori control of this A main. And with an old orb in hand, an Annihilation is ready to roll. An Armageddon, excuse me.
If Mori try to accelerate into the A site, it'll be obnoxious for anyone but their Yoru to get past these multiple stars into the Razor Vine unless they can break this Razor Vine straight away.
And Bowie gets ahead, just inside that smoke. Looking to pressure further into Flowers, but they're giving the position away. And Screwface might be in a spot to catch them, but the Annihilate. Armageddon Rudder's coming in. And Screwface knows his goose is absolutely cooked. In it comes Satellite, ready though to pick up that position he gave up. No plant yet. Prowler here. Pretty good timing. Oh, geez, we just swing those. Satellite, beautifully done. A perfect timing for a play like that. Kaiser with a big iron. 4 foes to break through.
He may have just gotten jump spotted, actually. Yeah, I believe he did.
10 seconds left.
Temporary expectation for a round like this. Ambrosia again, a competitive mid-game. They start to break away towards the end. We saw a similar story on Fracture.
Yeah, we sadly did for Mori, who are getting closer and closer to their elusive first map win in Challengers this year, being one of the teams that qualified up from Premier, which is a cool aspect of this system. It's a cool story for them. They're getting so close. That Nightfall from Glyph was really excellent, though. It tagged up 3 players, and then due to their audio getting scrambled from it, you had Satellite just push up into a similar position that we just saw Glyph in right there on this prior round. Yeah, this is a couple rounds ago.
Clutch. I feel like since that round, we have seen Ambrosia take the game back over again. That was, of course, the sad round for Kaiser. This was the questionable judge push around the corner from Bowie.
Yeah, against them in this moment with the Steel Garden, it was good, though. It's if Garpa kills Screwface there, they win the round. It really comes down to that duel, unfortunately.
This is the prior round. Satellite pushing up with that Nightfall having come through. Pretty good.
Hakiki and Mori have shown some nice stuff on this map. Even with that Armageddon onto Screwface, he dies because he gets hit by a C's lineup. You know, they definitely have some layering of utility on this attack side that has been paying off. It's just when it's come down to the crucial last couple duels in some of these late rounds, they haven't been on the victorious side. Outside of Bowie, who's really stepped up individually, the other guys, they need to start approaching that level 2 if they want to convert this map.
Oh, mate. That is raw. Just out of... apropos of nothing, really. Just
Me
a
when I'm
into Plaza.
Me when I'm Gordon Ramsay in Kitchen Nightmares.
It's raw sauce, no ketchup, fam.
So you're trying to relate to the kids?
I don't know if Big Shaq.
How do you do,
Zoomer
fellow
thing.
Kids?
Big Shaq is definitely not Zoomer.
No, that isn't actually.
That's like 2018.
Yeah, it's pretty boomer of you, actually.
that was a pretty quick heel
boomer,
turn there, Mr. Arbiter of pop culture references.
My bad, man. My bad, bro.
Thorns are alive.
All right. Even try to throw a London twang on that as well. It's a waste of the young. All right. Bowie and Garpa here, of course. So this is a buy round for Hakiki Mori as we're clowning around. These guys really trying to dig deep to win it out.
Spike down mid.
But just this arbitrary, it feels like arbitrary timings and pressure towards
30
the plaza
seconds
part
left.
of the map is just completely undone. Hakiki Mori, a very unique round from Ambrosia compared to what we've seen from them on this defense side.
Closed.
Yeah, that's exactly the point I was going to touch on. Just when the game is getting late and they need to close things out, when the pressure is on this rookie team, they decide to just go for the aggro triple swing out of art.
10 seconds left.
Get something new in the mix to catch them off guard, and works as intended.
Bowie's going to stand out this game. Actually, pretty sick play, I'm not going to lie. Even there,
It really
nice
has
moves.
been. I mean, we didn't, like, you know, the last time we actually, well, we cast their first game, which was the Baptism in Fire against M80. Wasn't really an opportunity for Bowie to, for anyone on this team to have a standout moment. That was a tough first go at it in Challengers. But the improvements have been noticeable. You know, this team, they're looking more comfortable, they're getting better. They're having some rounds with great util. You have the Bowie star power there.
And so we have, so Hakiki Mori here, a lot of you would take this to 0-3, of course, not great. They take on Shopify Gold or Core, depending on which team ends up losing that game. So after that, there's no sort of, there will be no teams lower than that. We have a singular 0-4 roster. Swiss does have that effect sometimes of causing, you know, there is one team that will not be able to win many games, but that's how it works out. A 1-for-1 trade here at the round. We have a bit of a force in, of course. There's Mori have no choice. Deep on the site, Clone ignored, and the rest of Ambrosia are just happy to sit back on this because Mori have been corralled into A main, and Adder's given them every reason now to start thinking about pulling out.
Satellite's Dimensional Drip gets all of that information, has them encircled, gets excellent rotates from the rest of the Ambrosia players. They're propped up in the right positions. Oh, that's so unlucky. They might wander into Adder.
40 seconds left, so still time. A really pregnant pause from the attackers.
Yeah, but there's still time. But Ambrosia have all of the info. They know that they are hitting A.
30 seconds left.
Cosmic Divine for a retake too. Line is good. Satellite not able to make use of it because of these posts. I think in the chaos it will ensue, especially with the smoke thrown up. Here's where the score mechanics get absolutely bloody impressive. There's a Razorvine in the way, but Hikikomori have no choice but to go for it. And so it ends, folks. Ada gets the job done. Another 13-8 map as Hikikomori give us some genuinely competitive Valorant. I think for like the first half, if not more, of this map, and a great pistol round win that makes it an interesting game. After that, though, it's all Ambrosia.
And it does feel crazy to say that this is Ambrosia's first win, a team of known players that have been in Challengers, a pretty talented squad. So it's nice to see them get their first on the board. And at the same time, yeah, nice to see the aforementioned improvements from Hikikomori, one of the teams that came up through the Premier system, trying to make a name for themselves. This is the first game where I think you're really starting to see some of that foundation build out. They had some rounds with some nice synced up utility. They have a player that can look like a star for them. That's the building blocks of something for the future.
I mean, you'll see it. It's a massive carry performance there from Booyah. I think he ends the game with like 24 kills, if not more, in a losing effort is excellent. And over those couple of maps, he was very, very good. So there's a lot to hang your hat on here, I think, as a Hikikomori, and also know you've got a star player in the ranks that you can, truly help develop into someone great in the Valorant world. So 2-0 here. Hikikomori fall to 0-3, and like you said, Wyatt, first win for Ambrosia. We're going to go to the desk, break down the day that was. So don't go too far, folks. Quick break, and we'll be back to wrap things up.
Well, it's insanely different. The competition like rose triple. I feel like that we've only been together for like a month, and that's like as soon as Premier's like playoffs started, we won it, and we were just in Challengers, so we only had a month to prepare. Like the level of difficulty is a lot different. Like it's so much harder to get kills, and like the whole entire objective of the game changes. But our first week against M80, it was a lot harder, I would say, because it was nerves and everything. But our second week against Blue Water, I would say that it was a lot closer. And that short amount of span, I think we got a lot better. So this week against Ambrosia, we're hoping to turn that around. Key factors. So the key factors to the team's success is just not making any mistakes, but also just working together as a team and keeping our communications really good, because I feel like that's one of our most lackluster like features as a team. But besides that, we just need to make less mistakes, and I think start winning these games. Well, you can expect from me. My name is Abu2 for some reason, but it was changed to Demi recently. You can expect from me that I'm gonna keep playing. Last week I had a really good game against Blue Water. I'm planning to keep riding momentum. I've had a change in my role a little bit. And then for the team, just don't count us out yet. We're getting a lot better every week. And against Ambrosia, we're hoping to win out because we got that much better in that short amount of time.
Nice.
One enemy remaining. Down B. Last. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
All right, right. Well, they definitely had a little bit of a run for their money, but in the end, Ambrosia 2-0 over Hakiki to be ending off today. Roy, they got to take out to Pearl, and even if there was some good things coming out from Hakiki, it wasn't enough. Once Ambrosia got rolling at the end, they're able to close it out from there.
Yeah, I mean, call me crazy, but I swear there was a point in time where Hakiki just looked better than Ambrosia, and then the sides flip, and all of a sudden things are clicking, and then they started pulling ahead. Of course, Hakiki, they had ample opportunities to make this even more competitive than it looked, more competitive than their previous matches for sure. But ultimately, you have to close out some of these scenarios in late rounds to really have a chance.
And I think that it was kind of surprising too that it was the second half where we saw Ambrosia start like taking that momentum when it was previously their defense that they had struggled with before. But you also learn a lot from those losses as well, right? Things that you need to really fix up and everything. And I think Adder did a really great job subbing in for Ambrosia once again with the control that he was able to find. We saw a lot of times where he was able to contain Hakiki and give that information for that mid-rounding over on Ambrosia to make those adjustments, those rotations and reads.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to keep in mind as well that Adder, Coburg, these are just substitute players. They're not even really playing with their 5, right? So their practice must be a little scuffed as well. So, I mean, all things considered, I think Ambrosia's looking pretty good. I'm honestly, when I watch them play, I'm a little surprised that this is their first victory because they seem like such a well put together roster. But overall, I'm pretty impressed. I'm hoping to see a return to form and really see them peak out towards the end of the split.
Yeah, we're getting to the point of no return, but being able to get this win today for Ambrosia definitely means there's a little bit more wiggle room and an extra week to make sure that, hey, any of these issues that we think are kind of plaguing us, plaguing the team, they can fix that up. They can still end off the split strong, and that's definitely something to be looking forward to from them. Because I definitely think that, yeah, they have the people here, and starting off on that high note with the closer matchup against CUBE, there is that capability there. They got to close out today, and for Hakiki, even if they weren't able to quite close out, they're still being able to show that they are leveling, and that is something that Ash, looking at this and looking at the series, was definitely something that we needed to see from them.
Oh, for sure. Again, those incremental improvements. I think Wyatt and Uber were also talking about during the cast as well, about how we've seen, okay, now they're slowly taking that learning curve and building themselves up a bit more as a team, because again, we talk about the fact that it's a total rookie roster here on the side of Hakiki, and you know, they're making it competitive up against veteran teams like Ambrosia, which says a lot about their growth early on into, you know, challengers for the 2025 season. So you do have to give them flowers in their regard, because normally you see rookies paired with some more like experienced players on the rosters, right? For them, they don't really have someone where they can yield, like kind of glean that experience from to kind of guide them along the way.
It's nice here too, you're talking about the fact that it's all the rookies, and we're still able to see like some moments of brilliance thing coming out, especially too, not just MVP for Bowie, but some of these plays coming out and the kills that he was able to get. If that's what we're seeing from the rookie squad that doesn't have, I mean, the help of these more veteran players and stuff, Roy, that definitely means some really good things on the side of that roster, even if maybe not coming to fruition quite yet for everyone. The future's still bright, so I definitely don't want them to leave this match feeling like too upset about themselves or anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think no matter what happens for Hakiki, they've shown themselves, they put themselves on the map, and you know, whether their fate is they get relegated or their fate they survive in the relegation tournament, or maybe they turn things around and go the whole distance. Either way, they put themselves out there, and when there's opportunities to, you know, for teams looking for players and they're looking to bring up the next wave of talent, they're going to be looking towards these players as the potential picks.
100%. Well, on the other end for Ambrosia, they end off in 2. They're able to end off looking strong. And now we have none other than Screwface on the line to talk a little bit more about the team and everything else. So let's head on over to that. Hello, big smiles over there. Get the win, ended off in 2. How you feeling?
God, wait, I'm not allowed to swear on this broadcast, right? I'm just making sure. Thank freaking God. Thank freaking God we closed out a couple rounds on CT side. I don't know. Very excited to get our first win. No diss to Hakimori. I think it's pretty obvious. They're unfortunately one of the weaker teams in the split. But hey, win's a win, baby. We're 1-2. It does not matter. It does not matter. I will take it. I'm so happy.
I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. Especially too, I mean, for the squad, we got a squad of good players on your team. Like,
We
you go
are
up against
so
M80
good.
first. Like, that's just kind of a tough draw for the team.
No, we should have had him. We should have had him. It was Set Academy. Not the
CUBE,
correct,
another two. Yeah,
but
my bad.
hey, not one guaranteed. We should have had him. We like messed up a couple of real crucial rounds on TZ and CT side. Hey, the fracture map, that could have been anybody's game. But map one, I mean, 11-3, we throw that, like, we got to hang it up. You know what I mean? Throwing 11-3 with like ult advantage. We can't close out 2 rounds like Exodia ult. It's messed up, but that's okay. That's what matches are for, right? It's a Swiss stage, and you know, we got a lot of new talent on the team. So I think like working through a little bit of that match confidence, building up that chemistry, you know, it's important, you know?
No, it is super important. And it was something too, you had tweeted out after the loss of Winthrop University last week, talking about this consistent performance that is kind of just eluding you guys just a little bit here. So I want to know how you're feeling after today's win and kind of how you think the team is meshing, looking forward now to the next match where you can hopefully go 2-2.
God, I will be honest. I'm not ecstatic about our win today. I don't think it was as clean as it could have been or should have been against that team. That being said, obviously very ecstatic about the win. And I think like, this is like something that's really real. Like, I think like momentum is very real. And like, we've had 2 very close, unfortunate losses, right? But now with this win, you know, I don't care who we play this upcoming week, or maybe tomorrow, up to the admins, we don't really know yet. But I feel very confident we're going to continue steamrolling people. Now that we've finally gotten a win under our belt, I think that confidence is going to be huge for the guys going forward.
So that's just kind of like this, the last little thing that's needed for this team to succeed. You just needed that momentum and then you're good.
It's a little weird because like, I think like, you know, using scrim results is really like a worthless system, right? Because if you can't like translate that into match performance, you're just a scrimmer, you know? And there's been teams like that over the course of the years that we've seen. But, you know, in scrims, generally, we've been playing quite well against franchise teams and other challenger teams. Like, I feel pretty confident in our map pool. Matches, obviously, we come out, we generally start very strong, minus like pistol win rate. But like our T sides are generally really strong, and our CT sides, like, depending on the map, like, are pretty good. So if we just get consistency in our CT, and a little bit more consistency, especially in our post-plant decision-making, so we can clean out these rounds a little bit cleaner. And obviously the ecos, we lost so many of those today, but that'll be VOD review time, you know? I think that'll be huge. And we can, I think once we tighten up on those rounds specifically, we could be a contender against any team in this league, for sure.
All right. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear. And I want to ask too, because now we're approaching week 3, the end of week 3 here, and we're still seeing that Ambrosia still have sub on the squad and everything else. So how has that been kind of, you know, not having the full squad, even if like super subs coming on through?
God, you have no idea. I swear some deity somewhere has laid a blood curse on me because it has been following me for like the last year. Like, I cannot get a set 5 to play with practice on. And before this squad, it was like some stuff that was a little shenanigan-y, a little unfortunate, but like this time, everything's looking great. We're slamming franchise teams left, right, and center. We had one slightly unfortunate Mr. Funhaver together, and then boom, all of a sudden, Acreon, viral infection, the Canadians' best, like Canada's best, can't figure out what we still don't know what it is, by the way. And he's just been hospitalized for like 3 weeks, 4 weeks. And obviously he's not there the entire time. It's not like life-threatening for now, hopefully. But it is a huge bummer because he can't really, like, he's forced to be bedridden basically, so he can't like come play. And I mean, what's the point of getting 2 months, 3 months of practice in with this set 5 when we can't even like play with the set 5? And then our first week, obviously, shout out Coburg, wonderful super sub. Obviously, he came out. We did our best to show out against CUBE and Academy. That was like literally so last minute. We found out like a day or 2 before we were playing with the sub. And then afterwards, you know, I've been a huge Jack Glazer for a long time, Adder. I think he's like super talented. I've been so happy that we've gotten to play with him as our Phil. Like even today, like dude, he had some huge rounds against Haki Mori to close out for us. But obviously, ideally, we would play with our set 5 because I still believe in Acreon, right? And we put in a lot of time together, a lot of like, I think chemistry, especially for the guys, because like Satellite, Smiley, and Acreon have been playing on the Ambrosia core for quite some time together. So I think missing out on that type of stuff really sucks. Like, and completely disregarding the obviously strategic depth, you know, and the lack of strategic depth because we have to catch someone new up to speed on all of our maps.
We're definitely sending like best wishes and everything to him to even just figure out what's up in the first place.
Dude, you guys gotta give him his energy. Yeah, all the energy you could spare, he needs it, bro.
Twitch chat, send your energy as well. We need all of it over here. Last and final thing, obviously, we've gotten to see you in Challengers before. We've gotten to see the IGL. And how are you feeling about this team now, even the blood curse, everything else aside, and looking into the upcoming weeks and everything else?
God, it's wonderful. I have nothing but positive things to say on this team. I think, like, hey, you watch our VODs, especially the Cubert one on CT side Pearl. you're gonna see a lot of interesting rounds. I'm not here saying we're playing the best Valorant ever, but what I do know is that everybody every day shows up with a smile on their face and they love playing together. They all play the game outside of like practice, like where everybody's playing ranked, everybody's watching VOD, everybody's like creative and trying to innovate. Sometimes that can cost us, like a little bit of creativity. Too many cooks in the kitchen can, lead to losses in the end game, right? But outside of the server, it's a wonderful environment and culture on the team, and I love it. It's like hands down my favorite for probably since Reserve. Reserve was very similar, like very good vibes every single day, and that's why I feel so confident going into the season.
I mean, that's the most important thing at the end of the day, and I can see that the vibes 100% here with you too. So keep the smile going on. Best of luck with the next match. Screwface, thank you so much for your time. Have a great rest of your night, okay?
Thank you for having me. Have a great rest of your night as well, Sierra.
Thank you, thank you. All right, back over to the analyst desk for us. What an infectious positive attitude. Honestly, like, I don't know. I just got a big smile on my face now. Like, that was like insight about the team, Roy. Even when things aren't necessarily going their well, to have those positive vibes behind the scene, like that's so important.
Guys, I love interviews. It really actualizes how different people and teams are, and like different team environments and like the different vibes, and just like it's just so funny and entertaining just to hear from the players, to be honest.
Yeah, it's like it's something too. Like, he has this huge smile on his face, and it's like, how do you feel about this win? And it's like, this one wasn't that clean. As you're like these huge, and I'm like, this isn't adding up. But I mean, that is definitely something that you take this win, you can learn from it, you keep the vibes, keep going on forward. And hey, a win, especially at this stage in this tournament, Nash, is absolutely huge. Because, yeah, we still have one more day of Valorant this week, but I mean, the team that ends up going 0-4, things aren't going to be looking too great for stuff like that when we're looking at the bracket and how things are shaking up.
Yeah, going 0-4 and unfortunately getting knocked out if you do end up being in that position. But I think that was a really good shout coming out from Screwface as well. You're talking about how what he was saying was maybe not necessarily lining up with what the results were and his energy on camera and everything like that. And I think that confidence is really important. And that confidence is something that if you're not even able to bring that through momentum from your previous matches, you're going to need to be able to pull out from somewhere, no matter the results that you're getting, because it's cutting down to that do or die situation for the remainder of the matches for that Swiss stage. And that mental is one of the biggest factors that you have to look out for here for those teams that are now currently below that half line mark.
And I hope, too, that's a mental and something that Hakikimori, even looking back at that match, can take, because I think that is so important, especially since they're unfortunately at the 0-3 point to where they'll need to keep that energy and that mental high going on forward. And we have one match that is still going on right now. There is watch parties for it. That's going to be Shopify Rebellion Gold going up against Core Roy. That is the final match to be ending off this round 3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're already on the second map. So, yeah, that's pretty much going to decide the elimination match between Mori and the loser of that game. And then from there, we're going to start to see the shape up as well with TSM and Rankers playing their match as well to see who qualifies. So we're starting, I think this is like the sign of like we're starting to get to towards the end of this first split. Obviously, we still have multiple weeks to go, and some teams, we're not really even sure who's going to make it out at this point. But overall, I feel like the level of competition is improving, and the level of play overall is just getting much, much tighter.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that we're going to have one more day of Valorant this week, because I'm not ready to quite say goodbye to it all yet. And since there is Valorant going on with that Shopify Rebellion Golden Core match, we got to wrap this up sooner rather than later so we can go watch that. So, you guys, thank you for crushing it, the casters and production as well. And thank you all for still being here and watching. We'll see you on the watch parties, and we'll see you back here for tomorrow for some more Valorant Challengers. Have a good night, everyone.
Cut off the site itself, though. I wonder if we can have eye on push up. Yep, I should have known. He'll be back on his feet in just a moment, but Nismo with some shooting. Extra, though, again, as a third wave. Won't be able to stand up to Redux, who plows it to save the game. Redux been incredible, but unfortunately, it's very much been a solo affair, trying to shut these guys down. He'll exit with a kill. Scuba gets himself the Phantom. These deals with Kane now, 1 versus 3. Heading up towards that heaven side now. Just trying to fly that. Required. A little bit annoying for Extra as that Razorvine comes down, forces him off the side, but he's still ready. It ultimately ends up being a walk up by the Vice. And this leaves Cube short-handed. They've got to go for a plant here at some point. Oh, I knew it was going to be a double. Inspire ends the map. after absolutely using Cube as a ragdoll for so much of Pearl. And Rankers have done it again, folks. Another 2-0 remaining undefeated. The
Ambrosia are really, they're trying to anchor these sites. That's tough for the players, especially when there's dimensional you out. A fair bit of running out of the smoke.
Okay, FNS moment. Yes, Garpa going down, satellite. All right, Nightfall played off of. Bui just wants this position. They have really just shut the defenders in here. Bui's in a very advantageous spot. Doesn't have to go over aggressive to get a really nice position here. They can be sort of helped out here by Hikikomori. Steel Garden comes out. Adder's going to walk up with a pistol. Oh, buddy, this could be ugly. Jump around the corner. Screwface, though, was outside of the garden, and he punishes 2 kills for spray down. And it goes 69
hitting A.
30 seconds left.
Positive divide for a reset, too. The line is good. That's why they want to make use of it. Repost. I think in the chaos it will ensue, especially with the smoke pouring up. Here's where the score mechanics get absolutely bloody impressive. There's a Razorvine in the way, but Hikikomori have no choice but to go for it. And so it ends, folks. Adder gets the job done. Another 13-8 map as the Hikikomori give us some genuinely competitive Valorant. I think for like the first half, if not cut off